2021 to 2021. And it asked what were the consequences of those sanctions. And we murdered 38 million people. 38 million people. The amount of havoc we have wrought on the Middle East in recent years is just stunning. You ever think about the consequences of the Iraq War? What we do in places like Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, you understand we're using this tremendous economic leverage we have to basically starve people, to make them suffer, to inflict great punishment on them so that they'll rise up against their government. You understand that this is what we're doing in Venezuela. This is what we're doing in Iran. We're inflicting massive punishment on these people. Given all that, I find it very difficult to talk about the United States as a noble country. I just don't.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Thank you for joining me today. Definitely important follow-up from yesterday, and I'm glad we got a show today because there's so much that I didn't get to include yesterday because of a little time discussion issue. Why we still have daylight savings time, I don't understand. We talked about this plenty of times in the past, but it screwed me up a bit yesterday, and so there was a lot that I didn't get to that I want to make sure we include, and essentially just picking up from where I left off. But there's I think 3 or 4 things that I want to include to start that actually added to the things we discussed in the beginning part of the show yesterday. And in addition to that, there's some really interesting developments that we're going to tie into what I was already going to discuss, which in a way, it might have made it better to discuss yesterday or not. It's hard to tell when, if it's better to have kind of a follow-up conversation or to have it all in one place. So sometimes I feel like we get too far ahead of a story and then it kind of loses people as it ends up being, grabbed onto by some of the more surface level conversation. But the point is today that we were just discussing, we were going to get into yesterday discussion of reports about, homeland security risks that Trump's administration was sort of like trying to bury, which felt very weird to me. And I'll get into it. I don't want to get into it now. We'll get into it when we get there, but some weirdness around why I think that doesn't really make sense or, whichever way it goes. But now with reports coming about threats because of the Iran war, some kind of source signal that the U.S. government got about inside threats, which these are all real things. It's just because we know what our government is and how often they lie and fake these things, it doesn't mean that Iran's not capable of that. But the point is that now suddenly, I shouldn't say suddenly, there's been an event from yesterday to today revolving around Mamdani in New York and IEDs and calling it an ISIS-inspired attack. The people's names are Ibrahim and Emir, typical Islamic names. And they're out there carrying out protests and ultimately counter protests and then responses with bombs from the groups that are protesting against the people calling them terrorists in front of a person who is supporting their agenda, at least on the surface. All of it seems very fishy to me, but we're going to go through it with objective eyes and consider that very well could be what happened because of what our government's doing in the world today and people irrationally acting out, not supporting actions like that. But people act crazy when governments do crazy things. That's how history it's riddled with realities like that. Now, the point, though, is that they tend to create those things to use them for their later agendas. And so what we're going to talk about today is a lot of that sort of manufacturing consent, problem, reaction, solution, but false flag potential. I mean, this is every single war I've ever seen. Our government's responsible for things like this. And so too, I argue, are all the rest. I think this is just common practice today, as much as that may seem crazy to some that don't understand the history. But as I said, we're going to, John Marsheimer there talking about the obvious reality of the war of terror on terror. We talked about this yesterday, and I'm just glad I saw this clip because it's just so nice to see somebody who's he's so, the way he discusses this, if you haven't heard it before, you'd be like, he's talking about this like it's just common knowledge. Well, guess what? It is, guys. It's very easy to see this stuff, and it's historically accurate. There's tons of scientific studies, but the mainstream alternative and mainstream media just don't, they pretend like that's not real. It's sort of like Trump and the rest of them still screaming that that was an Iran bomb that hit that school, despite all the evidence, US and otherwise, everything we could see, and they just yell the opposite, and some people just go along with that. The reality is, as he said, I said tens of millions yesterday, he said 38 million people from 71 to 2000. And, the war on terror is a major bulk of that, but the reality is it's been going on for quite a long time. And as he said very clearly, the use of these tactics to manipulate people, how long have I been telling you this, to turn against their own governments? That's what sanctions are. It can be rather, and how they usually are applied by this government, clearly using them as coercive tools to put people in positions of insecurity so they react against their own governments. And usually, even knowing that that's being done to them by the United States or outside powers, they get to a point where they're so desperate, their children are starving, they don't know what to do, people are dying in front of them, to where they go, you know what, just make it stop. We want to get back to some semblance of life. We don't care if you rule over us with some kind of authoritarian dictatorship. We just want my children to not die. And this is the kind of things that have been written down, discussed openly by people like Kissinger. I mean, you could go through our entire history. It's just very important to understand why that is something that the rest of the world seems to know and our government tries to hide from. And what they're doing right now is an extension of that very point. But we're going to get into a Epstein point to start just very quickly that I didn't want you to miss because of how much is going on. And I think the effort was to make it something they didn't get seen. I want to add to something we discussed yesterday about sort of the, resetting the world, but just really on a foreign policy point and all the different countries they're involved in and stealing from right now. And an article from the Washington Post that is discussing what we were already highlighting before. And if this is not news because of the Washington Post. I'm surprised the Washington Post is even pointing to it. It's really interestingly news because Rubio, I guess either accidentally or for whatever reason by design, said it out loud first, which is that Israel basically coerced them into bombing Iran. Now, I'm not of the mind that they were even that difficult to coerce, but it was about trying to map this out so they didn't lose their support. And so what happened is, it seems, as Rubio said, that they were going to bomb, and so we had to bomb because we knew they were going to bomb up next. And then everyone else sort of tried to walk away from that. And Trump lied about it and said, no, it was our decision. And now it's coming out through Israel media and Israeli contacts and the Washington Post covering what they already said, that this seems to be the larger reality, which I think we already know. That ultimately, this is something that this is one of the points we're going to discuss, showing that Israel is controlling this war, which I don't think is even that hard to sell for people today. It's quite obvious, in fact. And another example of Trump now admitting that, and we just showed you the recent one where Israel came and said, and this was through Barack Ravid, I believe, it said, why are you talking to Iran without us? And Trump said, we won't do it again. I mean, I'm kind of making it sound worse, but that's really what happened. Ultimately said, okay, fine, we will not engage without you. And now it's coming out even more today that Israel is ultimately the one deciding these decisions, or deciding the factors that go into these, or the deciding what action to take and the outcomes. And so I think what's important to see is that this has always been the reality. And I really hope people can see that. And I shouldn't say it so hyperbolically. I mean, in the sense of the conversation we're having and how long we've been discussing it, it's been there. It's been in front of us. Now, we're also going to get into the points we told you yesterday. And I want to make an important point about the two-party illusion, propaganda, and people who are now trying to grapple with this discussion that is that obvious. Now, I'm going to leave the rest of it up where, basically what we discussed yesterday, what we didn't get to. Anthropic, the conversation of the bombing using Anthropic and how this is important for the bigger picture, Palantir, Lavender, Habsora, what's going on in Gaza, how it's now being applied in, the world, the global conversation, and just summing it up, the many different parts of the Iran conversation that we're going to get into. The bombings that I've seen, the civilian targets, the new appointed leader in Iran, the conversations from the U.S. government and Israel, and how all of it really does paint a very clear picture of who is dictating this war. So this is the post here. Thank you to Sarah for sharing that. I think it's very important that we understand the history and what the world does know about what our government has done. And interestingly, don't miss the point that I believe, and I shouldn't even say I believe, there's many examples of them stating this out loud, but who knows if it's the majority. I tend to think so, that peoples of these countries and their governments even make it clear. We're not talking about you Americans, we're talking about the government. I think it's important to hear. I think that is easy to see. Now, one thing to include that I just saw before I went live that really doesn't connect to anything, but I just didn't want you to miss this because it has to do with the Israeli propagandists online, the rather Zionist propagandists. This guy, Max, whatever, I guess his name's just Max. This is one of the a prolific manipulator on this platform, and is almost routinely backed up by the what's his name here? The Elon sphere on this platform. And he came out today and says this about Simon Godek. Now, I don't agree with everything Simon says, but I've covered him plenty of times over the years, and I feel like he has a pretty positive. His standing is clear. He showed integrity. He has the only things we disagree on are things that I have a different framing of. Not even that I think he's necessarily wrong or doing something manipulative. I think he does good work, but I just want to state there are things that we've disagreed on in the past. The point, though, is that you can look at his work for yourself. Going through COVID, and even I think one of the most important points to look at right now for people in this field is their transition between the COVID conversation and what we're dealing with now. So many people tried to grab on to the end of that story and make it look like they knew the whole time when they didn't, only to carry over into some support, and then very quickly tried to pull you into some other dishonest things. He is one of the many that I pointed out that very clearly stood his line and had integrity and did not just bow to the new thing that was going on. And I think that's important. Because there was a lot of support right then from all these Trump side people, or rather just conservatives, because of the COVID overlap. And they were expecting them to just roll into the next thing. And people like this, I think, stood their ground, even though it would have been easy to sort of go like, well, Trump's great or whatever and get all that support. Well, this guy comes out and says this account is constantly posting fake videos and attempting to incite people to commit mass murder. Now, fake videos, that's like, every third post on this ridiculous platform. Not to say that that's something that we should be okay with, but you have a right to share and say what you want. That's called free speech, at least on the platform. They claim to care about free speech. But overall, I'm not aware of the things he's discussing. I don't see content that is fake. Is he posting something that's wrong? Possibly. Even if he does it intentionally. The point is, which I don't think so, the point is, so does this guy every single day. More than these people are constantly misleading us about every single field of war that Israel's involved in. But inciting people to commit mass murder, this is coming from a Zionist who's cheering on the killing of children in Gaza and and supporting, I guess, because it's worth it, as we'll get to, according to these people, to kill the children, the women, the girls in the girls' school because, bad Iran. And he says, if terms of service mean anything, you should be suspended. This was today. Sadly, you know what I predict? That they will suspend him, despite the fact that that's not true, because that's how this platform is operating at a level worse than I've ever seen on this platform. And so he comes out and says, that's a blatant lie. I agree. I've never posted fake videos. And I agree with that. My point is to be objective, though. I could have missed something, but look at his content for yourself and you'll see what I mean. And he goes, I have never incited anyone to commit mass murder. I agree with that. False accusations like this are defamatory. What's especially grotesque is that the same Jew making these claims still openly celebrates mass killing when Israel detonated the pagers. True. And just in case you think that's some kind of derogatory, this person is Jewish. It's not a derogatory use. The point is, clearly, these people are out there supporting openly mass killings, pager attacks, Gaza, go through this person's account. It'll blow your mind. If the rules mean anything, this kind of smear campaign should not be tolerated. And look, it's easy to see this from as religion or biased or a bigoted perspective from any kind. But at the end of the day, and I've seen him make this point as well, Simon, that you can point on this platform that people are out there, like the point that was happening during Black Lives Matter, for example. You can make a point about black people, it's censored. About white people, it's not. Now, whatever your stance on any of it, whatever your opinion, that's just objectively not correct. It has to be even reality or not. And we see it happening today with Zionism and Jewish people on this conversation. I personally think it's because Zionism wants the world to think it's only about Jewish people, and it's very clearly not. I'm not going to go into it all right now because that wasn't the focus today. But overall, think about how crazy this is, that you have these people supported by Elon Musk who are out there now just cooking up blatant misrepresentation to try to get people who are getting traction about the things they're trying to lie about removed from this platform. We just saw the Coalition for Conscious, I forget something, it was Mike Preisner's platform on here about showing people they have the right to refuse war, conscientious objector, and Twitter censored it for almost 24 hours until they got so much pushback they had to bring it back. It's just so frustrating that we have to deal with these screaming morons out there that try to act like it's saving free speech and it's all, it's just, you can fight for these people if you believe in what they're doing, but at least be honest about what they're doing. That's the conversation I say about the Constitution, right? Where I say, look, if you want to argue that you think that, for example, Trump should be able to ignore the Constitution when it comes to certain situations, like with immigration, fine, make your argument, lay out why you think that makes sense, but don't come out and say, shall not be infringed, absolute, Constitution, liberty, and then say, but because Biden, that's ridiculous. You're a child. That doesn't make any sense. And if you want to make an argument about why that might be the reality, I'll listen. I like to hear, arguments that take your mind outside of what you already think. Give me your fact-based argument for why that might be the reality. But none of them do that because most of these people are not in honest positions. And this is what they do because they do not have an argument that wins, guys. Very important to think about. Now, on that point, pretty much every person that I can see out there that's right now trying to pretend this is not important, Epstein files, is like the exact same category. I mean, you look for yourself. I don't want to be hyperbolic. But I see a very clear line between people who are like, yeah, but this matters. Whether they're talking about other things, whether they still think Trump is innocent, but the Epstein files is important. Always has been. That's why they ran on trying to make this clear. And yet you'll find an unbelievably clear line of people who are trying to pretend that suddenly it no longer matters or that everything's already done or whatever the narrative around it is, and the people who are supporting war on Iran, supporting war on Gaza, and supporting Israel blindly. It's not hard to see. Now, this is Daily Mail from the 6th. I actually almost missed this. Today it's the 8th or 9th, excuse me. I haven't seen very much coverage of this at all. And it's really not a huge edition. It's everything else we already have is pretty, this is just an additional point to add to it. And this is only the one that they talked about and the one that I saw. There's probably tons more in there. And in fact, I forgot about this, by the way. Give me in the chat. Do you remember what the number was when you search for Donald Trump's name in the Epstein files? What was the number? Wasn't it like 4,000 something? I can't remember now. I don't want to misquote it because last time I checked today, it was about 1,800. And I think I can't remember what it was, so I didn't want to make the point. But if you can remember, I tried to look for my pictures, couldn't find it. So if you remember what the number was, let me know, and I'll at least reference that. Because the point is, I think that they're actively still hiding things, moving things. And as far as I can tell, they're still standing with, we're not releasing anything else. Despite that being a violation of the law, which is the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, Bondi releases missing Epstein file. Missing. Whoops, I guess it just slipped under her desk or something, right? Stunning Trump allegation. The Justice Department has published an FBI interviews with a woman who alleged Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. Now, right there, as always, be objective. Don't be like the people you're trying to, call out. The point is that could be a lie, right? That could be something that got political, motivation. Any number of those things. It also could be true. If we can't acknowledge all those possibilities right out of the gate, then you're part of the problem today. That he sexually assaulted her. And of course, add to that, I guess I kind of said that. You could argue this was being put forward to go after him because of, I did say partisan, political motivation. But so ultimately that she's saying that Donald Trump assaulted her when she was a teenager and after she was introduced to Epstein. The woman told agents Trump hit her after she bit his penis when he attempted to force her to perform oral sex. Pardon for the crude discussion. So this is out there. Here's the document itself. It's just one more addition. But how many things like this can we actually ignore at a point when this wasn't somebody, I guess you could argue this was overlapping with him being influential in the political conversation. So somebody could decide to lie about him. That really does happen quite often, actually. But overall, this is only one example. There's so many that go back well before the overlap with politics, right? Like the one I keep pointing to in regard to the affidavit, or the multiple witnesses that said on the record under threat of perjury that they were raped by Trump. Or the many different examples that there's provably haven't investigated, like the Zorro Ranch conversation. Now I've got over all this. It's just important not to let this drift away, guys. They are on the record, unequivocally breaking the law around this, and are now, at the very least, being proven to not investigate things, and so too did the rest. It's not about just Trump, but here we are with his ability to do something, and they're not, at least last time I checked. And that's huge. That should be enough over everything else, guys. The FBI spoke to her 4 times. Okay, so right there, that says a lot to me. Because at the end of the day, guys, always consider, I don't trust the FBI. I trust them less than most anybody. But nonetheless, they, for whatever reason, had 4 different meetings with this person about whether or not, flushing out this investigation. Seems like it's a lot of wasted time and effort, resources, but still could be politically motivated. Now, as I understand it, though, this is 2019 that it's being discussed, and saying 2019. So it's basically, if I remember correctly, at least the one point to make before I don't want to skim down and find it again, is the older ones I was discussing are taking place and reported long before he was Trump presidential running candidate. And I think that's really important because I think it's more, I've always think it's important to include that people out there, whether they want to be famous or whether they want to, hurt the other side. I've personally seen things like, we've all seen them, people that come out and lie about people who are in power for their own attention. So my point is, when you find them before all of that, they just seem like it's a little bit more possible, if that makes sense. And so I think at this point, including all of this, I don't know how in the world anybody could pretend like we know he's not guilty. I'm still going to argue that we don't, this is all subjective. And the ones we have are very clear evidence, but they could still possibly be lying. I don't see any evidence of the investigation. So we have to be honest about that and say that that's not fleshed out. But to say that he's not guilty, now that's just a flat out lie. You could, in the sense that you don't know that for sure, because clearly there's a lot of evidence pointing in this direction. If you were an investigator, detective, this would be, okay, we got something here, clearly. Just like with Derek Burroughs' investigations around the Mormon church point. If you go through those investigations again, it kills me how obvious that stuff is and nothing's ever happening. Same kind of point when you understand the very clear connections with Mormonism and the higher conversations we're having here, whether about Zionism or the U.S. government, goes back a long way. I mean, they're on the record. Zionism literally calls Mormonism like an extension of itself. It's just probably more to that than we think. The FBI spoke to her 4 times between August and October 2019 after Epstein's arrest, but only a summary of one of those interviews had been included. Well, that's interesting. So that means with their whoops, we missed one, and now they're still whoopsie, missing the other 3. I wonder why. You think those are buried in the other pages they're never going to release? Or, you know what I mean? Like, this is a choice, guys. Anyway, I can leave it there. I think this is important. And it goes on just to give you more details about the obvious nature of all of this. They're hiding from this. And another opening point from yesterday, Fox News apologizes for using old video of Trump. If you didn't see it yesterday, Trump went out in a baseball hat or whatever you want to call it, a hat, his USA white hat. And when they were in front of the procession of bringing out a killed soldier. And, if you care about that, I think it's a small point for me. Honestly, I don't see it as that disrespectful with the different times today, but, take it for what you will. And my point is, people got upset about that. They thought it was disrespectful. And Trump tried to basically pressured Fox News not to play it. And instead, they basically lied to people and put out an older version showing Trump without a hat and different clothes and just played it as if that was the one. And everybody caught him. And everyone said, that's dishonest. And the point was, Fox News is basically working for Trump. And it's no different than CNN, Democrat, or just our government and media. See, that's the way you got to look at it. It's not about left or right. I mean, they do have differences, but it is about the control of flow of information. And that's the power they have. And now they apologize. Oh, okay. Apologize because you got caught. Clearly you didn't care. Otherwise you apologize because you got caught. So that's all this means. And they'll probably do it again tomorrow. Fox News apologizes for using old video. Oh, and this was that was just the breaking news part of it. It was actually from the New Republic. Plenty of people covered it as well. Now, we went over yesterday reports of U.S. servicemen deployed under guise of training. Now, please keep an eye on that and send me anything you find, because I really do think this is important, and I think it's only going to get more obvious. As I said yesterday, I believe very clear. I think there are people on the ground, and I mean that in the sense of like actual military, in whether we're talking about on the border or actually in locations in Iran. That's my complete opinion based on the evidence we've seen, based on the reality of reports coming from servicemen that they were boots on the ground tomorrow, and I think that was the 6th, and that there's plenty of reports of people like overwhelmingly reaching out to the hotline, trying to find out ways to be a conscientious objector. Now, why would that be happening? Why would there be hundreds of those reports if we weren't deploying? I mean, you could argue it's because they're reacting to the idea. That's certainly possible. But I think it's important that we think about this on top of the fact that Mike pointed out that there are reports from these servicemen speaking to him that are saying that they were being told it was training, excuse me, training, and then winding up being deployed. Now, the people will argue, well, it doesn't matter. They're in the military. They can do what they want. Okay, I kind of disagree with that. But either way, end of the day it's still manipulative. And that's the real point. They're lying to the people they respect so dearly to get them to do something they claim they all want to do. That doesn't line up, does it? Also, Graham publicly said Trump is resetting the world and talked about Cuba and Mexico and all of it, right? And so let's get into that as well. Here's what he said. This quick clip about the new forever war in the Western Hemisphere, anyway.
Just as we formed a coalition to eradicate ISIS in the Middle East, we must now do the same thing to eradicate the cartels at home.
Yeah, right. The cartels, the same cartels that they are working with on a regular basis. I mean, and I didn't include it this time, but in yesterday's show, since we went over it more in depth, I included that, the clip that Jason made. Let me see if I can get it to pop up anyway. Nope. Well, here's the show. Here's the show that we discussed this. So here's at least the show. He did a good clip on that. It's about 12 minutes that really broke down all of the different points that we discussed. The U.S. government's long documented cartel connections. And again, as the one I just showed, that one that I showed yesterday as well, that I show every time, that's just crazy that they can even pretend like this is not, like, of course, you could argue this is one corrupt entity, but it's sprawling how clear it is. Look it up. How many times Israel's been caught? I think at least two major ones that I've found funding, arming the cartel members. The wiretap, the DEA laundered $19 million of cartel drug money into cash and crypto, but we're fighting them. It's obvious there's more to this story. So the point is that we're fighting a new war against the cartels or drug trafficking or terrorists or, whatever we want to call whatever we end up bumping up against and decide we want to take over. That's what this becomes. And all the people screaming about no more forever wars, no more regime change, and that's all Democrat, yay, forever war. It's insane how ridiculous it is. That's what we're talking about. The shields of America with apparently Cristian at the helm, because that makes you feel great after she just got exposed for massive corruption, millions of dollars going to companies that no one knows about, that don't exist, that have never worked before. And then here's McLaughlin. I know we just moved you out of the administration, but here's millions of dollars for a campaign. It's profiteering, it's corruption, it's the whole damn administration. We'll get to the fact of the Trump sons and their drone investment and the war overlap, and it's just one more example of the whole damn thing. But overall, that we're talking about an effort to, one, claim that like the Monroe Doctrine, everything's coming back around, that they have somehow the right to control this entire area. They do not. On top of that now this is a justification, which they've already started doing, to continue, by the way, what they've already been doing, which is unilaterally execute people in the middle of the ocean, regardless of whether you think those are crimes being committed under U.S. law, by the way, which makes no sense if you understand anything about how the world works. At the end of the day, they've always started that. They've already been doing it. And now they're just going to initiate this in a larger sense. And they just did it again. I guess we just take their word for it that they bombed people that were doing something wrong. And again, in their mind, doing something wrong would be to say the wrong thing about Israel or to, have the wrong opinion or to wear the wrong thing. That's both sides of our government right now. Anti-Semitism or whatever they want to call it. Now, on top of that, we have Venezuela, we have Cuba, we have Nicaragua, it just never stops. Somalia, Sudan, Nigeria. This is the peace president, we're told. No new wars except those three, right? not the three. Right? There's three we'll get to, or many more than that if you understand the reality. And this is them just gloating first about Venezuela, right? The one right now that Trump, as we just showed you, Delcy Rodriguez, that Trump threatened with indictments that they didn't play ball. They didn't do what Trump wanted. But let's pretend this is still democracy. Are we even, they're not even trying to carry that over. They just yell democracy. How long have I jokingly made that point? As long as they just yell democracy and freedom, and here we are, where they just, Trump picks her, we want you, and if you don't do what I want, then we're going to remove you. But, it's democracy. For Venezuelans, get what they want that we tell them they want. And he's going to tell you, we stole all their gold and we're taking their oil. Yeah, in what way does this benefit the Venezuelan people, as he tries to say in the end? But we know Cuba, Mexico, because that's the major point with this overlap to the cartels. They're now aiming at Mexico. They told you they were going to go this direction. Don't forget the Technate map, all of it. That's why they talked about Canada, talked about Greenland and Panama and Mexico. It's all part of this agenda, and it's not even secret. So here he is telling you brazenly that we just robbed them of what their resources. Tell me how this lines up at all with what they were promising at the very least.
We signed the first licenses for critical minerals to start flowing and precious metals. On Friday, there was $100 million of gold that.
So he briefly says precious metals. Don't forget, this was the entire point that we said in the first place. Lithium, rare earth minerals. Oh, you're such a conspiracy theorist. Even the conservatives. It's about freedom for the Venezuelan people. But no more regime change war simultaneously, though, because I'm a smart person. Guys, it's obvious this is one of the major points this was about. And instantaneously, we see this happening. But it's as we've always said over the years, it's not like it's only one or the other. It's just about resources, control, and wealth and influence. So money, gold, oil, all of it. But yes, it was always about that. As Elon said, we'll coup whoever we want.
Came from Venezuela to the United States. That's for both industrial purposes as well as licenses for critical minerals to start flowing and precious metals. On Friday, there was $100 million of gold that came from Venezuela to the United States. That's for both industrial purposes as well as other commercial uses. Venezuela's got $500 billion of resources of gold, but they've also got other critical minerals, bauxite for aluminum, which we need for defense and for consumer goods. They've got coal resources that can be used to help generate power, to help us win the AI.
Right? Great. We got all this stuff we can exploit. You got Lindsey Graham over there just yesterday said, we're going to make so much money from Iran. Same point here. Cuba. Oh my God, it's all coming down. Lindsey Graham is so excited he can't even stand it. This is the guy that right before this, all the conservatives told you was a rhino and he was the worst person. But now it's like, rah, rah, war, because they said. I don't believe most conservatives I believe in it. I think that most conservatives right now are angry about this. I really do. And I've said that from the very beginning. And it's wild how it's only gotten more clear and still people push back on it. I think you know why. I could certainly still be wrong, but I think it's quite obvious that a massive portion of this side are people that actually cared about the things that he promised. Weird, right? I mean, I've always said this, guys. Why would they promise? Why would they project doing the right thing if they thought we wanted something else? If you take this, the ridiculous Michael Tracy type opinion that they're all just the worst people in the world, we knew it. They all support it because all Republicans are stupid. There's so many of the people like these pseudo intellectuals that have these mindsets that are shown to be false by the most basic investigation. Clearly, most people don't want this. If you look at the polls, if you look at everything, not the manipulated stuff, but the long-term reality. Now, I will be the first to point out in the midst of an agenda, like an Iraq point, you can get a huge surge in support based on propaganda, manipulation. But we know today, we should have always known that those things are almost always manipulated. I mean, every single time. I mean, we're going to get into a point about that today, just manipulating the information in front of you to give you a certain impression, whether it's polls or anything else. But this is just crazy. So they're going to take everything they possibly can. But he's going to end by telling you that it's all about the Venezuelan people.
Race with China. So they're rich in minerals. And just like they passed an amazing hydrocarbon law back in January, in 3 weeks, their legislature did that in response to the...
Funny how that works out, right? So we passed a law that allows the U.S. Western industries to come in and just take everything they can at a very, very, very low price. Right, because it's benefiting Venezuela. It's the same. Look, this is the exact same scenario that happened before they pushed them out. Right? Back when those oil companies were there just reaping everything and the Venezuelan people were left with peanuts. And it's the same scenario, guys. It's the same thing they do everywhere. Do we not see what happened in Iraq? Remember how much they promised? Oh my God, they're going to be so much they're going to gain from it. How you doing, Iraq? Oh, they're still being bombed right now and attacked by U.S. and Israel. That's how that worked out. How's Libya doing, by the way? But listen to this guy. I promise it's all going to work out.
The U.S., that's creating opportunities for investment, for human capital and financial capital in their country haven't seen. And now on Monday, in tomorrow, they're introducing a similar kind of change in regime of the laws.
Oh, what was that? Whoops. Freudian slip.
In response to the U.S., that's creating opportunities for investment, for human capital and financial capital in their country haven't seen. And
their country hasn't seen. You know why? Because the U.S. government's been doing everything it possibly can to stop anybody anywhere from doing any deals with them because they're, I guess, childish or whatever you want to call it, authoritarian. That's the reality. It's funny how you want to make it seem like we're giving them all these opportunities. Well, they were all pretty much there for most people in the world, except you weren't letting that stuff happen because they have, like you said, lots of wealth, lots of gold, lots of resources. So let's pretend like nobody anywhere ever wanted any of that until you stumbled in and destroyed everything. This is why people are tired of this, because these old, ridiculous people who have been giving you the same tired lines your entire life just go about the same motions. The world has changed, bud. You guys are losing your influence or it's gone. That's the reality. And now he slips up and literally says regime change because this is how ridiculous it is today.
Now, on Monday, in tomorrow, they're introducing a similar kind of change in regime of the laws for all of the critical minerals in mining. And so when we were down there this week with both oil and gas executives from the U.S. and the top mining executives, these folks...
Oh, okay, get that? So yeah, they went in there with their top mining, the U.S. entities, Western companies, and they're in there surveying what they're going to take and do, right? I mean, do you really believe that these people with this much influence and no reason of any reason to give them anything are going to make sure that the Venezuelan people get anything from this? Or by the way, a government that's literally being threatened with indictment if they don't do what Trump wants is going to somehow be able to negotiate benefits for the Venezuelan people. I mean, if this comes down to the reality of what these people are and their history that is slapping you in the face of your entire life of what they've always done. And now somehow it's, well, they're going to do the right thing by these people, despite the fact that every single time they've ever been in this position and I've ever covered, that's not what's happened. You look it up. You tell me I'm wrong. You tell me that that's the case. Then show me what country has benefited from any one of these actions from the U.S. government, and I will quit doing this work. That's where we are yet again. And here he is telling you it's all going to work out.
Folks are excited about getting back to Venezuela. They were often there before in the past. They see great opportunity. And I tell you, the people of Venezuela, they are going to be putting up a statue to President Trump as a great liberator.
Guys, these are exactly, I mean, like the textbook, playbook responses from the Iraq War. Literally what they're saying. I mean, even CNN has a compilation of what was said then versus what's said now. It is identical. And it's not unique to Trump or the Republicans. This is what they do. They just recycle these things because these people are just actors in most cases. They're just playing their roles to get what they can from the broken game they're playing. And I don't mean all that necessarily literally. I'm just trying to make a point in the sense of what they're really accomplishing. You think he's there to fight for the Venezuelan people? I mean, are we really that naive?
Because he has opened up their economy again after more than 2 decades.
Yeah, because they had it closed. Funny how that works out. That's important to include, isn't it?
Enthusiasm is high on the ground level in Venezuela for what their future can be. And again, fun to be bringing home the gold for America on Friday from Venezuela. The partnership very strong there with Delcy Rodriguez.
Yeah, the one that he just threatened with indictments. Literally, if I didn't go into it in depth because so much has happened, but I still have it all. I had an entire article with like 60% of it highlighted about the reality of what it was a Reuters article about what Trump put out there, what was being said. And I mean, it wasn't just because the Reuters article said. This was actually broadly discussed. And ultimately, the reality is that Donald Trump threatened them with multiple indictments if they didn't ultimately give Trump what they wanted from the administration. And then, like, at the same moment, they're out there going, we've never been stronger. Delcy and I are doing great. And so it's just everything they do is a lie. That's just politics, guys. That's what I mean. It might as well be synonymous with the word dishonesty. That's what it is.
In the leadership in Venezuela.
You sound like an Olympic athlete bringing home the gold. Now that
part of it, President Trump has promised a golden age.
You just look at these yucking idiots up here, like just literally joking about, like it just makes me sick to watch these kind of people downplay the seriousness of what they just casually discussed. Just the casual corruption, right? The piracy of what we're dealing with. It's sad. So, stealing gold in one location, everywhere else as well. Same with Iraq. But drop site news, Trump is now eyeing surprise economic deal with Cuba. See how this works? This is not anything anybody should ever praise because what you're doing is dishonest. It's manipulative. But guess what? That's the rampant lawlessness is becoming practice. That's Hegseth. That's Graham. Punch them while they're down. I don't want a fair fight. These are the sentiments that used to be looked at as, it's got to be a better word. Like, it's dishonest. It is the person in the match or the game or the experience that is out there trying to cheat, trying to get one over on you, not with no honor, right? No respect for, it's you go back historically, even with enemies, the reality of being able to meet and have discussions, there's some kind of a level that is needed in any kind of like a global dynamic that they have destroyed utterly. Bombing people when they meet for discussions, which we'll get to. And so the point is, guys, that he comes to Cuba with this threat. The last week, Cuba's going to be going down very soon. You mark my words. You think, he knows they see that. That's the point. And so even if you want to argue he's some kind of savvy maneuver, he's doing it without any intention to do it. And you got to be really dumb to think that's the reality with every other one that has come to fruition. But fine, let's just say he's threatening because he wants to manipulate or rather, use the art of the deal and then goes, oh, well, guess what? Here, let's make a deal instead. Guys, that is you strong-arming. That's what that's called. You are using the threat of violence to push them to make a deal and then act like you somehow made some kind of, that's not even respected in a deal-making sense. That's not savvy. That's the equivalent of you tricking that ship and bombing them and acting like you had some great submarine maneuver. Yet you just tricked them. I mean, I don't even mean in the sense of like some, cunning to maneuver. You set it up to where they were, anyway, we'll get into that in a second, a little update on that. But so in this case, at the end of the day, we're talking about them threatening, and then acting like you want to come make a deal. Do you think anybody in this government would act like you want to make a deal with somebody who 30 seconds ago was saying they were going to remove your country from the map? The Trump administration is quietly exploring a potential economic deal with Cuba that would ease some sanctions. Now, it may even happen because of all this time of the never-ending manipulation of this country. Talks reportedly include possible agreements on ports, energy, blah, 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 which they'll double-cross the second it's in their interest, and the whole world knows that. So Cuba on the table, right? If a deal, maybe, which I guarantee will still never end up with just a complete normal, allied situation, because this is how it started. So there's never any real agreement. On top of that, it's probably going to go into some regime change effort, especially if Israel has a say in it, because they don't want anything other than bombing and destroying and taking. But not just Cuba. Guess what? Ecuador. Yep, no new wars. Ecuador voted no to U.S. military bases in November. 3 months later, the U.S. Special Forces are in Ecuador anyway, because that's how they operate, right? We're going to, even if it's a small point, they're making these ridiculously childish videos about war using video clips. And one of them was from Tropic Thunder. And Ben Stiller was like, you guys didn't pay for this. You have no right to use this clip. There was all kinds of clips in there. But point is, they don't care. I guarantee you, no matter what happens, if the major movie industry steps up and goes, that's ours, and he probably still won't care, because there's so much hubris and so much righteous, they believe they have the right to do all of this. They don't. It's just they believe they could do whatever they want. They can't. They still will. They'll try. So in this case, they are like everywhere else they've done. They're just doing what they want anyway. On March 6th, the U.S. directly bombed targets on the Colombian border in Operation Total Extermination, right? So they see an interest in being there for their other operation. They don't care what this government says. You know why? Because they believe they can do what they want, because none of these governments are able to, let's put it this way. They don't see themselves on an even table with these other governments. Whether or not they're more powerful or whatever else, they are underlings to the way they see the world. This is the same Trump that says, we don't want to be the policeman of the world, then literally went on to do exactly that. He feeds you BS like the rest of them do. One more location on the never-ending not wars that are not happening. Now, this is just what Grok had to say about the conflict. One, the points that you already know, but I find it interesting that they respond like this, and I just simply ask, how many conflicts is he involved in the moment? And even according to Grok, Iran, Venezuela, Syria, Somalia, Iraq, and Nigeria. Now, that is not all of them, by the way. And I said, well, is he not routinely bombing Somalia? Oh, sorry. Actually, this was the wrong one. That's interesting. I thought, either way, the point was, of all the additional, not just bombing, or rather not just conflict engagement, but bombings and military action, which I think is important to see. So right now, stand back and look at the full picture, as where you have Netanyahu, multiple fronts, Lebanon, Syria, even Iraq, by the way, Gaza. It's a multi-front war. And the point is, people don't see it that way when we're only talking about one point of the conflict. So in this case, everyone they're involved in, from bombing engagement, Iran, Venezuela, Somalia, Syria, Iraq, Nigeria, Yemen. And there are more than that. When you understand, the Sudan, for example, there are engagements that are some degrees happening, or as we just saw, Ecuador, which is not listed there. But overall, think about how this in any way represents the idea of a peace president, of no more wars. I don't remember this happening. Venezuela was not an active war before this. Well, right now, it gets in the sense of what they did, that's an active war. But just now that there's no current conflict, doesn't mean it wasn't an active war when it happened. Or the idea of Nigeria, or Yemen, or Syria, or Somalia, all these places that are supposed to be not happening. Now, you could argue it wasn't Trump's fault. I wouldn't even disagree. Some of these things happened long before he was there. But nonetheless, all of them, based on, you pick which one you want to look into, are based on false information, faulty allegations, manipulation. Yemen, for crying out loud, has been starved my entire, almost the entire time I've been doing this work. And that barely even gets a conversation today. And it's still the reality. They're still suffering because of what they're doing. They're still occupied. They're still being manipulated with ISIS elements that are allowed to work in their Saudi-controlled areas within Yemen. It just never stops. And as I've said before, the Houthis were the only ones that stood up against what they were doing in the water and never sunk a ship, never stole anything, never killed anybody. even though they were taking kinetic action to stop them. Think about the restraint that takes, the skill that takes, and yet they're the terrorists. Now, on top of that, Unusual Whales Post, national debt on track to rise 120% of GDP in 2036 off of Trump policies, meaning a continual increase based on what's happening. Surprise, surprise. Now, it's estimation, of course, but I don't think we're that shocked to see that. Now, this is the title currently. Now, whether this is relevant or not, I just thought it was interesting. I hate the fact that these platforms constantly change these titles. For Israel's Netanyahu, Trump grants wishes, but his support carries risks. That's apparently what it currently says. Here's what it was before, which I almost feel like this one was, I almost feel like the new one is actually more, I guess, critical, but it's just strange. Like, why is it even acceptable for them to do that, to just alter their title with no update? I find that's just not what journalism is. But anyway, for Israel's Netanyahu, Trump grants prayers with some unwelcome caveats. That's what it said before. This is important. Not because Wall Street Journal or Washington Post says, but because of what we already had from before. Rubio literally saying exactly this and then being challenged, even by Trump. And this is coming out even more from people that are inside the conversation that Netanyahu, as I think it's not going to come as a surprise to anybody paying attention, seems to be the one in control of this entire thing. For Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli right, President Donald Trump has been something close to a prophetic fulfillment. Yeah, that's a little close to the home, isn't it? Right? That's a little on the nose, because that's not even just some kind of a useful term. They, in many cases, call him a prophet. And yet, at the same time, or in addition, you have our government being told, or our military being told by Hegseth, a religious Zionist, by the way, that this is God's war for Armageddon. Hundreds of people have complained. I'll point that out again today. Complained. From like 30 plus different units, or I'll get to the numbers in a second, off the top of my head. It was a lot. About the fact that they're being told this is a religious war. I mean, this is for Israel. That's their agenda. And to call, just think about the overlap of the discussion we've heard about Al-Aqsa Mosque, the red heifer and the sacrificing of it. This is all the same conversation. Or Besant talking to Tucker Carlson about giving them all the land because the Bible says. These people are the very extremists that we're always talking about. Whatever religion you think is guiding them, that's the point. Any of them can be extremist. It's just anybody, even without it, can be extremist. It's about people who take it to the extreme and become radical because of it. Though through 5 years in the White House, Trump answered some of their biggest prayers. He moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, recognized Israeli sovereignty of the Golan Heights, both of which were crimes. He has no right to do either of those things. And that's not my opinion. That's international law. It's been the same ever since. They just don't care. It's the same. It's like changing the Gulf of America to Gulf. It's just dumb. And it doesn't actually mean anything. He just writes it down and just pretends that's the reality. In this case, both of those things were major crimes. The Golan Heights was not his to give away, and it wasn't Israeli territory, despite what they say. And ever since he gave them that territory, they've been using it to bomb down onto Syria, and they've used it to continue to ethnically cleanse the area. And ripped up the Iran nuclear deal. Yep. The deal, the JCPOA that they were always in line with. Even Grok will tell you that if you care to look, or look at the facts like I've always shown you. And Trump is the one who personally destroyed it because that's what Israel wanted. And they've used that all the way to today. And it says UN funding for Palestinian refugees was gutted. Jewish settlers in the West Bank, once condemned by Washington, are now getting their own U.S. passport office. What was that again, Trump? You condemned the West Bank annexation? Yeah, keep telling us that. It's in this is the thing. Like the Kurds right now. He put in resources. So did every administration before him, by the way. That goes back to Syria, Iraq, even before. But in this reality, Donald Trump has given them the resources, the funding, the arms, weeks before they bombed them in Iran, while pretending they were in the midst of negotiations, knowing they were always going to do this. That all came out. And Israel supports it. Trump came out and said we want him involved. Now reports from Israel that they're already conducting ground invasions on the ground. That's my point. If that's happening, I'm convinced there are U.S. soldiers, and well, probably not Israeli, to be honest, because they're not capable, it seems. But either way, and of course, they want the U.S. to fight their wars for them. But the point being that is something that is obvious. We all talked about it. And then Trump comes out 2 days ago or yesterday and says, I don't want the Kurds involved. The only reason he does that is so the Benny Johnson morons out there will come out and go, that's not involved. The Kurds are, and Trump told you he doesn't want it. Even though they already did it, it's already done, it's already happening. He's just trying to distance himself from what is an obvious crime, if it ever comes to that. Funding separatist invasion. Like, this is the very thing they told you they were never doing everywhere else. This is the moderate rebels. It's the same point. And again, don't miss the reality of their own U.S. passport office for illegal West Bank settlers who are some of the most radical people in the conversation, who are the ones burning down homes with children inside, who are the ones beating up grandmothers. You know, Trump talks about bopping grandmothers over the head. That's literally what I just showed you of these settlers beating up a grandmother until she bleeds out on the ground. There's another video just went around of you IDF members with them shooting and killing Palestinians. Because, and this is an IDF member with these settlers that they claim is illegal. They don't care. And your government supports that. Now, and the morning of February 28th brought the biggest thing he gave Israel is the argument. A full-scale attack on Iran by the largest buildup, and this is the 12-day war point, of U.S. forces since Iraq war was something Netanyahu had beseeched American presidents, Republican and Democrat, to carry out for decades. Isn't it funny how we can make these in this weird echo chamber Twitter discussion that ultimately we can have these conversations and people pretend. I mean, if we can all publicly acknowledge that that Netanyahu has personally, weird how long he's been in power. We don't talk about that, right? It's okay when they do it. That ultimately he's been trying to manipulate this government into a war with Iran my entire life. And they say it plainly right there. Not because they say it makes it true. It is true because it's obvious. Netanyahu has been trying to get U.S. government to go to war with Iran for decades. Everyone knows that, but we aren't allowed to say it sometimes. For Netanyahu, the risk is that Trump's involvement won't be enough to reverse his anemic electoral hopes. And see, again, a point that we often make that's supposed to be fake news or anti-Semitic until it's obvious when you can see it for yourself, which is that Israeli media and apparently even U.S. media are completely okay pointing out that Netanyahu goes to war to help himself politically. Think about casually making that point as if that's not insane. War criminal. Somebody who is willing to kill his own people and others just to maybe give himself a little bit more power, to remove himself, to make himself not have to go to jail. You don't think Trump and look, Trump's administration is quite literally emulating everything Israel does, right down to the sentiments they're using to describe people in Iran that they're bombing. The prime minister, who will face traumatized Israeli voters, they write, this year, because if you don't understand it by now, and even they'll cite it in this article, his own people are furious with him, not because he didn't do what they said about Hamas, because they know that they killed their own people, because they know that they failed them on October 7th. That's a public conversation in Israel. We still can't even grapple with that in the mainstream conversation here because they're all controlled by that same entity, as far as I can tell. I mean, that's my opinion, but some of them you can quite literally prove, funding and otherwise. And it says, who will face traumatized Israelis this year trying to escape accountability for the catastrophic security failures of October 7th. And it says, it is betting the war will prove to be the latest lifeline in a political career defined by magic trick comebacks. And that's not the only part in there. I mean, you don't remember, like we've discussed it many times over the years, and there's more parts in this article too, but Israeli media will blatantly say it, that Netanyahu starts war to avoid political outcome, like very clearly. Netanyahu, behind in the polls, is expected to, which he's wildly unpopular in Israel, is expected by some analysts to call an early election in hopes of benefiting a surge of popular support for decapitating Iran's leadership, which, I mean, I guess that's technically accurate since he killed the leader, but that implies they destroyed the actual, it does not what happened. In fact, all the evidence suggests otherwise, that one person out of the way, the sun is now in place, which we'll talk about, and there's no indication that they had any like missing a beat at all. It says, this is the biggest thing Bibi has ever gotten from Trump, says a political scientist at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Just the sentiment itself, biggest thing Bibi's ever gotten from Trump, implying that he's been trying to get things for concessions. Yeah, that's what the reality is. And how much have we gotten for that? You want to demonstrate one positive outcome, one benefit of any kind in my entire life that Israel has ever gained for the American people? I won't hold my breath. Everything else can be forgotten because this is the big one. See, even he's telling you, going to war with Iran for Israel has always been the big one they've wanted. You can't hide how clear this is. For Trump, with congressional midterms on the horizon, the war strains a political base built on hostility, on foreign entanglements, or two foreign entanglements, and it comes with the gas prices already climbing. I mean, as we continue to get in more and more foreign entanglements, that's ridiculous to pretend like that's, I mean, it's the opposite of what's happening. And it says, many in his camp fault the president for letting Netanyahu drag him into what Tucker Carlson, the pro-MAGA podcast host, well, sort of, I guess, called Israel's war. Literally is. Trump, Netanyahu, at the heart of their hot and cold partnership, which is not even remotely what this really is. That's the theater they put on. But they say is a frequently asked question of who is really driving whom. Funny how this used to be called anti-Semitic, right? Here we are. Well, Washington Post. At the heart of the partnership is frequently asked, who's in control of who? Who's influencing whom here? Yeah. Way to catch up. About 20 years late, Washington Post. Carlson isn't the only one who sees a U.S. president skillfully worked by a master manipulator who has spent 30 years yearning how to get Washington to do what Jerusalem wants. One of these points we're going to talk about more today, especially next when we get into the Alex Jones overlap, is how clear this is, how long we've been telling you this has been evolving, that the world sees this now. And it was happening before, but clearly because they shot themselves in both feet with their belligerent genocide actions after October 7th and the failures that the creation of that and their failures and the lie-hop discussion of the whole thing. But overall, that we're seeing them now basically start to tell you that reality, but a fraction of what you might have known 10 years ago, right? They're barely bringing you into it. It's so much more obvious today. The reason, as I've been telling you, because we, you, us, the independent media, the honest people of the world have forced this, which means you're winning, which means after, despite the censorship and the propaganda and AI and algorithms and everything, you're still getting this through. We are still effectively changing the focus. Think about how is that not a win? But so the point is that because that's happening, because it's undeniable, because 99% of Alex Jones' own audience are like, what the F are you doing? Why are you talking about this? They're forced to go, okay, I have to protect. So that's the same thing here with him as well. They're now forcing, they have to go, now I see it. Oh my God, look at what is he saying here? Pointing to a clip from 2025. We'll get to that next. Same thing here with Washington Post, all the rest of them. When's the last time, when have you ever expected them to say it like this? It's because it is obvious and has been for years, and they were hoping that would pull back. It has not. Carlson isn't the only one who sees U.S. presidents skillfully worked by a master manipulator, that's Netanyahu, who has spent 30 years learning how to get Washington to do what Jerusalem wants. My God. I could literally say that right now on Twitter. I'd probably get censored. You know what I mean? Like, that's how broken this all is right now. Trump has also put the brakes on Israeli desires to formally annex parts of the West Bank more than once. Think how dumb it is for them to say that? Because here's the thing. Trump said that out loud. It did not happen. Nowhere. There's no actual action happening from Trump or anyone in his administration that's even asking them to stop. He just said out loud that I'm against the West Bank annexation, like recently. You realize the article just started with the fact that he gave these West Bank settlers doing the annexation, or rather the occupying and with the government's help with the annexation, a post office box, or the passport box we just talked about. So the point clearly is that's them just giving them the book. Why would you say that? Is it happening? No. Has he in action always supported it? Yes. Did Miriam pay him $200 million to allow them to do it? Yes. Was it part of the agreement of the last ceasefire with Gaza that Trump said they could? Yes. And here he is. You know what I mean? Like, this is my point. These people, even though they're saying these things now, are still not on your side. This is them trying to gain some level of support, in my opinion, because now the world sees this and there's no going back. Trump initially stayed out of what he called a unilateral attack, and that's the 12-day war. But as Israel efficiently hammered the facilities, he ordered American bombers and bunker-buster munitions into the fray. By the end, Trump was claiming credit for a triumph, because that's how embarrassing that is. What a child you must be for us to see the way that goes, then to limp in following their action and be like, we did it. That's your one of your many mission accomplished moments, like George Bush, declaring inaccurately that Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. You could take it either way you want. You could argue that it was obliterated and then somehow magically now they have it back, which makes no sense. Or you could rightly argue that what they did was lied about it then. But The point is still that they never had it to begin with, because all of the evidence shows you that, from Tulsi Gabbard to the IAEA to everybody. Every single part of it, other than Trump and Netanyahu and their lackeys, are telling you that that's the case. As I've always said, certainly could have some secret bomb somewhere that I don't know about, but there's no evidence to back it up. So what I report to you is what I can prove. And the evidence we have is pretty obvious. It's very one-sided. And yet they lie about it. Through the fall and winter, Trump insisted publicly that he preferred a negotiated settlement with Iran. Now, remember, as they were saying this, they were already funding the Kurds and getting the stuff ready. Netanyahu increasingly alarmed that Trump might succeed, you understand, in a negotiation to peace. Worried about that. That Netanyahu is worried that Trump might actually get peace. I don't think that was ever in the cards, personally. I mean, I could see a world in which Trump is still trying to grapple with losing support in this country and maybe just tries to do that on the side of it. You know, I could see that. But then that's when we got Netanyahu calling and saying, why are you talking to them without me? And they said we wouldn't do it anymore. This is literally that time frame, guys. That's what that was. And continuing, Netanyahu, increasingly alarmed that Trump might succeed, flew to Mar-a-Lago and to the White House. Remember, when let him in that side door, which Bannon tried to pretend like was an insult? No, that was his, literally walking in the back door of the White House. His seventh visit in Trump's second term, more than any other world leader to push for military action. And it's also 7 visits within the first year. That's just the conservatives see this. I don't know why people can't acknowledge that. And he pushed him to war. A key component of Netanyahu's drive for war, there's many parts throughout the entire show today, which I'm going to try to get to all of it, that come back to this, like Tucker Carlson claiming he went to try to convince him otherwise. We'll get to all of it. A key component of Netanyahu's drive for war came during visits to the White House in December and February, according to 2 U.S. and Middle East officials and an advisor to Trump. All of them said the same thing, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss high-sensitive diplomacy. So because it's anonymity, they consider that it could be false, like always. Netanyahu made clear his desire to attack Iran's ballistic missile program in coming weeks. Now, look, right there, the first sentence, how could anybody act like that doesn't exactly line up? Like, that's like saying it's Tuesday. Netanyahu wanted to attack the ballistic missile program. Yes, like every other day ever. And realize that's a crime. There's no declaration of war. There's no legal reason to do it. Well, that program is not illegal. Because realize they're not even talking about nukes right there. They're just talking about their ballistic missiles. And they wanted to bomb it, right? So this is where the Rubio part comes into play. The prime minister said Israel would be willing to strike Iran with or without the U.S. involvement, though he wanted Trump to greenlight the operation. Now, this is what I think, guys. I could easily see a world in which this was Trump just as much involved with this. But I've seen many examples over the years where I can see that I feel like Trump is being played, even though I do think he's amenable to the agenda. He cares about his legacy. He cares about what he's being seen as, right? That's why I often point out how insane it is that he makes himself look stupid. And I think that shows control. But this is an obvious example that Netanyahu, for example, could manipulate Trump into doing what he wants, or any president we've seen before in this government, where he basically says that we're going to do this, right? So we are going to do this no matter what. But it'd probably be more strategic or better, or it'd make you look like a leader, Trump, if you did it. Now, whatever you think the narrative was, every time I've ever seen this, this is where we are, where Israel, and look, there's even been points of them admitting this, leaked videos and otherwise, where it will be best if the U.S. starts this. So we are not the ones on the table. And here we are, where you have the United States government doing something for Israel that is damaging for everybody. Apparently, I shouldn't even say other than Israel, since they're being bombed too. But the ultimate point was there's no in any way positive outcome or benefit for the U.S. government or the American people in any way that I can see. Spending, of weaponry, of resources, of money, everything. To what benefit here, guys? This is Israel driving the U.S. government to do it. Now, the point became about the nuclear discussion, where essentially that they were worried that Israel might use nukes. And I think the only reason that Rubio threw that in there, well, I guess it could be one of either. Maybe that was the reality, which is insane. And it was threatened because they knew Trump would feel like he didn't want that to happen and felt like that. So you could argue he got pressured, which is ultimately what they ended up going with in that little 2-day period where that was stated. And then they came back around and said, fake. Trump said, I started it. It wasn't, we fired first, which then destroyed the reality or the claim of an imminent attack. That's why the day later they went 47 years of an imminent attack. Like, they're so reactionary, it's embarrassing. And it's just like Israel. But you can see the way this moves. And here, as it says, that prime minister said Israel would be willing to strike Iran with or without you guys, though he wanted Trump to green light it. Netanyahu's determination to initiate hostilities led Trump, according to the reports, to believe an Israeli attack was inevitable. Okay, so right there, even if it was, that's them coercing you. That's them saying, I'm going to do it no matter what, so you can decide for yourself, and then they felt like they had to. So from a U.S. perspective, an America First perspective, that's Israel dragging Trump into it, which is what a lot of people said, if that's the reality. And he goes, so Netanyahu's determination to initiate hostilities led Trump to believe it was inevitable that they would attack, and that the best course of action was to involve U.S. military power to ensure its success. And of course, maybe thinking he'd come out looking great, you know? I think what's clear here, what makes the most sense rather, is that you could see this, the way I've always seen Trump, even from the people around him that use him all the time. He gets presented, I'm going to make a point in a minute about, you know, the Loomer influence and the 90% support this, where people are making the arguments, even Tucker Carlson, that he is surrounded by people who are misinforming him about the reality, which is the same as last time, by the way. And again, I don't see him as some honest player being played the entire time. I think he's part of this to a large degree, but I also see that. I see him being played. And so what we're discussing is coming to him like this and going, here's the only two options, Mr. Trump. And this one clearly is but you choose, because, and both of them ultimately work out for the benefit of what Netanyahu wanted. They've been doing, that's what they're discussing. This is what they've been doing for decades. And on top of all of that, once it's done, Trump doesn't want to look like he got played. So he will die on that lie, acting like he's the one. In fact, going so far as to make himself look like the war criminal just to not look like you got played by Netanyahu. Then continues, quote, it was a false premise because the United States could have told Israel no, said the advisor to the president, but it was a clever tactic and it shifted the momentum in favor of military action. That's what they believe anyway. The advisor to the president speaking on anonymity. Or you could argue that's Trump putting him out there to say that, which might change the way you read this and might make a desperate effort to make them look like they weren't responsible. Who's to say? But no matter how you look at this, and not even based on just this report, but what we already knew, it's obvious on its face, guys, that this is being done by Israel. Whatever presidency you want to look at. Now, Trump is trying to maneuver this. Look, if you want to make the argument that he has no other choice and he's trying to do his best to avoid nuclear catastrophe, fine. I disagree, but at least then acknowledge what's really happening. Because my argument here, my goal is not to say Trump bad guy. If you think that, you're not paying attention to anything I've ever said. It's about trying to show you what the U.S. government is doing and always has done and what Israel's doing through it. So fine, if you want to remove him from the conversation, that's up to you. But still acknowledge the real picture of what that means and how it's happening. Netanyahu in late February called Trump with a specific piece of intelligence. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his inner circle would be gathering at a single known location in Tehran on a Saturday morning. Israel was ready. Trump decided to go for it. So let me read this again, because you know what happened. And this is now why they're trying to make it out to be that he was in some kind of deep bunker. That's been shown to be false. Another fake 3D map they put out. It's clear he was in his same old above ground building with plenty of non-military targets involved, including civilians. The point is that this is Netanyahu. According to their people, according to U.S. entities speaking to Washington Post, Netanyahu came to Trump late February and told him with a specific piece of intelligence saying that Khamenei was in his inner circle would be gathering in a specific location so they could kill them. The part that they're seemingly casually leaving out was that they were meeting because of the deal that they proposed, right? So you have the meeting yet again, gathering all the appropriate people to discuss whether this might be something they want, and they murdered them all. Now, whether or not that was the reality, they murdered them because these were not military personnel. They were not involved with a military action. That is the international reality, guys. That's the law. You can argue it just shouldn't be the way, then make the case. But it is currently the reality. So that was a crime. So too was bombing Soleimani under the guise of diplomacy because it had to be in Iraq. So they tricked him into coming because of the authorization for 2002 or any number of other points. That's who these people are. Lebanon, murdering the entire group because they wanted to. And now look, Lebanon's kicking off right at the same time. Like they don't even care that we see how obvious that is. Clearly, guys, this was an assassination based on lies that Trump seems to have gotten tricked into or was fully a part of. You can decide. Trump has bigger support in Israel, says the Washington Post, or rather says an Israeli, than any place in the world now. including the Bible Belt in the United States. You could take that whichever way you want. Declining support here, or the reality that he is more popular in Israel than anywhere else in the world. That speaks for itself. And this is what he said. Tal Shir said Israelis see him as basically their president. Americans, you got to start listening up, okay? You just can't miss what's happening. Here's The Intercept. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it has been inundated with more than 200 calls. This is the update from last time. Last time, when I reported it last, it was 110. 200 calls around dozens of military installations, including 110 complaints. Oh, that's what I was reporting. So apparently it's 200 calls, including 110 complaints filed. So what that means is 200 people have called about this, but only 110 were willing to put their name down, or at least on the record anonymously as a complaint. But this is just between Saturday and Monday. This is insane. Military leaders see Iran war as God's divine plan. You know, it's for how long we've been talking about this and how many times we've pointed to these people as what they are, public religious Zionists who believe in the end times prophecy and the reality that which, by the way, necessarily includes the fall of the West. How can you even remotely call that America first if this is what he believes? And this is, and then on top of that, they're talking to the military personnel that are putting their lives in the line to eventually have the West collapse, calling that divine plan, God's divine plan. As the title continues, a chilling turn for Trump's fascism. Now, I don't call it a turn. I call it people finally seeing what's always been there, because I've been telling you this has been there. And look, you can go back to people Adam Green, for example, has been making these arguments about this stuff for a very long time. And as always, we don't agree on everything. But I still will always point out how consistent he has been calling this out from a very long time ago in regard to this very clear kind of religious push, or rather more so ideologically, but religious is also accurate. Here is Trump today. Not literally today, this is on the 5th, but as of current situation. And I love the way Decenter News frames this. 2025, November. What did Trump say? Pardon Netanyahu. He is now leading Israel into a time of peace. Direct quote. Okay. See? Well, what's he saying today? Well, pardon Netanyahu. He needs to focus on the war. I feel like I need to, this is like the tagline today. Like I just guess it's so ridiculous how obvious this is. That's ridiculous. That's insane. You're literally just telling, the point is pardon him no matter what's going on. So what it means, he's willing to use whatever the circumstance is to rationalize why this war criminal should be pardoned. It's like him leaning in with Lindsey Graham or anything else, guys. He's just showing you what he really is, or at the very least that he has no control over his own choices. Now, we just talked about Twitter and the many different overlaps with Authentics and all the different stuff. And this was a recent post of X Safety saying, suddenly on March 6th, no coincidence there, that they were going to start massively suppressing certain content very quickly. And as Daniel writes out, well, this is why you can't find any accurate posts about what's actually happening in Israel and Iran. Twitter is functioning as a censor for U.S. government and in the name of safety, just like it did during COVID. Same SHIT. Different frame two-party illusion, different, same stuff, it just never stops. So this is where I wanted to get into this point. I think this is actually pretty interesting. I also find it revealing and interesting and entertaining in a way to watch these people spit out around the conversation they've been lying about. But overall, it is actually really revealing about the way this is all going down. So first of all, InfoWars posted this on the 6th. And I just want to make quickly a point because it has to do with Authentics and why that's important for the next part. But it really bothers me because they've done this to me before. In fact, they've used my content on band.tv and used and then once it got called out for why you never posted TLAV or cropped my name out, instead of adding the information, they deleted the content. I literally, if you don't remember, the last American Vagabond, as far as I could tell, was the only person ever banned from band.tv. Not a joke, by the way. I proved it. I could probably still bring up the account. It literally was on there and they just removed me. Quite the censorship-free platform. How insane is that? So my point, though, is that that's happened more than once. And we can talk to people in the past that overlap, and Cooper or Dave Knight, or Schroer, or any number of the ones that have left, guys. All of them tell you the same thing. They don't check their sources. They rush out to it's partisan manipulation. I don't know how many times you need to hear that before you understand what they're actually doing. So what kills me about this is we just talked about this excellent article from Alan McLeod from Mint Press News, right? It was entitled, X users find their real names are being Googled in Israel after using X verification software Authentics. Authentics being something that we have been screaming about since 2023. Israeli unit, 8,200 tied company, that's Authentics, runs Twitter verification. Followed up in 2024 after Elon lied and said he was going to remove it, Twitter still using Authentics. Okay? And at the same time, the discussion was Israeli soldiers arrested for gang rape, protected by the leadership, but forget about all that, apparently. So this is what bothers me. You can watch this for yourself. He doesn't mention Alan's name. I don't even hear him say Mint Press News. Now, maybe it happens outside this 12-minute clip where he's entirely discussing the story. But look at what it's cropped out entirely. Yeah, it does say support MPN. I'm not going to say it's entirely devoid of it, but don't you find that strange that you make this whole discussion about it and you don't actually cite the person or put their name on or Mint Press News logo? And from the very beginning, I love how they do this on this platform. They print these things out like that somehow makes it look more. Why are you printing these things out? It's just to make it look like you're doing source material investigation. It's just printouts from usually their website. And it says it very tiny right there, mintpressnews.com. That's it. I find that really insulting, but maybe you disagree. Maybe you think it's a small point. I just want to point that out because it happens all the time. These people are scooping up, whatever. The point is that they, I think, went out of their way not to do that. One, because I don't think the source material is something they want you to see. And two, because there's their work, right? InfoWars, the largest honeypot operation on the planet is the way that they frame this. I don't know if I would agree the largest, probably, but this is Twitter we're talking about, right? Authentics, Israel, Twitter. Okay. Do you know Alex's relationship with all those things? Well, it says Twitter users find their real names being Googled. Yeah, we covered it. It's an important story. Okay. Well, here's Alex on the 7th. Do you take note of what is his name? Alex Jones, literally citing Twitter in his broadcast. Apparently totally okay with the largest honeypot operation in the world. No big deal though, right? And literally in a podcast where he's discussing why Trump is confused. He's confused about why Trump is talking about, the Israel lobby. I can't even believe this is where we are right now. It's insane to me. President Trump acknowledges that the most powerful lobby is Israel's lobby. March 7th. You mean back in 2024, 2025? This is deflection, guys. Think about this. With all that we've been discussing, to pivot to this with what's happening is, I think, a desperate effort to try to gain back some influence to people that clearly see you ignoring this conversation. But just basically also maybe just to stop you from paying attention to the catastrophic thing that he told you would never happen if Trump was in power, which is has he talked about this being World War III? Isn't it funny how he says that about every flinching move Russia makes? But here we are, and maybe he has. I'm not watching all his content, but I find it humorous, though, that this has always been the case. And if he's not, that would be very revealing. But here's what this video, I'm not going to play it all, but I want to play the beginning of this.
So here's Trump saying the most powerful lobby is the Israel lobby. It says Jewish than Israel lobby, a foreign power. And he basically says, watch out, Congress, because more and more you are going against what Israel wants, and that's anti-Semitic.
You see even his eyes? Like that's a news story. You mean like every other Tuesday? Left and right? Now he plays this clip. You've seen this clip probably 1,500 times from me going back to 2024, 2025. Now, what I also point out is, as I will go into the thread that I've shared, is how many times that's well beyond this one clip. Over and over and over and over.
Powerful lobby that there is in this country is the Jewish lobby. It's the Israeli lobby. It's not that way anymore. You have a lot of people in your way. You have a lot of people that don't want to help Israel. You have a lot of people in Congress that don't like Israel. You have a lot of people in Congress that, in a way, I think, Mike, we could say it, right?
I talked about all this while he was running. So did a lot of people, because it was important then. See, far less important now to reactionary looking backward go, ugh, what's happening back then, 2025? Clearly seems a little bit manipulative, doesn't it? Maybe it was more important to point this out when he was running for president, Alex Jones, when you were gaslighting us all into supporting him and calling us black-pilled and purity test. And here we are.
There, you're doing an amazing job, Mike Lawler. They hate Israel.
Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price. But those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed.
They love to pretend that means this modern, illegitimate Zionist state of Israel that was given to them by Britain. Somehow that all lines up.
And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse.
Right. So we want the blessings. We demand that you bless us because that's what the Bible says. Yeah, way to catch up, bud. Way to catch up.
We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse.
Now, let's go to clip 17. Trump says Congress is becoming anti-Semitic and isn't serving the Jewish lobby well enough. I mean, again, folks, this is making everything front and center. Our entire foreign policy, our domestic policy, our economy, everything hinging on this. And then people like Mace and Massey.
Looks like the methylene blue's not working too well anymore.
And then Tucker Carlson in the media criticize this stuff mildly, and then they're called anti-Semitic. Trump is literally turning on his base and then making it all about the base versus Jews, as if this is all one monolithic group of Jews. It's just mind-blowing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it was mind-blowing when it was happening back in 2025, Alex. It's not mind-blowing to point back to old videos acting like this is not a new conversation. Why is he doing it now in the midst of this ongoing World War III he's trying to point to? Or, I'm not look, like I've said, to make that clear, I've said it over the years plenty of times. We've met the metrics for what we called World War II many times since then, in my opinion. But I'm not going to jump in every shadow and claim that every action being taken is suddenly World War III, even though we could argue we've technically been in some form of that, like a Syria overlap. That's the point to make. My point is how often he tends to go World War III because Russia says we could use nukes in a possible, or rather, we don't count that out of our choices. And they go, he threatened nukes. All the time that happens from this guy. But so now, doesn't this seem weird to you? Doesn't this seem a little bit out? Like, this is very embarrassing, quite frankly. If you look at the comments, his own audience is calling this out.
And so it's getting worse and worse and worse.
No, not we're there. It's done. It's happened. Getting worse was back a couple years ago. Now we're there. Now we're getting worse. We're actually in it. We're doing the war for Israel. That's what's happening.
Here's President Trump.
As President of the United States, I will always support Jewish Americans, and I'm pretty
sure he literally got this compilation videos, everyone he's playing, directly from my thread.
Will always be a friend and a champion to the Jewish people. Israel.
I'm just getting past it. You guys have seen these clips.
By federation, and loving standpoint. He could never understand.
And what I was pointing out to
Semitic, you'd get censored, you'd get attacked.
That there is in this country is the Jewish law.
Back this up 10 seconds, please. Now, again, if you 20 years ago even said that there was a Jewish lobby, you would be called anti-Semitic, you'd get censored, you'd get attacked.
Yeah, this sounds like my show from 2024.
And we've argued about who the most powerful lobbies are. Because you got the big BlackRock and you got the defense groups. You got
BlackRock. Larry Fink, who's like literally Trump's right-hand man. I shouldn't say literally, but as I've shown you, he is in inner circle of Trump, right? Or the other lobby. Like, what he's trying to do is pretend like it's not clear that the Israel lobby is overwhelmingly the most large. It's very clear. Sort of like he told you Palantir was a small little Democrat thing they hated, or, that Democrats hated, small little thing, they're overblowing it. No, guys, this guy is trying to lie to you, or he's just that bad at his job.
The teachers union and all that stuff. But when it comes to foreign policy, we've known it's Israel for a long time. But the ADL...
Can you even make sense of that with what he's been doing and the work he's done and the supporting of this? I mean, everything you could point to shows you a gaslighting scenario. Sort of like when he said in the past where Trump may be the Antichrist, I don't know, and then went on to support him in every possible discernible way. That's the kind of game that's being played here. Saying they're throwing you the token point and then continuing the same thing is manipulation.
You talked about it until recently, would literally call for your arrest. I mean, they call for my arrest. And I'm not foaming at the mouth anti-Israel just to be anti-Israel. I'm like, I don't want Israel and their spies and their operatives trying to run our government, running our government, and leading us around by the nose and trying to make us pay for and fight and die for their Greater Israel project.
I mean, could you,
And they try to
leave it there because it's just like, it's like he's trying to insert all of the main thing. Like these are the things that we've talked about forever. Now, look, I'll point out that these sentiments, like he's mentioned these things before. It's not about the token point. It's about the action, the outcome. What have you ended up supporting? What have you focused on? And every single time it's partisanship, it's team. It's not about the reality of what Israel's doing. Like if you want to make a case about what they're doing, then make the effing case. Prove what I can prove, that they are doing it, that Trump is literally working for this government, that we can see the influence on this government. But you won't get that. Mark my words, as this person says all of this and then goes right back when it matters to driving you to support the team. Watch. It'll be some kind of a difficult situation and we're grown-ups and, it's Trump didn't have any choice and I know it's hard and I don't support it, but at the end of the day, we got to stand with the guy. Watch. I hope not. I really do, because I'd like to believe that we can all evolve and change, but watch. Now you can watch all of these if you want. Again, it's quite literally all of these. It's a long thread of all the different times Trump was saying all of these things. Now here are some ones to make sure we understand are long time ago, right? I mean, this goes well before when I started covering this in 2024, right? August 2024. Here's just a couple that I think are always important to play. And it's the radio show he went on and discussed exactly that, which if he cared, that was widely shared at the time and should have been talked about in 2024, as he was running for president for Israel. And then the other point of basically getting rid of the Jew haters in the world or in the country, which I'll make the point when you come to that about why that's, whether that's what they're actually doing or not. It's about a sentiment, free speech, whole point.
The biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
Here.
We will remove the jihadist sympathizers and Jew haters. We're going to remove the Jew haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country.
It's the same point every time. At what point did you suddenly start to be a removable point to have a hatred towards anything or to say something or to feel a certain way? So first of all, most of the people they're pointing at when they say that are people that have different opinions about Israel, not Jews, but Israel. And that's why they conflated these things, conflated anti-Zionism with anti-Jew. It's the same point. But either way, even if you think that's all of it, when did you not have the right to say that? Can you say, I hate white people? Can you say, I hate these? You could say anything, but apparently you can't say you hate Jewish people, which again is not even what I think they're actually pointing at. Because I will say the same thing. If you out there hate irrationally a group of people based on their religion, their creed, whatever, I think you're disgusting. I think that's an irrationally childish and incorrect thing to do because it's a broad brush. It does not, it's dishonest. But regardless, you have a right to say and think what you want. You see, that's actually having integrity. That's principles. You can say what you want. You can think what you want. And if you want to go out there and irrationally hate Jewish people, that's your right. But apparently not in Trump's world, that he screams free speech about liberty and constitution and all that. This was important then. It's important now, but a little less so as we're literally being pulled into the war that we might have been able to at least hold off longer, maybe stop. Should we have been clear about that before? Now, and that's not some kind of argument for Kamala Harris. If you actually think that's where we are, my God, you're still lost in this conversation. End of the day, I just think this has to be exposed for what it really is. Oh, yeah. And of course, the reality of Donald Trump here with his $230 million coming. And it's more than that when you understand it, because the $200 million alone is just from Miriam Adelson. There's plenty more that we're talking about here. Oh, and then just, I just wanted to point this out in case you just don't take it from me alone, as he's kind of being shocked. I'm shocked about this video all of a sudden that even Grok will tell you is from 2025. How does that even make sense? How are you going to suddenly be shocked about a video, multiple videos that are from 2025? While we can all see what's going on. That's theater. That's performative theater. Now, Julian points this out, and this is what I want to make this case to show you everyone sees this. Here's the ADL. On March 5th, any suggestion that AIPAC, an American organization, which it's really not, it was clearly, as you can even prove on Wikipedia, started in Israel as a different group. I forget the exact name off the top of my head. following the assassination of JFK, who, by the way, was in the midst of trying to get the APAC to register as a foreign entity, so ultimately changed its name, repositioned its entire, basically created the impression that it was an American group. I mean, you could prove this. I've done it on the show, but that's why everyone calls this out. And it says, is anything but a pro-American it's flat out wrong and offensive. It's American group. It's fine to disagree on policy, but dual loyalty trope, the same trope that they'll literally tell you is important for every Israeli. This is my point about all of this. They'll have entire shows about why it's important. And then when you say it, that becomes a problem. Let's be clear, dual loyalty is not about only Israelis, as even Massey has made clear. It matters whether you have dual nationality while you're in a position of power. Of course it matters. But apparently you're not allowed to say that only when it comes to Israelis. That's why someone like Brian Mast wearing the Israeli uniform in Congress is somehow not a problem. Can you imagine that being a Chinese uniform, even a British uniform? People would lose their minds, and rightly so, over either of them. But so Julian says, you're embarrassing yourselves. Nobody believes the propaganda anymore. And even Twitter calls him out. I mean, it's just insane how clearly people are seeing this. And that's why you get the Alex Jones suddenly going, what's happening? I can't believe what I just saw. And then he tries to pull you back in at some point. And here, just to make the point even further about what this person continues to do, let's take a step back. May 9th, 2025. Alex Jones' prediction that President Trump will completely cut ties with Benjamin Netanyahu comes true. Oh, how'd that work out? He was raw. He couldn't wait to jump on and be like, I knew it. Because why? Because reports came out that they were separating. And either he was that willing to just blindly take at face value the media he constantly criticizes, or he knew it was wrong and wanted to push it for other reasons. They didn't separate. They didn't have a disconnect. It's so obvious, even at the time. And he lied about it, or he was wrong. In this important report, Jones exclusively reveals the backstory of what turned Trump against Netanyahu and why it's so important. And he goes on in this, I knew, I told you, I called it. I told you it was going to come. Didn't happen, guys. Didn't happen. Here's another one. DC insiders confirm indictments of deep state Obama coup plotters will happen. Maybe it still will, huh? Maybe. Meanwhile, Democrats go all in on the hoax that Trump is establishing martial law. Ooh, that one aged well, didn't it? Seeing as how we're quite literally under, not even just the ICE over discussion or the violations of Pulsi Comitatus, the deploying of literal military in the streets, but just on the surface of this, the Defense Production Act, beyond COVID-19 being used right now. These are martial law tactics. But Obama can blink hard. That's a martial law to this guy. See, that's just bad, right? That's dishonesty. Plus, Canadian man, fine, whatever else it says. But so that's where we are. That was 2025. Here, August 2025. And this is the one I told you we would revisit. Huge DOJ actions incoming. I just had a long talk with the top, which was that Obama and the rest are going down. Well, I guess that's still coming.
All right. I have been talking to a lot of high-level DOJ sources. I'll leave it at that. I had a long conversation with one today. And I was actually authorized to tell you
big time,
basically everything they told me, except a few things. But you know what? With the notes I wrote, I'm going to think about this before I start putting it out.
Yeah, probably smart.
Because this is big, big, big information. And folks know about me and InfoWars. I don't tell you I got something big unless I got something very, very big.
Yeah, clearly, clearly that's worked out well. Well, if feel free to watch it if you want to struggle through whatever he's mumbling there. At the end of the day, guys, this was about Obama and Bolton, and so either, as usual, he lied for the team, or he was fed lies from the people he either blindly listens to, even though we know that's how this works. I can play the clip for you right now of the CIA guy back in the 70s telling you, yeah, that's what we do. We feed him a couple true things, then we dump them the false information. It's so either he doesn't care or he just falls for it. I don't know, because there clearly were indictments, but what the moment they came out, what was the first thing I told you? Why? Because I looked at it, because I read it, because it was pretty clear they were going nowhere. I looked at the very first one. I said, well, this is clearly designed to fail. And that was my opinion. I'm not an expert on every legal, but what happened? Well, Comey case fell apart because guess what? There was nothing there. That's not the same as saying he's not a criminal. Comey should be in jail. So should James. So should Bolton. Where are we? Why isn't Obama in jail, or Bill Gates, or Klaus Schwab, or all the Social Security theft, or Pelosi, or every other thing we've screamed about? Do we even need to pretend anymore? Can we not just be honest about how dumb this is? Any updates, Alex? I even followed up to that later and tagged him and said, what's going on? I thought everything was going to come down. I said, anyway, I do think this is important. It's not just because I enjoy highlighting how dishonest these people are. It's because it's obvious that we're being manipulated at the highest levels of the conversation. And look, you think that you need to apply this exact same level of skepticism to me, to anybody, especially the people that you trust. Really, you shouldn't blindly trust anybody. You should be critical. You should consider, you should evaluate, and you should question everything. But the truth is, guys, I could be wrong. I could be misled by somebody. For all you know, I've been lying to you my entire life. It's not what's happening, but you should question that, because that's the only way to stay, accurate as best you can, to be honest, because at the end of the day, most of this field is people out there trying to manipulate you for one reason or another. I think that's become pretty damn clear. So moving forward, on regard to the naval vessel conversation, I wanted you to see this as it went around yesterday. And I'm not actually sure which way that you could read this. You could decide. I don't think it's defined just yet. But ultimately, this came out where there was a video, and this is the whole deep fake world I'm telling you we're already in, which I'm sure everybody knows that, really, but we just don't see that many examples, where this comes out as apparently a general from the Indian Navy admitting, rather officially confesses to backstabbing Iran and sharing the location of the ship with Israel. Okay, well, it turns out that, at least by Twitter and other people's investigation, that this is AI, a deep fake. And even Decentralized News did their own breakdown and literally they argue they proved this based on the compilation. Basically found the original report and then showed you the original alongside the fake one. And so ultimately what they did was alter the, I'll just read you. He says, a doctored video of the Indian Army general was posted on Twitter yesterday and quickly went viral. It uses a real interview clip. This is why you got to be careful with this stuff, guys. You can't just share things that align with your views. Even if it looks, even videos. I question these things today. I have the AI or not platform that I pay for because I want to be able to check these things and get something other than Grok, right? Or anything else. And then I go into my own investigation. We just have to. And it says it uses a real interview clip, but subbed in fake audio to make it look like what he said was that he gave him the exact location. And also, they even manipulated the video on the mouth to make it look like it was correct. That's the level to this is going to, guys. So is that government? Maybe not. I mean, everyone has this ability mostly today. The governments are probably doing it in ways we don't even find or see. That's probably how good it is. But it's hard to say, because I'm going to get into what I think, how this might be used, right? But it says it was eventually community noted and then later deleted. Even though despite it was deleted and community noted, tons of people apparently grabbed this, shared it, and it's still circulating right now. That's how this game is played. And it's so many people are willing to share anything they like. So here's the community note. The creator took real interview and then manipulated it. So, there's a lot of ways you could look at this, right? One side of it is the location first. I think there's a very real case to be made there. And not because this video, but because of the evidence we already saw. And one of the very real points that was brought up early was, was the U.S. government, were they speaking with India? Not necessarily Israel, but the U.S. government. Did they give them insight onto where the ship was in order to help them track it? That was most people argued that's likely the reality. But so now it comes out to kind of involving Israel. I almost think this is an effort to try to muddy the waters about the reality that we already know happened, which I'll point out yet again. Whether or not they were unarmed, which more reports have come out that are claiming that it was completely unarmed based on the practice. But overall, even if it was armed, it was still a crime. There's no declaration of war. There's no authorization from Congress. There's no authorization for use of military force. And they did not meet the requirements for the War Powers Act because Trump himself told you they attacked first. It was not imminent. That's the reality, guys. Am I missing something? So no matter what you want to point to, what they're doing is illegal. Simple. So this comes out and muddies the waters. Now, it could be the other side of it. It could be somebody out there trying to lie for what they believe is happening, which happens on all sides, which is one of these weird sort of like next layer parts of how these propagandized things have manipulated people. Because look, you have people that are actually, I argue anyway, like honest. I shouldn't say honest, but believe they're doing things for the right reasons, who then lie about this stuff. Because they've convinced themselves without fully knowing that this is what happened. So therefore, I'll make this up to make it seem like, I find that less likely because of how much we see today. But I know that happens on both sides of the paradigm. So it just muddies the waters even more. But then you got people, thirdly, who just do this to manipulate, do it to see people freak out, like watching the world burn, right? All this exists. But for me, I think regardless of any of this, the evidence was already clear. So it's worth knowing this, and good on everybody for catching this. Got to be careful. That's the real point here, is there a lot of false stuff going around. Apparently there was another video of another building being burned and bombed, and, and it turns out to be fake. There's tons of this going around right now. So on top of that, let's remember well, before I get to the school, the reality of what happened there. I mean, I already pretty much just made the case about the illegality of it. Nothing else is really disputed. They were there. They followed them, pat off the coast of Sri Lanka. They bombed them in secret, and it's a cowardly move. There's nothing respectable about that. There's nothing honorable about that. There's nothing even praiseworthy about that, whether strength or otherwise. That's just weak. Even if there was a declaration of war, at the very least, you could call it some kind of a savvy move, because you would expect Iran to be able to be on guard, because that might be the reality. But based on the current circumstances, there was no legal reality which that should have happened. So the only bad guy in that scenario was the one that broke the law. On top of that, it's fleshed out even more about the school. If you can believe this, you even have Bellingcat, a very clear asset within this intelligence dynamic, saying that, yes, it was a Tomahawk missile that bombed the Minab school, which in its own right should make you question if that's what happened. I don't just mean that to be, to realize the dishonesty around this, but ultimately what I mean is question why they would be saying it, not necessarily that it's false, because the evidence proves this is what happened, and that is clear today. Because of the missile, because of the location, because of the fact. I mean, at what level do we just acknowledge that we know this? That Hegseth himself released the map, which showed you the bombing over the school, where we have even Israel saying that they're the ones that bombed, that we wasn't us. Guys, we know this, okay? On top of the fact that we now have the imagery that shows that it was Tomahawk, and now you have Bellingcat. Now, I think the point is why are they coming out and saying it? Knowing that it's true. Because usually they're more the ones trying to lie about, like, the Assad gassing conversation, right? Because Aaron Mate just ripped them apart, showing you how they were lying. But I think it's because either this is important to make a case to kind of gain some kind of credibility for the larger lie, or because this is something that Israel, through them, wants you to see. Probably that one, to be honest. But either way, they're now telling you on top of it that the American Tomahawk missiles hit the Iranians' girls' primary school in Minab, killing 175 people, mostly children. And yet you still have Trump lying about that. Even Hegseth refused to say that we knew that, which irritated Trump. Here we are, guys. These are monsters. This is something they either did by accident and lied about it, and so far as to blame it on the other side, or that we did it on purpose. My gut tells me this was Israel's decision. That's not because of some irrational hatred of Israel. It's because of what they've done, their entire war history. And if you don't want to acknowledge that, then you're just not being an honest player in this conversation. Same thing with the U.S. government, but I think I see it much more as a policy for Israel than a kind of blithe disregard that I might see from the United States government. Now, here's another example, and I apologize for the image you can kind of see. I don't want to share it, but it's very graphic. One image contains graphic content of a girl killed in America's strike on Minab school. Trump, his war secretary, and their entire administration are a bunch of pathological liars. Iran doesn't own Tomahawk missiles. Here she is, again, the one I showed you. Trump lying about this, saying it's Iran. Now, you could argue he knows it and lies, or because he's being fed lies but by the people around him who are lying, and we can see it. But this is what I want to share. But you already saw the Tomahawk image shared yesterday. The reality that, guys, there's infrared camera. They would have evidence if that was theirs. We know it was, so we know that they know it was, and they're lying based on all the evidence. That's how dumb this gets. Now, in regard to the protests in the United States or elsewhere about supporting what they're doing in Iran, this has to do specifically with the school. Gray Zone had an interesting interview with some of the people on the ground. Of course, the simple point is that they think it was worth it. Sort of like Madeleine McCain going, 500,000 children were killed. Do you think it's worth it? Yeah, we think it's worth it. Though you'll never hear them make that statement again, because it's a historic, that has never left them, and it shows you who they really are. But now you got them saying the same thing. That's worth it. 150 girls killed, worth it. That's what they're actually saying. But for me, the bigger point is to think about how all this conversation about paid protesters and influence manipulation, and we can't, and I'm not going to say I'm not going to be like them and pretend I know, because I don't. These could very well just be Iranians who I believe are misguided. Maybe they know something I don't and I'm wrong. At the end of the day, though, that we can't consider that this itself is being astroturfed. That this itself is not honest. That what we're talking about is a bunch of people out there being driven to protest for something simply because it's a propaganda mission. I mean, watch for yourself and you tell me this doesn't ring as a clear possibility. But you see what you get is people that assume they're protesting something I agree with, so therefore they must be George Soros shills. Certainly possible, but if you don't know that and you're claiming it otherwise, then you're just as dishonest as everybody else.
So the 150 school girls that were killed, I mean, ultimately you see this as worth it. Like, yeah,
100%. 100% is worth it, yes.
There was that school in Iran that was bombed, 150 dead. But you see this all as worth it. I mean, you think we should go to the end.
Yes, it's worth it, and that's why we are here. We are gonna protest. Even if it was not an Islamic regime missile, it was worth it. Very, very worth it.
And sorry, you are accusing the IRGC of genocide.
Yeah, they killed around 32,500 people.
It has been like 2 months that we lost like over 50,000 people got killed.
In January, in 2 days, they massacred people, 90,000 people.
90,000.
90,000 people, and some people are still in the prison.
You start to get a little bit of a feels a little bit unorganic to me. But, and I'm not going to say that's the case. These could just as well be regular people that just decide to care about this. Genuinely mean that. But it's funny how you get these allegations about people that in most cases you can see have a very valid reason for, protesting the murder of U.S. citizens. It's crazy to me. But also the fact that everyone screams a different lie, none of that's actually accurate. The reality of the numbers is far lower, even according to, Iran itself has admitted to something like 3,000. I argue it's probably more than that. But you could prove, and I mean prove, that a huge portion of this are people who are being put, like we just told you, they armed the Kurds and threw them in there. They admitted they armed protesters. To pretend like that's not relevant is embarrassing. But on top of that, I'm not ever going to say that it's outside the realm of possibility that Iran would then irrationally shoot protesters because of that fact. And I wouldn't agree with that. But either way, it's to understand where we actually are. And to say that the numbers 50, 90,000 is just blatant Israeli propaganda, which is where it actually came from. I showed you this on the show.
Some people, they take out their eyes, and it's in 2 days.
You would support Donald Trump, for example, sending troops or sending more airstrikes to Iran?
Yeah, whatever Trump is doing, it is helping us, of course, 100%.
There was also a report today that he was considering sending troops to Iran, and you would support that?
Yes, I would support that, yes, because I believe he's doing the right thing.
Donald Trump has been looking at more options, airstrikes, but also sending troops to Iran. Would you guys be supporting that?
Yes, we will.
He's considering sending troops in as well. Is that something you'd support?
Actually, that's what we want.
Yeah. And I also see a lot of Israeli flags here. I mean, this is also to protect Israel from Iran as well, yes?
Exactly.
Thank you to President Trump and Netanyahu for standing with people.
If you had Donald Trump's ear right now, you were in the Oval Office, private room, what would you tell him to do?
Please finish the job. Just finish it, whatever it takes.
You could continue, guys. If you watch, it's just the same point they make every time. And this is the point they're getting at. Does it truly make sense to you that Iranian people would be okay with the killing of Iranian people for some next step? Like I said before, this is like the people protesting the Biden administration and then being okay that they, in their own actions, like killed, young MAGA children in order to stop Biden. Does that make sense to anybody? They'd be like, yeah, it's okay. Kill our people as long as we get Biden out of the way. That doesn't make sense. Now, on top of the fact that there's an obvious weirdness to the whole thing and the misinformation flying around and the fact, as he's reporting, which you might have already seen, they're openly discussing troops, guys. And so this whole pushback about what Preisner was saying, this is always how this goes until later we're deploying troops. And 6 months later, it turns out they did it, a month before we even started talking about Iran. Like, that's how this tends to go. And they are discussing this. The people that were telling you it's limited strikes. You know how far we are from that? Days later, far, far from that. This is already a global discussion, starting with just a couple of quick things to push them into a negotiating table. Like, it's just amazing what we will absorb today. As Max says, it was totally worth it, 100%. Sarah points out what the Tehran Times posted on the front page of the Tehran Times. It says, look at them in the eye, Trump, and list every single girl that they killed in that school. It's amazing, what people are capable of ignoring. Anthony Aguilar, call to action. I'll include this for you if you want to, take an example from him and email them and call them out. He says, call to action. Don't let them hide this. CENTCOM's BGM-109 Tomahawk land attack missiles strike on the girls' school in Minab, Iran. And this has also been this has been reported by people around what was it? It was actually, I believe, God, where did that come from? Remember in the chat yesterday, we just talked about this yesterday. The fact that it was not just a strike on the area, but a double strike, a double tap, which is historically what they've done in Yemen, in Iraq, plenty of places. And this is coming from Anthony Aguilar, who is now an activist, who is a veteran himself. Striking twice with a $2.5 million advanced missile, or so $5 million total, is not an accident. It's careless, negligent, criminal, and a war crime. And he lists off all of their emails, call them out, email them, do what you think will make a difference. Now, Israel is accused of using AI to pick Iran targets without any human oversight. Sound familiar? Just like Gaza. This is antiwar.com, Brett Wilkins. Israel built AI target systems in Gaza, approved kills in 20 seconds, 10% air rate. It was way more than that, by the way, on top of the fact that I think some of it was deliberate, obviously. Now those same systems are running over Iran. And there's an arms industry IPOing off the back of it. This makes me sick. The profiteering off of the thing that we all know is illegal. And I mean, it's like the profiting off of the genocide in Gaza. It's the same point. They are wildly profiting as the world sees that they're committing genocide. Doesn't that, if anything, show you that we just don't exist in the dynamic we think we do? Clearly, no one's doing anything to stop it. This is so important because it is building to a global problem, if not already there. If you don't remember, this is Palantir working with Israel, a mass assassination factory inside Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza. This one was called Hapsora, the gospel. That's what it means. Then the 972 magazine as well, Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza, one for human targets, one for larger building targets, both of which, if you read, will make you sick to your stomach. How obvious it is. And this is an Israeli platform speaking with Israeli IDF members who are literally telling you that they're being driven to kill as fast as possible, to disregard the information, like you just hit the button, go with it, go with the AI is telling you, and being pressured to do so, being graded on how quickly they go. And knowing that this is being tested, it's not even fully fleshed out. And on top of that, the parameters being framed in a way that makes sure you're killing innocent people. It's sick. And in both of these articles, you have people saying things like, we're bombing buildings just to bomb buildings. These are direct citations from the people on the ground doing this. This is the Gaza genocide. Now it's expanded to look, right now you have to understand one thing more than anything, that it's expanded to Iran, is that this is already everywhere. This is Palantir, guys. This is what look at what's happening in this country right now. You may not think that's possible. Look at the way the world has gone. What we're talking about is Palantir through ICE and everything else, through Gotham, through the 3 other programs they're using. They are surveilling everybody in this country. They are stealing biometrics. Israel has access to all of it, as you can quite literally prove. This is Peter Thiel's Palantir's strategic partnership that they signed in 2024 in the height of the genocide that the world was calling out. They worked with them to allow this to happen, and now they're working with it for Iran. And Peter Thiel might as well, you know what? We just showed you that according to Japanese media, Peter Thiel was called America's shadow president. Apparently, Americans can't wrap their minds around that. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. As you know, I believe most of us see it, at least some of these points. But I think it's interesting that the main conversation can't grapple with that. Why? Because that conversation is being controlled by somebody who has an interest in that not being discussed, in my opinion. Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. Funny how close to home this real conversation is. This, I had to add, and we're going to get into Anthropic in conjunction with this point. Think about how terrifying this is, guys. Now, we've talked about all the different versions. We have OpenAI, right? That's what this one is. Altman. You got Grok, XAI. You got, Google Element. You got all these different versions of this. And I think, as well, I've said many times, I think there's largely collaboration. I think business interests are clear. But I think at the agenda level, these things are really guiding in the same direction, if not working together. I even showed you OpenAI and XAI having very clear collaborative points behind the scenes while acting like they were adversarial. And maybe they hate each other, but there's still clearly an agenda there. But Caitlin Kalinowski, who was the the robotics lead, I believe, basically, right here, building the physical future of AI. She says, I resigned from OpenAI. This is on the 7th. I care deeply about the robotics team and the work and work we built together. This wasn't an easy call. AI has an important role in national security, she writes. But surveillance of Americans without judicial oversight and lethal autonomy without human authorization are lines that deserved more deliberation than they got. Okay, so if you don't understand the way that sentence reads, it's very clear. She's resigning because they deliberated over these apparently far shorter than she thought they deserved before those decisions were made, which is American surveillance without judicial oversight and lethal autonomy without human authorization. That's what we just showed you. That's what they're doing in Gaza. That's what they're doing in Iran. That's what it appears they're building around you in this country. That's the control grid we have been screaming about. It's not even a secret. That's why it's so frustrating for people to act like it's somehow undefined. You can dispute the bigger way it all ties together as I see it, but for someone to pretend like this stuff's not being built, it's just willfully ignorant. It's partisan-driven lies. It's in your face. She continues, this was about principle, not people. Finally, let's get some more principles in the conversation, guys. I have deep respect for Sam, she writes, and the team, and I'm proud of what we built together. Okay, so the simple point is clear. She feels that the idea of those two things didn't get enough deliberation than they got, meaning they went through the process and that happened, and it's over. So I'm terrified about what this means, even though I've been seeing it coming. The head of robotics at OpenAI just resigned, stating the company is building lethal AI weapons with no authorization required. Human authorization. This is the control grid we've been discussing. How can anybody pretend that they don't see what's coming, guys? This is the Great Reset. It's the same point with a different line, different angle. So thinking about this, that it's OpenAI and they're being forced and driven. Well, the real point is, guys, that apparently everybody other than Anthropic were willing to go absolutely. Elon Musk, XAI. Oh, you want surveilling Americans? That's a crime, even though we know it's a crime. Yeah, go right ahead. You want to have murder capabilities without human authorization? No problem. Just give us money. Anthropic, however, was not okay with that, at least on the surface. Hegseth threatens to force AI firm to share its tech, escalating the standoff. Basically saying either we're going to make you a supply chain risk or literally through government action force you to reveal your company's information. I mean, either one of those things should have been like, oh my God, this shows exactly what this government is. Either way, from groups talking about democracy and free market. I mean, it's just insane how clearly. I mean, actually, this is worth bringing up again. The Catherine Austin Fitts argues that Donald Trump is the most anti-capitalist president in history. Now, the image tends to rub people the wrong way. I thought it was very perfect for the point. Reverse Robin Hood. Why Trump has become anti-capitalist, or why has he? So the point, though, is to discuss, things like the TikTok or NVIDIA or any number of examples where there's a clear merging of corporation with government. That's fascism. You could even talk about socialism and communism. The point is clear, though. It's ignoring it when it comes to your team. And this is nothing but, guys, this is over the top. So the way this developed, as I'm sure you've already seen, because this is from February 24th. Let me include this for you real quick. And this is what Crystal Ball to say about it. The Pentagon threatening to either cut ties and declare them a supply chain risk or invoke the Defense Production Act. See what I'm telling you? To force them. So that's martial law, right? That's the production martial law. It's what they used during COVID. It's what they're already borderline. Actually, in fact, it's what they're using now for certain things already. He simply said, because it's active, apparently, because these things never go away. They never give back power. I'm going to use it to basically force you to reveal your company's inside information, which apparently would lose them lots of money, but that's okay because we don't care, because we're powerful and we can do what we want. Anthropic's red lines are no mass surveillance and no autonomous killer robots. It should be terrifying to everybody that the Pentagon finds these safeguards to be outrageous. I don't know how we don't see that as clear as day. I mean, everybody. Now, Corrine points out the U.S. just accidentally admitted two things, and I think this is already self-evident, but in case you haven't put it together. One, that AI is monitoring Americans, and two, that AI is for building autonomous weapons. Right? I mean, otherwise, why would they be so adamant about needing this and threatening action if they didn't allow that? Pretty damn clear. Anthropic said, we won't help with that. Washington reacted like someone exposed their entire playbook. I think that's pretty perfect. The way they frame that is obvious. Here's what Hegseth said. This week, Anthropic delivered a masterclass in arrogance and betrayal, as well as a textbook case of how not to do business with the United States government. Well, I thought it was their choice to do business, right? Right? Free market, right? Capitalism, right? Right? No. Sorry, capital. No, we're forcing them to do business with the government because that's capitalism. I mean, come on, guys. It's just bad. There's so many pseudo-intellectuals out there who know better, who lie because they're not honest people, because they're part of the team, and somehow argue that maybe this feels like the thing I've always fought against, but it's because I know they don't mean it and will later go back, you're a child or you're dishonest. Our position has never wavered, never will. The Department of War must have full, unrestricted access to Anthropic. Why do you feel like that's your right? What if they just don't want to work with you? Isn't that their right? I mean, this is just wild to me. And again, it comes down to the fact that they required killing with no human authorization and surveillance without law. It's that point alone shows you what this government is, not this administration, this government. Now, on the 1st of March, Trump banned Anthropic. You're banned, supply chain risk. And then, oopsie, hour later, used them to strike Iran, which I think even further perfectly makes the point of what these people are. Not just that they have no scruples or integrity, right? Not that they're willing to force you to do what they want. Law doesn't matter, but literally that they don't even care about the things they claim they're trying to stop. Like, that's just sad. They have nothing that guides them. Every day they show you who they are. Now, and this is as of the 9th today, Anthropic sues Trump administration seeking to undo supply chain risk designation. I mean, it's amazing to me that they haven't, at least not that I've seen, called out the fact that they're using it right now to murder children. That was point of the point. People argue that this was part of what happened with the bombing of the child school. I just think this is wild, guys. Now, on top of that, as Daniel Harrods pointed out, red states... Oh, did they really delete this? I can't believe it. God, it's this platform. People on this are so dishonest. Nope, look at that. See, now it's the platform that's honest. You see how that always works? Now, I always point this out. Had he not literally posted the link, as opposed to just like you share it and it brings the window in and then you post, right? You wouldn't be able to see that. Twitter would be effectively hiding this from you because it looks like it's not there, right? Except the link is there, which is often why I'll include the link in the middle of my text to make sure it doesn't get hidden. Because there it is. You know why I think they're trying to hide this? That's almost at 1 million views? Because people are being arrested, Republicans, for speaking out against AI data centers. That's what this is. And as he says, I'll actually include this, make sure they don't hide it from the people who want to look at the links. Oops. Oh, okay, so now it shows up. How perfect is that? Anyway, people are being arrested for speaking out. Red states arresting their own people for speaking up against the Agenda 2030 land grab for chatbot. I mean, every single time. It's obvious what they're doing. And the team sport players, who are in fact the ones being screwed over, I guess are too happy winning to call out the fact that they're losing. Low-key also points out, Elon Musk's company SpaceX launched satellites for Israeli intelligence companies ImageSat International. ImageSat International uses those satellites for targeting acquisition in Israeli Air Force for bombings on Iran. It never stops. Every time. In case you missed it, guys, SpaceX, Starlink, these are just more tools of war. That's what they are, under the guise of humanitarianism. That's what it is. So, if you wonder why it's happening in every field of war, that's why. It's always been. He's a defense contractor. He's worked with the deep state pedophiles under Biden, and he's worked with the war Nazi fascist, whatever, whatever the extreme versions of each side are. He's worked with all of them. And apparently each side, he's on the team. It's stupid. The truth is, guys, that this has always been building around you. And now they're deploying it as they're killing children in Iran. And it's okay. According to them, anyway. Now, getting into what this section was. Oh, I get some sentiments about the partisanship, but I just, I added a bunch of things today, and some of this might be slightly out of location. But antiwar.com reported on the 8th, State Department bypasses Congress to send more than 20,000 bombs. Now, we already told you this yesterday. $151 million on top of everything else that Rubio pretended was an emergency. I'm not really sure why, because they're the ones that started this. It's just so dishonest in order to bypass Congress. But, hashtag freedom or whatever. State Department, 20,000 bombs to Israel while they're committing genocide to continue to bomb in Iran during an illegal war. It all works out, right? Everyone's calling this out. Your government doesn't care that you see it, guys, because I don't think they're in charge. There's the post. Rubio bypassing Congress. Now, I would include this under money being spent. In case you missed this, I thought was insane. So much I'd love to talk about that relates to the ICE conversation, but there's just so much here to talk about. We'll go back to it. It's still happening. They're still doing what they're doing across the country. In fact, in most of these other conversations, it's getting worse because they know we're not looking. It cost a combined $53 million. $53 million to detain 708 migrants at Guantanamo in 2025. That's $74,000, almost $75,000 per person for an average of 14 days. As Melnick points out, the Trump administration spent $53 million to detain less than 750 people for no reason other than Trump thought it sounded tough to send random migrants to Gitmo. Because if you look at the details, these are not some especially dangerous people. So it just wanted to make a performative theater point to say, we're sending the bad guys to Guantanamo, and made you spend $53 million for no discernible reason. They could have gone to any other holding cell. It's time that we start being real about what's actually happening in this country, guys, because it's getting worse every day. Now, as Thomas Malanen points out, I think there's more of this happening everywhere I see. Every day it gets more and more and more, guys. People close to me, as I keep pointing out. He says, I want to apologize to the world. While I did vote for Donald Trump, naturally, he says, while I did not vote for Donald Trump, naturally, I did champion him fiercely. Also here. I now consider this to have been my worst mistake of my life. I simply thought that he would be much bigger man than he actually is. There were some grounds for my mistake, though. The in-house analysis, one of our partners at whatever his platform is, GNS and Economics, conducted after the first election, victory of Donald Trump, found him to be a radical but peace-loving and rough businessman whose main aim was to secure the well-being of the United States, his family, and his world. Well, that's what you get for listening to economic analysis, which seems to be wrong all the time. Upon considering Donald Trump's second term, I mistakenly assumed that A, he would remain in his prime mental clarity, which I don't think that was the case before anyway. B, that he would be willing to disclose his past actions. And C, he would genuinely pursue his promises of peace and withdrawal of American influence. I wrongfully assumed that he would want to become a president to save both the U.S. and the world. I was wrong. So he gets into what happened, and clearly it's about Israel, and we all see it, guys. But I want you to understand how many people are out there screaming about this. 100,000 followers. People are it's not just the big ones like a Tucker or Smith or other. People are fleeing from this. But some of them, of course, and this is what I want you to focus on, because it's quite obvious that there's things that what they were promising. Look, they're literally at war with Iran right now. They literally have a Stargate program. They pulled back from the food dyes. They made glyphosate a national. Guys, they lied to you. Okay, it's so painfully clear right now. Anybody honest is pointing that out. At the very least, that they don't have a choice, or however you want to rationalize it. This is not what was promised. And that's every administration I've ever seen, by the way. But when you get to this point, and you get the people like this that suddenly start telling you, they're gaslighting you, this is what was always coming. We should support this because X, Y, and Z, even though they right before were telling you that this would never be okay. These are the people you need to make note of because they're not honest, or at the very least, they don't have principles. They're guided by personal interest or whatever else it is. Pinot Americano says, I'm telling you right now, when gas prices spike again, like right now, and the Democrats start with, there's a war going on in Iran, cut them off mid-sentence and state very clearly, quit making war. Dip SHITs? Oh, that's interesting. 2026, excuse me, March 7th. He says, I will have no issue. Excuse me. Caught me off guard. I will have no issue paying $1 more per gallon of gas to end 47 years of Iranian regime. See how we're talking point. 47 years? God, these people are stupid if they actually believe that. But again, I don't think these people believe anything. It's about team support. Don't counter signal the leader. That's a small contribution for freedom. How's that working out? Freedom for Iraq, from Syria, for Libya? How's it working out for the freedom we're spreading around the world? These people don't even care. Even Twitter called him out. Previously said this wouldn't happen. Whatever. It's just constant. This is you does a good job calling these people out. Lauren Witzke says this was Graham Allen's position on war with Iran just a few months ago. MAGA influencers are so bizarre to me. She says they will betray themselves and their own convictions at the drop of a hat. And for what? Now, again, I don't believe that's just every MAGA influencer. I believe that's the people pretending to believe in MAGA. I believe the real MAGA influencers are the people out there who believe they want to make the country great again. Not just whatever Trump says that is, or says MAGA's me. That should be immediately the real people go, whoa, okay, then I misinterpreted what you were doing. The truth is there's tons of those people. I believe that's the majority. Same with people who believe they want to make America healthy again. What they're doing in that administrative part of that is lying about it. That doesn't make everybody who wanted those things earnestly dishonest. But I agree with what she's pointing out. These high-level Benny Johnson types, they'll betray themselves and their own convictions on a drop of a hat. I don't think that she says, I don't even think that this Zog bot is getting paid. Graham Allen, Israel can handle its own business and good on them for doing so. It has nothing to do with the USA. No war with Iran, all capitals. They ran on this like a central part of this. In fact, as weird as Vance has just vanished into the bushes like Homer Smith. He's, clearly because he was running on, don't want war with Iran, vote for Trump. And here we are, right? We have foreign invaders on our own soil that must be dealt with. That's the immigration conversation. America first, he says. Okay. Well, here he is on the 4th. Dems attempt to stop President Trump's Operation Epic Fury has failed. F around and find out in full force. They're just children. It's juvenile. Here. Parody Jeff points out, polls in the U.S. now magically show 90% of Americans backing president's war. Is this a joke? That's what they're doing. 90%? I mean, guys, this is like I said, well, they also told us Clinton was a lock to win. Remember that? When will we realize that these are just tools used to manipulate opinion? That's what they're for. Now, they have a purpose, as I've always said. In some cases, they can even give you a level of insight. But they can clearly be manipulated and always seem to be. Since this is objectively the opposite of what we can see, I think it's obvious. So let's talk about this for a second in regard to the influence around this lie and why Trump seems to buy it. Here, Gen X Girl points out, Trump, I agree with this, is insulated by people who show him an alternative reality, such as polling that's 90%. Now, it's obviously embarrassing to think that he just takes that at face value, but isn't that what everyone else is doing? Maybe that's more accurate than we realize, that he's like everybody else and he's also being played. I've thought that since the beginning is a very real possibility. Like I said, though, there's plenty of examples of his own actions that demonstrate who he really is. But Loomer, of course, how in the world anybody makes sense of this monster ever be like, it's not just that she's a monster. She's also really stupid and is very, very childish and in like takes that are based on subjective assumption every day. Why would he listen to her? Israel is why she supported, I think. I also told him that everyone loves him in America and hates terrorism and Tucker's bad. That's what she did. And remember, after she met with him, he called out Tucker and Megyn Kelly's crazy. So here's what Tucker had to say. On March 6th was posted. I'm not sure exactly when the recording was from, but it's clearly in regard to this Iran conversation. And here's what he had to say, that he went and tried to stop him from doing this 3 times.
I said, I flew up to D.C. 3 times in the last month to try to convince Trump not to do this. It didn't work. It happens. I'm looking at this.
Say short.
This is not going to get better. So then I think I'll fly better. So then I think I'll fly up again and ask him. I mean, I don't know if anyone else is doing it, so I'm going to try to just declare victory and go home. Like, you killed an 86-year-old cleric. Let's just call that a win and then pull back. And so then meantime, he got convinced to denounce me. Okay. I don't care. I'm going to fly up anyway and see him, right? Even though he's like denouncing me. So I call over there to see, call someone who knows him to see. I said, I'm just going to fly up anyway and tell him this because I think it's so important. And the person says, don't bother because he's being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. And I said, I don't know where that polling is coming from. It's like, I guess you could make any kind of poll, and he's watching Fox News, which is telling him the same thing, and he's getting fake polling. I guess they're only polling Sean Hannity's viewers or something. And so I'm not sure that there's a sense, as if this was yesterday, because I was getting so agitated and worried.
Very quickly, I really think it's like, let's think about this as we go forward in the big conversation we're always having, right? As always, we should hope, for whatever reason, no matter how dishonest he might have been in the past, that suddenly he's actually trying to do the right thing. Why wouldn't we hope for that? If we're always doing the mindset that we question him regardless, which we should, then it's not about trusting or not, right? So we can consider and hope and whatever else, like Massey or anybody else. My point in saying that is that it's interesting to see this deviation, right? The shift where, denouncing him and we should genuinely consider whether this is sort of the COVID point, whether this is him distancing from the problem to gain clout for the next lie or whatever. There's very real reasons to consider that this is something other, CIA, whatever else. People make allegations. But all of that aside, much of which you can't necessarily prove, what he's saying right now more than ever, I agree with. And I, as usual, you'll see me add things and point out where I feel like he's pulling a punch, right? And that's important. But that doesn't always amount to doing it for a larger reason. Either way, question all sides of it. The reason I'm saying it is because what he's saying right here is I don't see how this fits into the larger lie, because you could do it. You could pull away and deny and like push back on the team in much lighter ways that wouldn't be so damning for the agenda, right? So I don't know. I genuinely hope that. And like it with a politician, I will never, ever be like, I don't think I will forever, but anybody ever, other than maybe family, will I pretend that I just know this person's always on my side or always telling the truth. That's just naive. We should never do that. But don't you see what I'm saying though? Like, it's an interesting turn, and I'm just hoping that things are changing enough that some of these random people out there that have always been, playing the partisan game suddenly start to realize the bigger picture, like a Charlie Kirk point. Whether that was the case or not, I wonder that today. I wonder whether or not he finally started to see the Zionism problem through the Israel conversation and saw the difference. So still supported Israel, but recognized what Zionism was doing. That's an important thing to think about, because I think that's what describes everything that happened.
And he's getting fake polling. I guess they're only polling Sean Hannity's viewers or something. Yeah. And so I'm not sure that there's a sense, as if this was yesterday, because I was getting so agitated and worried. I don't think that there's a sense that this is unpopular. Like, I think there's an information vacuum here.
There's a massive information vacuum. And, for the president and the administration who declared victory based on internet and vibes and podcasts, let's take a survey, shall we, of every podcast that he appeared on, and how do they feel about the Iran conflict. You can look very clearly for yourself. You can look at a lot of the polling of that same demographic, which they were very excited about. Young men in particular, how are they feeling about this conflict? And, if you were saying 90-10, it's not even true in the Republican sense. I mean, the latest one that I saw was like 72% Republicans, which, by the way, Mr. President and everybody in the administration, Bush had 93 for Iraq. And how did that turn out for him? So let's not put all of our eggs in the...
I still argue that also wasn't true. Now, like I said, though, I think that more than I've ever seen in my life, there was a clear momentum right there, even if it was illusory, like in the sense of like maybe having like a strong 30% and then just making it look like it was 70 or 90%. But there was momentum. Like, we all felt it. There was crazy people that were irrationally hating every Muslim that was like, just go over there and take it all over, destroy it all, nuke it all. It was crazy. That itself, though, I think is part of what we're dealing with today. It's just more seen today. It was a propaganda push. But the question is whether, I think support today has never been lower. I'm just saying I doubt that 93 even then.
Basket of just because Republican voters are here, that this is all going to be like sunshine and roses. And I also would not make the spurious claim that it's all about Iran. It's about compounding effects. The gas price effect of the Iran conflict is going to be dramatically more important to the White House's political chances in the midterms than anything that's actually happening on the ground. I don't think it should be that way, but that's reality. And I do think also, your inclination to get him to try and declare victory That's the correct move from a strategic perspective, an economic perspective, from every political. And I also would not make the spurious claim that it's all about Iran. It's about compounding effects. The gas price effect of the Iran conflict is going to be dramatically more important to the White House's political chances in the midterms than anything that's actually happening on the ground. I don't think it should be that way, but that's reality. And I do think also, your inclination to get him to try and declare victory, that's the correct move from a strategic perspective, an economic perspective, from every political perspective. You don't want the entire country's national discourse focus on Iran. I'll give you a good example. Just yesterday, the White House did a summit where they were trying to address rising electricity prices on data centers. In another world, no Iran, that's a main topic of conversation on my show. A major topic, maybe one of yours interests as well. But in the middle of war and peace and death and everything that's happening, the amount of coverage that got is zero. Exactly. The president just gave his State of the Union. He had a lot of things in that State of the Union. Iran, it didn't come until the 70th minute, I think. What was the rest of it about? The economy, about gas prices, about jobs, Mr. President and others. That's what people really vote on.
And I think the point the same is that think about all the things that are being deliberately buried and being done by Israel especially, but by the U.S. government because of that. Now, Janice Girl also points out January 24th, 2025. And I've given you some other examples of this already. Fanatic Christian Zionist. He is a religious Zionist. Pete Hegseth and said Zionism and Americanism are the front lines of Western civilization. I've actually played that for you in the past. February 28th, 2026. He, according to their reporting, convinced Trump to start a war with Iran and had U.S. commanders across 30 military bases tell troops Iran's war is part of God's plan. Now, the part that I can't verify is whether or not he convinced Trump to do it. But everything else is something that I can verify. The reality of what was said, I just showed you the reporting coming directly from the military. Hundreds of people are, alarmed about them stating that this is a religious war. I can't believe, like you just said, I can't believe that in and of itself is not a all capital Washington Post headline or whatever. And I know why they're not going to do it, because they're not really wanting to do that. Those people are on the team at the end of the day when it comes to the real agenda, as far as I can tell, in a broad sense, like the people who run the paper. But at the end of the day, because I always point out there are people that, write that, don't realize they're working through like an Allison Morrow point, right? Or manufacturing consent, that they wouldn't be there if they didn't already hold certain beliefs. Most of them don't even realize, like the current mainstream alternative media, I think. But the point, guys, and she has a good clip down here breaking down the Eighth Front War, is that this is somebody who's been on the record telling you that this is about religious Zionism, it's about the end times. And now he's telling your military that that's what's happening, and we're just not talking about it. Max Blumenthal points out, according to the Times of Israel, this actually, I forgot to grab that. I was just reading this earlier today. I'll try to remember to put it in the show notes so you guys can read it. It was more of a passing point since we've already discussed it. I always find it interesting how Israel jumps ahead and tries to point out what makes them look, I think, what's happening, that they're controlling what's going on, but how it makes Trump look bad, or Biden, whoever else, and they never do anything about it. I think that makes the point for itself. Trump tells Israeli media that he will not end the war on Iran without Israeli consent. He also boasts that we've destroyed a country that wanted to destroy Israel. So the U.S. presidency proudly admits he's authorized destroying a country of 90 million for Israel. Now, the point in this is that Israel framed this as essentially that Israel's decides the point. But Trump and his team framed this as it's a mutual war for freedom. See how funny the difference is? Whereas Israel's framing is sort of like, well, it's up to us. And Trump has to, we decide, and he promised to follow our lead. And yet he probably sees that. And you know how much Trump thinks about things like that. And yet we don't ever hear that get called out. Now, in regard to the continuation of the leadership in the rulership, whatever you want to call any government in Iran, it's interesting the direction it's taken. And I think it speaks to quite a few things of the way they've dealt with all of this. Now, this is from antiwar.com. Iran chooses Ayatollah Khamenei's son as a new leader. The younger Khamenei is 56 years old, and he is said to have close ties with the IRGC. He is taking power following the killing of not only his father, his wife, his mother, and his sister. and an Israeli airstrike on one of the opening attacks on the U.S.-Israeli war, on the office building where they were civilians, like I told you, above ground. And I think it's really worth thinking about this. Now, he could be a monster for all we know. But it's worth noting that you're talking about somebody who is taking power in a not a small country, not a weak country, in a country that's pretty well positioned, I argue, to stand against what's happening. And he is now driven by the fact that these people killed his family, his wife and his mother and his sister. So if this does get to a place where it gets extremely like what they always claim, what do you think drove this into reality, guys? Do you not call that terrorism? Is it suddenly okay because you claimed that guy was bad? Why would their family be the target? And this is always the case. It's everywhere you've ever seen Israel and the U.S. government involved in war, at least in living memory from when I've been covering this. The choosing of Khamenei is seen as a defiant move in the faces of U.S. pressure, as President Trump has said, because democracy, right, that he would not accept anybody, except this person for replacement for his father. Trump has said he must have to say in who Iran's next leader is, because voting in democracy, obviously, guys, and has demanded the Islamic Republic unconditionally surrender. And that's a sign that the war will totally not end anytime soon. I mean, how do you declare unconditional surrender and then pretend it's going to be over in a few weeks? Because you're trying to project strength, and that actually shows weakness when you understand the reality of what's actually happening. Iranian officials have also maintained that they do not seek a ceasefire and are ready to continue fighting the United States. The killing of the senior Khamenei hasn't stopped the Iranian military response, and there's been no sign that the government is close to collapsing or that any kind of uprising will start inside the country. Now, you don't have to take anti-war's opinion on that. Check it for yourself. I respect them immensely, and I think they're absolutely correct, and I think the facts prove that. Just because they claim otherwise and share fake images on Twitter that get shown with fact checks, we just pretend like we know they love him over there. It's not what's happening, guys. It's just not. And I've said that as long as I've ever been doing this. There are plenty of factions that are very unhappy with their government in Iran, just like in this country. But if you actually listen to the group they claim they're doing this for, they don't want people from the outside involved. That's why the unions who supported it at the beginning pulled back when they saw the foreign actors very publicly and said, this is foreign actors. As I understand it, one of the most influential clerics in the world recently just stood up and called all of this I think it was a fatwa, or basically just said that this is something that everyone in the Islamic community in the world needs to stand against. And that's not necessarily a violent way. This is a religious leader in the sense of saying it's a term they use, and I'm just blanking on it, but that suits the purposes. Saying that it's something we need to stand against from a religious perspective. It's also because it's just wrong and illegal and criminal. It's not like I watch as already you're going to see MAGA people saying because he said that, therefore we know it's going to be terrorism, because in their minds, Muslim equals terrorism. And it shows you how stupid this conversation is. But overall, what we're talking about being driven into this, Netanyahu and the forced effort of, the coercion of getting him to react into this, it's the same point here. Where was it that, oh, you know what? I think it was something I'm thinking. I just lost my point. But the general point in all of this is that they have influence over who gets picked. It's like with Hamas and Gaza or the crown prince of Iran. It's the same kind of idea that none of that represents Iranians' interest, what they want, or that they're even involved in the process. But yet they always scream about democracy. It's just insulting, isn't it? They know what they're doing. Now, U.S. intelligence report says large-scale war unlikely to achieve regime change. They know that. This is all about getting the U.S. to do the work. The U.S. government, U.S. personnel, like every other war that we've been involved in the war on terror. It's been for Israel, as anybody honest is pointing out today. And Netanyahu wrote a book about it. Here we are, yet again. And I guess it's about using us as a battering ram. Maybe to speed up the collapse of the West. I don't know. That's what religious Zionism thinks. End of the day, their own U.S. intelligence, like the U.S. intelligence that also said they're not seeking a nuclear bomb, that I guess they ignore because Israel said, is telling Trump, doing what you're doing is not going to lead to regime change. And they don't care. Maybe because he's being insulated by only Israeli Loomer information. I don't know, but the truth is their own intelligence says this is the wrong move. Also, antiwar.com, Trump has expressed serious interest in sending troops into Iran. Also widely reported. He said it himself. It's just funny to go, didn't Luna like 10 seconds ago tell you that's not even possible? That's never going to happen. It was always, again, I argue this was happening before it was even discussed. My opinion, but now we've got the Preisner edition where they said people are saying themselves they're being deployed. We now have them flirting with the idea of being deployed. They're already funding and arming protesters. They're already funding and arming the Kurds. What are we really talking about? It's a small deviation from what they're already doing. This is already happening. I believe there are already U.S. boots on the ground. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that. It's my opinion, but I guess we'll find out. But he's talking about it either way, guys. So let's get past this lie of some limited operation. They knew what was going on. They knew this with Iraq. They knew it now. They knew it with Vietnam. They knew with every other situation we've ever been involved in. I got to stop being so hyperbolic. But the truth is, it's pretty ubiquitous. Comrade Misty points out, this was just, I should have had this next to the other one. Same point. Trump tells Israeli media that he will not end the war without Israel consent. And Misty says, but I was told he wanted to liberate the Iranian people. I was told that he really cares about Iranian women. Seriously, if you ever bought any of that, ball your finger into your fist and punch yourself in the face. I mean, really, though, it's like what you are the most gullible person in the world if you continue to fall for the same lie from the same dishonest person or group, government. Now, Melanie De Arigio points out what the Wall Street Journal wrote. Trump's sons back new drone company targeting Pentagon sales. Now, this is one sliver of a gigantic pie of investments and overlapping agreements that give the Trump family tons of money because of what they're involved in. And war is a huge part of that. But the AI direction, crypto, I mean, you're not blind. You all see it. I mean, for crying out loud, he's hawking watches while he's president in his own advertisement. I mean, this is just ridiculous, guys. So the main point is that this is going to profit them, or they'll profit from it, excuse me. Reminder, as Trump starts war, sells weapons and bombs everyone, the Trump family has a military drone company with military contracts currently vying to meet Pentagon demand for the Trump administration that recently banned new Chinese drones. Where do you think they're going to get the orders from? The most corrupt family ever is profiting from all the death and destruction Trump is responsible for. Now, the kind of ongoing reality of Iran, I think it's important to think about the bombings and what's actually happening on the ground. One thing I want you to consider, it's an extension of the same kind of just lie about how this was really going to go. As of the 7th, Trump says the map of Iran will probably not look the same afterward. This is the same people who just told you that they don't want to be involved. We don't want to rebuild Iran. We're just trying to save the Iranian people. Well, that was obviously a lie, and everyone knew that. But here we are with a now, mission creep 20 seconds later. Well, we have to redesign the map, obviously. The balkanization of everything. That's the same thing they're doing everywhere else. This is designed. You can't do that without occupation, guys. So if you're going to change the way the map looks, that means you're dictating new discussions of where borders are. Yeah, we're back to square one. This is the same thing. Oh, guess what, though? Well, actually, that's a perfect way to say it. Square one. This is the beginning point. This is the end point of where the war on terror was supposed to go. Now they're just swinging back around and trying to accomplish it. This was always the plan. So when Trump tells you that it's a limited operation, he's lying. When Lindsey Graham tells you don't want to be involved in the end point, they're lying. It's always been this. Just like with Gaza. Same point. U.S. and Israel are discussing sending special forces into Iran to seize its stockpile of Iran. So here we are where they're trying to create the justification for what they told you would never happen. And this is how it works with the partisans. Well, what do you expect them to do? They found your rich uranium. They have to go in. I know I don't want war either, but the freedom, It happens, guys, and people fall for it, or they're just dishonest. The reality is, first of all, they're not seeking nuclear weapons according to our own intelligence, according to the people that tell you they're the International Atomic Energy Agency, and everybody else was standing other than Israel and the United States and their lackeys. But on top of that, they have uranium, 60%, 460 kilograms, that Witkoff tried to pretend was a problem, even though the IAEA quite literally said in the end of 2025 that exact amount was well within their safeguards. I just showed you yesterday. So he's lying to you, and that's why the rest of the diplomats called out Witkoff as being the one lying about the process. But the reality is that was within their safeguards, and Witkoff just brazenly lied about how they were bragging about it. She's lying, guys. It's provable. So they have this. So what they're going to say is, we need to go in and take it. It's a justification to get you to call for the very thing they promised would never happen, an invasion of Iran, which, by the way, will be led probably alone. I shouldn't say led, but probably be done alone by U.S. soldiers or anybody else with some kind of, coalition, but it probably won't involve Israeli soldiers. Details include Iran currently holds 450 kilograms of 60 enriched. You see my point? I mean, it's just infuriating, guys, that we have to pretend like these people have any kind of honesty or standing in the conversation. So this is being roundly reported. Why? Because Witkoff screamed that lie on Fox News. So here we are yet again, showing you what the IAEA, in fact, the Director General, in case you understand this, this is the group that they would tell you to look. This is the group they would use to go verify what they're saying, right? To be sure they're not doing what they claim. That's Israel and the United States. So for the third time, as stated in my most recent report, based on inspections conducted at the relevant facilities since then, Iran's uranium stockpiles remain under safeguards in accordance with their comprehensive safeguard agreement. You can't get more clear than that. They're not breaking the rules. You may recall it says that more than 400, that's 465 they're talking about, of this stockpile is enriched to 60%. This is simple, meaning it's within the safeguards. So when Witkoff and everybody else scream this lie, they're playing you. Or they're being played, which is probably just as likely. I don't think Witkoff or Trump or any of them actually know what they're talking about. Not really. Not when it comes to these kind of things. Or, I mean, it could be both. I just see that often where I think they're being played. My point is that, I mean, I would argue, I take it back. I'd probably argue, I mean, if they're not ridiculous, they have some kind of insight into what they're negotiating, but who knows how crazy and competent they are today. So that means they're lying then, because there's no air in this conversation. That right there, what they're claiming they need to invade to grab, is currently within the safeguards according to their agreement. That's insane to me. In fact, let me write this down real quick. Maybe we can get this clipped out right here. There's this little break, this one. And everybody out there watching, break that down right there. Those two things. Get that one point out there, put it on Twitter. I'll tag it, or you tag me, I'll share it. I'm going to get Jason to do it too. 236.55. Because it needs to be forced into the conversation that these people are so brazenly lying to you. So is it possible that even that they're lying? Yes, of course. But it's not about the unknown possibility. It's about what the evidence shows. And right now, the evidence across the board shows that they're lying to you and that this is the reality. That Gabbard told you, that the previous administration told you, that everybody involved has already told you it's not the reality. So I'll include this yet again, and it'll probably still get missed. So considering that, the pushing justification to invade Iran, did you see that just happen right there? So stupid. Oh my God. Okay, hold on a second. I can find this. I didn't grab the screenshot of it because it's pretty much the entire article, but I forgot the Daily Mail does this. If you didn't know what it does, look, it doesn't even give you an option to scroll back and forth. Daily Mail just reverts to this weird homepage and just no matter what, if you leave it up for longer than like an hour, it just diverts back to the homepage, which is so gross. But hold on. So I already saved my links, thank God, and I'm going to grab it because I want to go over this. It's just so gross how everything works today. Because I happen to have it saved on my bookmarks. Oh, here, let me do this actually. This will be faster. And what we're going to discuss is the allegation of a report of some kind of, Iranian attack from the inside and like the world in which they'd somehow not show you that. And now with what we're seeing today, on top of what we just discussed, like the justification to somehow invade Iran because of all of this. So here we are. Let's see. So that would be Daily Mail. Oops. Oh, shoot. Well, sorry to do this live. I guess I screwed up big time today. Damn it. Damn it. That's so frustrating. I knew I should have taken the screenshot. So the problem, guys, is that I guess I didn't save these tabs, which I can't believe I did that today. Oh, well. And we talk about this off on the show. I very rarely do that, but I guess I didn't save the tabs. That's frustrating, seeing as how now I can't close all of this. But anyway, let's see if we can figure this out somehow. God, it's frustrating. See, that's why they do this. I'm telling you. So I don't even know if that would end up being. Let me do this. Let's see. Daily Mail. Here, let me play something really quickly. I really want to find this, and then we'll get back to it.
We have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape, of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen.
And we got it. Just in time. Frustrating, though, isn't it? You see the kind of stuff we have to go through, how ridiculous all this is. Well, anyway, and now who knows what changed, by the way. I think that's part of what happens in that. But here is the article. Here's what it went back to. You see my point? Like, that's nowhere to be found. And here's even crazier. Let's just do this for fun real quick, since we're not in a rush today. Let's see if this pops up. I do this all the time, and I can't find these things, but I'm sure it'll pop now. Where is the search bar here? If there even is one. Okay, here it is. Let's see if it pops up. Oh, I guess it did. In the past, I've done that, and I just couldn't find it. But see, if I don't have the title, I wouldn't be able to find it anyway. Okay, let's get into it. So I want to getting us back on our mindset here, talking about the invasion based on the idea that they're, enriching uranium, which, by the way, is within their safeguards. So they're using what is legally allowed within the agreements that are made to justify an invasion to stop the thing that's totally not what they claim it is. Ridiculous all the time, guys. And they know what they're doing. That's what's crazy. They know they're lying about this, unless at Trump's level, they're being insulated by this, which I don't know how it's even possible with Tucker and others, whatever you're talking about. So in this case, keeping in mind that the argument goes back to before this. This is March 6th. Saying that they got a report warning about rising threats because of the Iran war. Now, let me read it first. Then we're going to, take this in conjunction with other reports of this coming, like an active sleeper cell. And then what just happened out front of Mamdani's mansion. I do feel that there's a weird connection to all of this. Now, this is White House blocks intelligence report. Blocks. Warning of rising U.S. homeland terror threat linked to Iran war. Just on the title, guys. I mean, doesn't that immediately go? Why? And that's what they would be waving in front of your face to justify everything they're doing, right? Every time, left or right, my entire career. This is the kind of thing they manufacture to justify what they're doing, or that Israel manufactures to justify or hide their false flags they do against you. End of the day, you could look at it two ways. This is either, an effort. Like, this is what I thought about it. I was like, this is either a way to make it more seen, like the Streisand effect, for them to, like, Daily Mail report there, don't want you to see this, right? And everyone looks at it, which is kind of makes sense to where they are. It's like it's barely a new agenda. Or this is them trying to stop this because maybe there is some truth to it, and that it makes them look like they're weaker than they want you to see. Or, maybe this is them being aware that Israel's doing this and they're really trying to hide this. Maybe they don't want this to come to pass. Like, there's all these weird elements to it. Because if you understand the kind of people that are around Trump, who clearly are about bringing on the end times for Israel more than anything that this government is doing, maybe there's something going on. Maybe they now are aware of some kind of inside double crossing going on. There's all these different thoughts to be had. But all that aside, which is all just hypothetical consideration, here's what the actual article says. Donald Trump's White House is blocking top U.S. intelligence agencies, which would be, Gabbard at the top, right? And then whatever else they're filtering through her, from warning law enforcement across the country about rising threats to homeland tied to his war with Iran. So what's crazy to me is, just on the surface, that would mean quite literally that you're putting police at risk by withholding what the intelligence reports claim puts them in danger. You see what I mean? Like, how can you even, that's right off the bat, whether lie or not, that makes you look really bad. So that's what made me go, well, maybe there's some level of truth to this, which was why I then thought through why that would make sense. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not just trying to find what makes, what I like. It's about trying to logically piece together why these things would line up with that, while always considering that these are just assumptions and then going back to what you can prove. It's a practice, guys. It has to be the same way every time. So in this case, for this to come out is going to make him look bad because he's now, what about the local sheriff that's going to fight? What if something like, what if one of these events that just happened turns out that is tied to what they were going to tell them and some police died? Wouldn't your local police be outraged with the government for hiding that from you? Wouldn't that mean that you're more concerned with your personal agenda than the actual safety of the American people? Interesting, at least the framing of it, right? So it says the FBI, Homeland Security, and the National Counterterrorism Center were preparing to put out a joint intelligence assessment or statement. Now that would be, I argue that has to be Gabbard essentially coordinating that as the director of national intelligence. Now it says, and a joint statement on Friday to state and local authorities, alerting them of a heightened threat due to the ongoing war with Iran. So specifically because of Iran. So even that, again, the idea of like false flags being real in this world, it wouldn't surprise me if you have people both from two conversations, Iranian people who are not these ridiculous Shah fake people that we see in my opinion, that we see, that are just regular Iranian people that happen to be in the United States for whatever reason. And, maybe have their gripes with their government, but don't want what they're seeing, who then see, or maybe their family just got killed in Iran, right? Who then act out in violence. I'm not saying it's justified. Personally, I would not condone that, but they may feel it's justified. Things like this drive people to take irrational action. We've talked about this every time, and then that would be their responsibility. They took the illegal action that drove people to feel like they need to take action back, right? That's different than condoning the response. They're both violent that I don't support, right? So in this case, where were we? Heightened threat due to the ongoing war with Iran, a DHS official said. That's where I was going with it. The point is that then you could, the idea that you have Iranians in this country doing that, and then you could also argue that these are people that are, planted here to do that for some other agenda. At the end of the day, though, it's you could see a world in which this might be exactly what they're claiming it is, and that's again why I would think they might try to hide that from you, because it's sort of like the Iran nuke point. They always want to threaten you with these false flag actions to get you in place. But I argue, at least from U.S. perspective, they don't always want to actually do things like that. Israel's quite different, though. But that's the difference. So in this case, you wonder whether that might be what's happening. The bulletin, which was reviewed by the Daily Mail, details elevated threats by the government of Iran to U.S. military and government personnel and facilities. Then it goes on to say Jewish and Israeli institutions and their perceived supporters and Iranian dissidents and other anti-regime activists. To me, that starts to get a little bit more like, have you ever seen that? Doesn't mean it's not capable or possible, right? But have you ever seen, when is the last time, as Tucker pointed out, that you've seen a Shiite or Iran government attack anywhere in this country? You don't, hasn't. So by that logic, it's probably unlikely. Unless they drove them to extreme action, which you might rationalize, right? But the point comes down to, why would they do that? Why would Iran, unless it's driven to this extreme level, if I said this in the very beginning, legally, Iran has every right to attack and respond to the United States because of what they did. They did not, though, and I'm glad for that, because they know what that would cause. They know that would spin this out to a degree that they probably, that whether it's in their interest or not, that Trump would drive because that's who he is. So they didn't, though. They hit U.S. targets, but not in the homeland, right? So I think that's a big thing to think about, is that overall, that you have the focus here they're claiming is to be on U.S. military, government personnel, Jewish and Israeli facilities. Like, why Jewish? That Iran is not out there fighting Jewish people, despite the ridiculous claims they make. That's not true. We've gone over this extensively. It's just, I hate that we have to even constantly push back on those things for the one people that, that might think that's the case. The reality is quite clear, like it was with Hamas or anything else. They're fighting the Zionist entity. That has overlapped with the Judaism point because of what Israel's been doing, but they make that clear. In fact, what they're fighting here mostly is the United States, according to the Iranian government. Not us, but the government. And then it goes on to say, perceived supporters? Like, what reason do we have to think Iran would just lash out at people out there supporting what they're doing? It doesn't make any sense. That's what Israel and the U.S. does. And Iranian dissidents and other regime activists. It just seems like a sprawling claim. You're all in danger. That makes me feel a little bit the other way. Radicalized individuals with a variety of ideological backgrounds. Okay, it's just that's a catch-all, right? Everybody may see this conflict or other geographical events and then, act violently. They do this every single time. It opens the door for anything, anywhere. Maybe maybe false flag, maybe just genuine. The point, though, is that, yeah, you do things crazy. People may act crazy. It doesn't mean that we have to shut things down and act differently because of you're creating this in the world. But what they mean, usually, in my opinion, is this opens the door for, problem, reaction, solution scenarios. 5-page bulletin blocked by the White House. Remember, they're blocking this. Provides specific details on how the Iranian proxies may carry out attacks across the country. Which I don't believe. I don't think there's any logic to that, other than the possibility that this might be something they have to go to in extreme reaction to what they continue to do. One section explains how law enforcement can respond to this type of violence. The official title is a Public Safety Awareness Report, Elevated Threat in the United States During U.S.-Iran Conflict. An illegal war they started. Homeland Security broke protocol and gave the White House a heads up. And this just shows you who they're working for. This is the Bondi point. It's the Nome point. They're literally working directly at the behest of the U.S. government, even though, the same with cash, they're supposed to be some kind of a separate entity that in some cases might even have to investigate the president, but not when they're there because they're employees of this presidency. And Homeland Security broke protocol, right? And gave the White House a heads up about it, which they claim is why they shut it down. Trump officials ordered it to be placed on hold. The White House did not deny blocking the terror bulletin in a statement to Daily Mail. So that to me opens a little bit. So you're telling me now the White House admitted to you to be holding? This doesn't smell right. Everything about this feels wrong because now you're admitting that you did something that might put people in risk. Police? There's clearly something wrong here. The White House is coordinating closely with all government agencies to ensure information being disseminated is accurate. Oh, now they care about accuracy, do they? Up to date and has been properly vetted, even if it means taking additional time to review and ensure nothing is done in a vacuum. Great. So every other discernible conversation, they don't even care about hiding, lying, misinformation, but now they got to be absolutely sure about something that very well could leave people in danger, if that's the reality. The senior DHS official, however, disputed what the White House said. Quote, the three agencies were going to release a joint intelligence statement that would elevate the threat and start addressing the Iranian threat on American soil. The White House stopped it and verbalized down to DHS that any unclassified, for official use only information going forward concerning Iran has to be reviewed by the White House before any dissemination. So right here, you could consider the possibility that what you're dealing with is Trump's growing awareness of how he's being played. Now, I think he knows he's being influenced. I think he knows he's, playing this game with, letting Israel do what it wants. But I don't think he wants to see himself as being fooled by it. And so you might start to realize that this is something Israel was trying to conduct because you can clearly see that they feel like they can do whatever they want in this country as the current government. And so you could consider it as something they're trying to create, maybe even going through the DHS from Israel to put this out, which is what even Wilkerson told you. That they run the Pentagon. That's what he said explicitly that he was told. And so you then see this being a threat that he may not want to be seen. And so, hey, let's hold on. This isn't accurate. I don't know. That's just a thought that, this is getting to a place where you're going to start to see irrational action, groups turning on each other because that's how this is getting. But here, since I bring it up, I believe I still have it. Everything's going so slow today.
It's unquestionable that the Epstein business was heavily influenced, let me put it that way, by Mossad.
And so that's somehow emblematic on these huge geopolitical issues.
Yes, I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon. In 2002, the Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad. They did not need any identification to get through the river entrance of the building. They went upstairs to Douglas Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense's for.
Well, doesn't that sound exactly like Netanyahu in the White House? Funny why Bannon tried to make that out to be embarrassing him, right? It's almost like he's got other intentions.
Policy, the third most powerful man in the Defense Department. Occasionally, they went to the second most powerful man, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. And they had run of the Pentagon. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said to my boss one time, hell, I don't run my building. Mossad does.
It's amazing what we can ignore in this country. The White House stopped it. DHS's decision to inform the White House was done against the wishes of the FBI leadership. So, who knows? Kash Patel, maybe it probably doesn't even mean him when they're mentioning that. White House is now in, he was busy partying with the football win or whatever the new thing he thinks he's part of. White House is now inserting themselves. This can have a chilling effect on keeping state and local law enforcement informed about ongoing terrorist threats to the homeland posed by Iran, said the official. Again, I don't think there is a threat posed by Iran to this country right now, other than what they might be driven to do because of what they're continuing to do to them. That's important to think about. I'm not saying they're not capable of doing that. What I'm saying is I don't see why they would see that as in their interest, which it's clearly not because of what it would cause, unless they're to the point to where that's the last possible option. That's where they seem to be driving to, like almost by design, right? Almost like they want Iran to take irrational action against the United States so Israel can push it even further. Typically, these intel bulletins would be issued to law enforcement without input from the White House to avoid politicizing intelligence communications. But you see, they don't care about the way things normally go. They're on a lockdown control right now because you know why. Intelligence products for the law enforcement are supposed to be neutral, fact-based. So here is the report from today. Iran may be activating sleeper cells outside the country, alert says. Interesting, right? The connection to this and the timing of it. So suddenly, now you have an actionable report, it seems, about the thing that Trump was just trying to cover up. There's already people making these arguments, which may be the case, right? I mean, as we covered, that certainly is one of the possibilities, but it feels wrong to me, right? It feels like either he's being set up by Israel or somebody else, or that this is not the way it actually went down. Because it doesn't make sense to me that they wouldn't be waving this in front of your face like they have every time I've ever seen those reports. Most of which end up being something that are rooted in fake intelligence from Israel or something like that. Now it says the U.S. has intercepted encrypted communications. So we're told by the government, believed to have originated in Iran. So we're already at secondary maybe things, right? That may serve, that's the third one, as an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside the country. So we don't know is the question. So that's the headline. Things we're not sure about. Breaking story. According to federal government alert sent to law enforcement agencies. The alert, reviewed by ABC News, cites preliminary signal analysis. Whoa. Preliminary analysis about something that they believed might be in Iran that may be this thing over here. That's some sound reporting. And why are they even reporting this if it's like that, right? It says, alert reviewed by ABC of a preliminary signal analysis of a transmission likely of Iran origin that was relayed across multiple countries shortly after the death of Khamenei. Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, was killed by a U.S.-Israeli attack on February 28th. It was illegal. It was an assassination. The intercepted transmission was encoded and appeared to be destined for clandestine recipients. Appeared to be. And why are we still, I mean, this is embarrassing at this point. Not you could say ABC News because they're all the same to me, but what they're trying to push. And this very well it may be the case, but it is already like 3 times removed from what we don't know. Maybe it was out of Iran, maybe not. Maybe it was doing this, maybe it wasn't. Maybe clandestine, maybe not. That seems silly to me. It really does. Who possesses the encryption key? The kind of message intended to impart instructions to covert operatives. Maybe not, though. That's what they're saying. This is the kind of message that may be like that, without the use of internet or cellular networks. I mean, I'm not diminishing the possibility. Clearly, this is something that might be going on today. But with all we've seen, for how often they're lying about this, it just doesn't line up at all. It's possible the transmission, could, quote, be intended to activate or provide instructions to pre-position sleeper assets operating outside the country. So off of the fact that we still don't even know where it came from or who it's directed to or what it might accomplish, what we think maybe is that it might be intended to activate things that might exist somewhere outside the country, but we're not sure. That's worthy of laughing about. While this exact contents of these transmissions cannot currently be determined, that's what it literally says, with a sudden appearance of a new station with international rebroadcast characteristics warrants heightened situational awareness. Sound. While the alert is careful to say that there is no operational threat tied to the location. Wait, what? Wait, okay, so now the last thing you include is that there's also no discernible threat of something we can't verify from a place we don't know, from doing something we can't really understand that may be happening outside the country. And we're not even sure if it's a threat to you but just in case. But so over here you have, like, here's actually a funny overlap. Maybe this is what they pulled back on. I don't know. Maybe that's what they said. Well, that's ridiculous, but I don't believe that. I believe that government, like all of them, would use the lies to sell you on anything. But you see how flimsy this is? While the alert said, careful, there's no threat, specific location, it does instruct law enforcement agencies to increase their monitoring of suspicious activity. Yes, that's always the case. They always want you to increase their activity of spying on you. If the contents of the alert prove true, it would confirm the fears expressed by law enforcement officials after the U.S. and Israel struck Iran and the sleeper cells. But yeah, you remember when you had the what is his name? CIA Sean Ryan. But that weird moment when Jones was all pulling his hair out about how the drones sniffing for bombs and they're coming over Iran, and that was nothing. That was based on nonsense. Not that's not possible, not that they don't have them, not that it wouldn't be something that could happen, but what they were doing was based on nothing. Just like the Bolton Limpet mines. And that spun out. They had that fake interview with Sean Ryan where they got proved to be writing that email they lied about. I mean, what the hell is happening? And so they created this idea of this possible threat. And now they're putting out what I believe is probably Israeli intelligence-fed lies about unknown things that might happen tomorrow. It's just insane what we get led by. Now, the only difference is why it's not being shoved in your face now. And I want to continue to reiterate that. I just think that's really interesting. Again, how about we do this again with how about we should hope, like we all should always hope, that maybe for whatever reason, he's always been fooled, and for whatever reason, he just saw it and is now going to call it all out. I mean, despite the ridiculous cue, which is not, the save Israel for last, which is the lie after lie after lie, even if that ends up happening, it would not verify that thing was always right. The point, though, is that it very well may end up being something that happens. It wouldn't suddenly mean everything they ever said was true. That's actually false. But we should hope for that, shouldn't we? I doubt it will ever be the reality, but for some reason that they suddenly realized it and they did a big announcement that said, I see what Israel's doing to us. Well, that'd be great. I would be more skeptical than ever because that feels very off, but we should hope for that. You see, it's kind of a hard thing for people to wrap their mind around because you get in these positions where you're so I agree. I think these people are monsters. I think what they're doing is objectively obvious. And I think what they're doing is against us. Now, if he suddenly came out and called it all out, it would be very difficult for me to accept that that's happening because I just don't think that's who they are. But I would be open to it. I think that's really important to consider. Now, this is CBS News, from 9th. Suspects charged in alleged ISIS-inspired attack near basically Mamdani's mayoral mansion. I find this very strange. Now, the quick breakdown is that there was protests. Now, you have to remember, Donald Trump basically endorsed this guy after the fact. He went in the Oval Office after everybody had been screaming about how Mamdani was going to be the Muslim invasion and they're all going to even Loomer, who he apparently listens to. And they were going crazy about this guy, who there's actually multiple reasons why I don't trust him at all. Despite his statements about Israel, there's things he did that we've talked about, that even early on actions about things he did with the synagogue, and there's weird stuff he did. But the point, Trump said, this guy's going to be great for New York. He basically called him MAGA. I mean, I don't mean that in some kind of that's what he said. So here we are, where still you got the team out there acting like Mamdani's like the worst anti-Dem. So how do you make sense of him being the anti, Democrat, pedophile monster, whatever you're framing him as, and then not acknowledging Trump basically saying he's great? So my point in saying all that is you have this protest that went on where you got people out there who are MAGA movement people screaming about how he's taking over the country with Muslims and Sharia law, which is just ridiculous. Not that it's not possible, but the reality of what he's saying is not actually what's happening. The facts don't align with that. There's not a single example of any of those things happening in regard to Sharia law. That's why Randy Fine and the rest are clearly not in your interest. They're acting against American interests. But so you had them out there protesting, which is their right, whether paid or not. You could protest against that where you think it's happening. Then you had a counter protest. People came out and countered the protest against them saying, whatever, like the people, it's basically like, the pro-Palestine, anti-Palestine, same kind of thing. They were out there protesting in free, I think it reads a little bit in here. There was more to it elsewhere. I just want to give you the quick details. Then what happened was apparently, this is how the story goes, two of the counter protesters So if you're understanding it, the people who are protesting against the anti-Muslim sentiment, protesting for the support of Mamdani, decided, they claim, to throw a bomb at them. But I guess toward Mamdani's home, because that makes sense. And ISIS and bad guy stuff, right? And that's them protesting against what they're claiming, which, by the way, is that you guys are terrorists. Does that make sense? Certainly lines up, doesn't it? That these guys, and look, it is possible. Like I said, people can be irrational when crazy things are happening. But doesn't that feel a little bit weird? That it seems like, or like we've already proven to you more times than I can count that this exact thing happens, and then it turns out to be the opposite, where somebody faked it, or you didn't get stabbed in the eye with a flag, you actually made it all up and you lied to the media about it. That happens all the time, guys. And then you can clearly show Israel paying, influencing, and lying across the board. Doesn't mean we should pretend that's always what's happening. Be objective. But we know they're doing it. It's been openly discussed. So in this case, we should wonder whether or not this perfectly timed off the back of two stories about bad, evil Iran, ISIS, which aren't the same thing, but that's how Israel frames it, happening inside the United States. And then boom, we see this. New York Police Commissioner talked about homemade bombs, ISIS-inspired attack. Officials said 2 devices found on Mayor Zohran Mamdani's residence were improvised explosive devices, which, by the way, IEDs, isn't that exactly what Trump was just telling you they're the kings of? The roadside bomb? That's what that is. When's the last time you heard about an IED anywhere? Funny how suddenly, after they bring back something from the Iraq War, which is when that dates back to, that's when that goes to, guys. There has not been an example of that from Iran's connection. Even then, I argue that's likely not even what was actually happening, not in the larger sense, not that they weren't using missiles and bombs or whatever else, but that this was a framing that they used a certain way. But now Trump tells you they're the king of the bombs because Israel makes that point, because that's all they could point to, because there is no example of Iran doing anything like they claim. And now suddenly you got an IED being used in front of Mamdani's home from people allegedly protesting for Muslims. I mean, seriously, guys, like, of course, yes, that's possible. But are we really going to pretend like that's not outrageously ridiculous? Like this is like a cartoon version, or rather, this is what Israel would paint it as, despite the reality. Officials said 2 devices found at his home, IEDs, that could have seriously injured or killed somebody, but apparently did not. A 3rd device is being investigated. This was a planned attack motivated by extremist ideology and inspired by violent foreign terrorist organizations. You know why they say that? Because apparently these guys literally said that. This is because of ISIS, and I'm an ISIS guy, and I believe in terrorism. That's like what we're talking about. This is silly to me. While certainly possible, seems almost cartoonish. And this is what I expect from these people. And remember, this is FBI launches an investigation. Remember who we're talking about here, guys. The FBI launches a terrorism investigation into the incident. And on Monday, federal prosecutors of the Southern District of New York unveiled charges, of course, against 18-year-old Emir Balat and 19-year-old Ibrahim Kayumi. I personally feel like those are names that don't usually align with, I find it humorous, but you could decide. I think that's irrelevant. It's just kind of an observing point. Who were taken into custody following the chaos on Manhattan's Upper East Side. I genuinely find it like almost absurd that we still pretend that these drawings or cartoons just take their picture. What are we talking about? Why do we pretend like some guy randomly sketching what seems to be bad drawings of people is somehow like, why does that make sense to anybody? Like, at the very least, get somebody who can draw them that looks like them, not these weird sketches you guys do. They're like abstract art drawings. Why does that make sense to anybody? I've never actually pointed it out on the show, but I laugh about that every single time. Then if you don't want photos, then pick one court-ordained photo taker. It just seems so stupid. Anyway, 1819. Tish said Kayumi waived his Miranda rights, which makes no sense, and told police that he watched ISIS propaganda on his phone. Guys, yeah, certainly possible, but doesn't that seem like it's like this is the narrative they're telling you? Oh my God, we've got these people talking about, in fact, I'm going to overlap with something that I was planning on doing in a later show. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. That I think is actually very relevant to this right now. This comes down to, perfect. Here it is. And I'll get into this in the next show more in depth when we get into this point. Yeah, I plan on getting more into this in a larger sense, as you'll see in a second. But this is perfectly aligns with what we're just discussing. Because what we're talking about, guys, is like this, almost like this cartoon narrative about, oh, they got propagandized by reading things on their phone and whatever, which again is possible. In fact, it's what they're doing to everybody they can online. But this is what we're hearing in the UK. And I had to make sure that this wasn't fake because of almost how, like, in the past, it used to be more like, I guess, nuanced, not just like the on the face clumsy thing. This real ad in the UK, to me, looks like a Saturday Night Live skit about what we're dealing with, but this is real. It is the UK, but guys, this is the same sentiment we're getting everywhere. The same like anti-free speech sentiment they claim is somehow about protecting free speech or whatever else. It's like the Charlie Kirk using of him is my point. But check this out.
Just got all my devices taken away by the police. My mum couldn't believe it. I might get a criminal record and not be able to go to college. I only shared a link. I just thought it was funny. But it was terrorist content. And that is not a game. It's real life.
Wow. I mean, that might take the cake even over the your brain on drugs ridiculousness, right? Like really, they made it about cannabis for the most part, and it's absurd. Or that game, the dog, anyway, all those absurd things we saw in the past. I mean, I shared a link. Are you kidding me? So now simply it's so over the top and still claim like freedom and free speech and freedom of ideology, but not that word, not this sentiment, not when you say it like that. It's all there. And Elon Musk and the rest are all up in arms about things in certain categories and only in the UK, but then fail to acknowledge that he's doing that to you here and everyone else in the US government. So back to the point. The guy waives his Miranda rights and then goes, I watched ISIS on my phone, and that's why it all happened. Get ready. It's already happening. We need to crack down on this. We can't let them say these things. We can't have them look at propaganda like this. Every single time, left or right, it's always the same. Balat also waived his rights, of course, and wrote a statement declaring his allegiance to the Islamic State. There's just... I mean, guys, come on. Like what I'm waiting for, because this just happened, I'm waiting for the other experts out there, right? Where are the people out there to break this down? Like, does that look valid to you? Does that look like a soda can wrapped in duct tape? Or does that look like something more? Because none of them apparently did anything. Like, are we being gaslit in a very clumsy narrative? I don't know. But overall, this whole thing feels wrong. The timing of it, and I feel my opinion is that we are being gaslit into supporting something that they know nobody supports. Here's Trump from 2019. It's all these have gone around, but it's important to remember this. The United States has spent $8 trillion fighting and policing the Middle East. Thousands of our great soldiers have died or been badly wounded. Millions of people have died on the other side. Going into the Middle East is the worst decision ever made. Now, of course, and then you're Massey and everybody else, 100%. That was recently. Is that you're going to get the argument. Well, he didn't start it. Well, he did, though. So you're dumb, but let's just pretend that's not the case. Oh, he didn't do this. It's their fault. They're the ones, or Obama and Biden or whatever, and he has to end it. Okay, fine. What you're doing is still objectively getting involved in the Middle East in exactly the same way that you told us was a mistake. He just says what you want to hear in the moment, just like he's doing now. His actions, on the other hand, have always revealed him, if you're being honest with yourself. But this is what they all do. They feed you what you want to hear in the moment. Sometimes it aligns with what they think, sort of. But the reality, guys, as I just showed you the other day, and we're going to get into some of the stuff that I showed you yesterday, 1 week into the Iran war, the fallout is global. What began last Saturday as coordinated attacks on Iran by the U.S. and Israel has sprawled into a wider conflict with repercussions around the world. It's already gone. This framing of some kind of focused, limited, it's gone. Unless they just decide to stop, which they could. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. So this means what we're seeing is the ongoing thing, the quagmire that we all knew was going to happen, that Israel wanted to happen. Now, what I want to show you really quickly is this is funny to me that this came out, the title, right? And that's not what the U.S. or Israel wants to be framed as, right? That's not the narrative they want you to see. So here, this stems to NPR, which is a clear, connected propaganda platform, in my opinion. So check this out. I searched the title because I was trying to find the article. Tons of people shared it. like 5 pages of different local radio and, because it's NPR, right? So it goes very far. Check this out, though. Every one of them says 1 week into the Iran war, the dangers for the U.S. and Israel, the fallout is global, right? That one's a slight deviation, but this one, they're all 1 week in, the fallout's global. 1 week in, the fallout's global. Now you go through and click any one of these, any one of them. They now say the new title. Trump warns Iran. Oh, dang it. Trump warns Iran will be hit very hard as the enters second week. Well, whoa, that's quite a bit different than global war, isn't it? I just want to point out, guys, that it's how this is him convincing Fox News to not air the thing because it embarrassed him. This is them reaching out and going, change the damn title. I mean, how else do you explain that? And my point is I only found one that actually maintained the original title. I'm not sure why. But you look, it's all right there. This is just how this stuff works, guys. Now, where we get into the actual bombings and what I think demonstrates the weakness of their position is the fact that they have to lie about this stuff. Now, I say this all the time. They would not need to lie about this if they were the one, if they were effectively completely destroying them, they wouldn't need to lie about certain parts of what happened, right? And so in this case, March 7th, Trump says, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors. Let's check, make sure he didn't delete this one and remove it already, because now it keeps doing that. Apologized and surrendered. That's what he said. The losers of the Middle East. He's such a child. Okay. So Trump comes out and says that. I said it's just embarrassing and desperate because it's so obviously not what actually happened. It's not. We'll get into the details. They, in fact, are... I'll read it exactly from what's happening. Is the ultimate point is that they're trying to give the other regional entities an opportunity to pull away from this after they've been bombing them, by the way, and not been bombed back in most cases, right? Other than U.S. and Israel. For him to lie about this, knowing most of the world would see it for what it is, because I think it's broadly reported. That's nothing if not desperate. I always want you to think about that, like knowing that, right? You can see the actions of the bombings, right? That Iran bombed a lot of these other places. UAE. I mean, we talked about all this the other day. Most of them haven't returned, and as far as I think, all of them other than U.S. and Israel, and then stops those bombings, successful attacks on them, and says, "Look, we don't want you to be a part of this. We want to stop the bombings on you unless you continue bombing us. We're going to continue bombing the U.S. and Israel." He stands up and goes, "They surrendered." I mean, guys, that's the weakest thing I've ever seen. Nobody sees. Everyone sees that. This is not some secret report. Everyone sees what just happened, and you want to frame it as surrender. It just makes you look weaker than I've ever seen you. Why would they lie about that? I genuinely don't understand that unless they're in a bad position. Maybe though I'm missing something, as always. Here's what Beat Media had to say. Iran's apology is a trap, and the West fell right into it. I tend to see it similarly in the way that they do these, where they know the hubris. Sort of like the last time Trump tried to overthrow Venezuela in his last administration. That's what happened. I guess they thought they see themselves as insurmountable, right? And so they tried to make the deals. They got all the military personnel. Then they convinced them that they were going to take over. And then when they actually initiated it, they all turned and sided with Maduro. And they set him up. And they made them look really stupid. And I think that's genuinely because they just thought that they were nobody can stop us. And they didn't win. So I think we see that a lot, in fact. So Western headlines this morning tell a simple story. Iran is buckling. President Massoud they report, has apologized to Iranian strikes in the Gulf neighbors and promised to halt further attacks. Donald Trump was quick to claim credit, asserting the apology was only made because of relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. The implication across mainstream Western coverage is clear. The bombing campaign is working and Iran is starting to crumble. But the full picture tells a very different story, one that most of the outlets are either unable or unwilling to assemble. He categorically rejected Trump's demand for unconditional surrender. Not everybody reported that, but we did. We told you. Right in the beginning, I saw it discussed, and Dave Smith pointed it out. And this was Israeli reporting. Through his Italy contacts, he offered a ceasefire early, and they flatly denied it. And I think that made him very angry. And I think that might have been why maybe Israel tried to drive this beyond Trump's decisions, because they thought maybe he was trying to pull back. I mean, these things do exist in the conversation whenever you think of Trump as a possibility. declaring that's a dream that they should have they should take to their grave. Iran said that is not the language of a man capitulating. I agree. He also framed the apology conditionally. Iran would halt the strikes on neighboring countries, he said, unless we're attacked from those countries. It's a warning wrapped in an olive branch. I agree completely. In fact, that's not even debatable, guys. You could argue behind it, there's weakness that we don't see, but the way he's stating that is pretty damn clear. That's not surrender. So the fact that we even have to break that down is an example of how broken things are, but that's what I'm talking about, guys. They're lying to you. Ryan Grimm points out, Gulf countries learning the hard way that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. It's exactly the same point with Israel. The U.S. and this whole point of like, who needs enemies when you got friends like Israel? The U.S. has earned global pariah status. Our raw power staves that off, but for how long? Now, this has been deleted. I'm not sure why. Maybe pressure. Maybe he doesn't believe it anymore. This was, what was it again? Oh, shoot. Here. I want to get his title. Founding chairman Al-Habator Group. Let's see what this says. Founding chairman, same thing, and, from Dubai. So he spoke up before deleting it and said, "Dear Mr. President," this is on the archive, direct question, who gave you the decision to plunge our region into war with Iran? The right, the ability. On what basis did you make this dangerous decision? Because it was translated. Did you calculate collateral damage before you pulled the trigger? Have you ever thought that the first countries in the region will be harmed by this escalation, meaning them in the way? Yeah, I'm sure he did. The people of this region also have the right to ask, was this your decision alone, or it came from a result of pressure from Netanyahu and his government? You see, this is why this got pulled back, my opinion. I have put countries, Gulf Cooperation Council, the Arab countries are in the heart of a danger they did not choose. Thank God we are strong and able to defend ourselves, and we have armies and defenses that protect our countries. But the question remains, who allowed you to turn our region into a war zone? It's pretty scathing. Before the ink dries on an initiative board of peace, in the name of peace and stability, which you declared, how insulting, we find ourselves facing a military escalation that puts the entire region at risk. Where did these initiatives go? What is the fate of the pledges that were made in the name of peace? I guess if you actually believe that, then that's on you, because their world actions up until that moment demonstrate the dishonesty of that. Most of the funding offered for these initiatives came from countries in the region itself, and then he created war for them. So they paid for peace board, and then he shoved them into war. Fantastic. And from Gulf countries that contributed billions of dollars, right? Except Israel, only one didn't have to pay, of course, rather because they refused to, and they still let them in. These countries have the right to ask today, where did that money go? Probably to Israel. Are we financing peace initiatives or financing a war that puts us at risk? This is important, guys. That's why it was deleted. What is more dangerous is that your decision not only threatens the peoples of the region, but also reaches the American people to whom you promised peace and prosperity. Today, he finds himself in a war financed by his own money and taxes. According to the Policy Institute, the cost ranges between $40 and $65 billion for direct military operations and may reach $210 billion. Somewhere between there was the estimate that our own side put out, including economic impacts and indirect losses as it lasts 4 to 5 weeks. Yeah, let alone a couple of years, a decade. That's when we get into the trillions, like the war of terror. It has even reached the point of sacrificing the Americans themselves in a war in which they have no stake. Man, you even broke your promises not to get involved in wars and to care only about America and put it at the top of your priorities, as you ordered foreign military interventions during your second term that included 7 countries: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Nigeria, Syria, Iran, Venezuela, in addition to naval operations in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific Ocean. You launched more than 658 foreign airstrikes in your first year alone, which is equivalent to the total strikes in Biden's entire term. And you criticized him for involving the United States in foreign wars. Mr. President, these numbers have had a profound impact on your approval ratings among Americans. See, the world can see it. We lie to ourselves, which have declined since your second inauguration, a 9% drop in just 400 days. These numbers say something clear. Even inside the United States, there is a growing concern about being drawn into the new war and about exposing American lives, economies, futures to unnecessary risks. True leadership is not measured by war decisions, but by wisdom, by respect for others, and I'll add by restraint, and a push toward peace. If these initiatives were launched in the name of peace, we have a right to demand today full transparency and clear accountability. That's important. I was going to take a screenshot. Oh, I guess I can't get it all. I'll do it later. Oh, there we go. I want people to be able to see what he actually said. It's now gone, of course. That's how that works. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. See? We'll help it out. Helping out. That's how we do it. For everybody else. So, Sagar points out, to achieve unconditional surrender that they're demanding, in the past, we had to drop 2 atomic bombs, invade Europe, and support the Soviet Union, taking 400,000 casualties in 1945 alone. This is a declaration not only of regime change, but of a prolonged quagmire if we don't reverse course. How does anybody not acknowledge that at this point? As this person says, feels like we're ripping off the off-ramps as we go. Trump increasingly must know that he's messed up. Everyone sees this, but they continue because I don't think they have a choice. Mencho Sit points out, Iran strikes several U.S. bases in 7 Arab countries for 7 days, destroying vital radars. Qatar being one of the $1.1 billion. Douglas McGregor just said they took out the eyes. None of those countries retaliated. Iran says the punishment for them is over, unless more U.S. attacks come from their land. Trump, they've surrendered. Everyone's laughing at them. Armchair Warlord pointing out some places that were bombed according to the radar that they claimed were not. Again, showing weakness to me. He says, it occurs to me that we're seeing a pattern here. The Iranians are probably baiting our air and missile defense radars in the Middle East into illuminating and giving up their exact positions with ballistic missiles, then killing them with drones. Weirdly, exactly what we were being told was happening in reverse. Maybe both. Maybe this is wrong. The cruise drones are, by all indications, quite precise and effective enough at sliding through fighter sweeps and very limited SHORAD coverage that exists, likely because the Iranians got a dress rehearsal last year and the Russians have shared industrial amounts of combat data from Ukraine with them. This is just his opinion. I just felt it was insightful. We've lost a terrifying proportion of the total number of THAAD radars in existence just in the last week, not to mention some ultra-heavy fixed radar installations and an unknown number of Patriot radars. We are already seeing the results of this. Missile warnings in Israel have already decreased to a matter of seconds. Missile warnings in the Gulf states are sporadic to non-existent. Replacement systems, which they're critical about, replacement systems are being frantically flown into the Middle East from elsewhere. And the Iranians are getting essentially the same number of missiles through and continuing to strike important targets despite significantly fewer launches, which is what they tried to claim showed they were weak. Does not as far as I can tell. Shows restraint, or I would argue more likely, and rationing is the word I was looking for. But, consider both. Suggesting that's what he says right here, metering their launch campaign by effects on target to sustain a long war. This also, by the way, suggests that we got head faked by Iranian strike doctrine. We've been laser focused on countering the flashy high end of their strike system, the ballistic missile force, while the Iranians didn't use their drones very effectively in previous rounds. And by the way, in their own conversations, they stressed this, that they have plenty of things they haven't even used yet because they wanted waiting for this moment, or at least where this may go in some real engaged war, which is essentially where this feels to be right now with their invasion on the ground. So it says, during the 12-day war, the trickle of shaheeds the Iranians flew off was trivially interdicted by fighter sweeps, which may have lulled the U.S. and Israel war planners into a false sense of security about the true effectiveness of their weapons. This may have been precisely the impression the Iranians wanted us to have of what we know. From extensive combat use in Ukraine, it is a pretty formidable weapon. The Iranians may actually have taken a pretty serious lesson from Ukraine that flashy weapons draw fire and shifted to considering their drone force easily produced in gigantic quantities, quiet to launch, easy to store, frustratingly difficult to intercept, and lethal and precise enough to disable key nodes, be their primary striking arm. What did they just tell you? Rubio, Miller, they've got drones and missiles that have too many and we can't do anything about it. Well, that's not a crime. You're basically saying that they're better than us right now. We can't allow that, or they might be able to get there. We can't allow them to legally get to a place where we can't do anything about that. These are just monsters, guys. What they're showing you is who they really are. And so the point overall is that they leaned into that direction, which seems smart. Now, I also think it's interesting that we've been talking about drones and this stuff forever. But do you know why I think we haven't truly gone the route like they have? Because we're tacked into this merchants of death system where the Lockheed Martins and all these groups are hooked into their usual contracts to all these massive weapons that in many cases are becoming unnecessary today. It's just this old decrepit machine that we exist in. And even they can see it, but they can't pull themselves out of it in some cases. Or there's more going on than we can see. I just thought this was accurate to a degree based on his assessment and what I see as well. Now, as we showed you in the last show, this was on the 7th, so there's more guaranteed over the last 2 days, but the point is bombing residential and civilian buildings. Rami Abdul, Euromed Human Rights Group. As of this morning on the 7th, they've hit 5,535 residential buildings, 1,041 commercial units. The strikes damaged 14 health centers, 65 schools, 13 facilities linked to the Red Crescent, which is independently reporting that themselves. Of course, this person says, it's called war, idiot. You see the kind of things we're dealing with? Now, who knows if that's an Israeli bot or U.S. bot or whatever else? But literally, this person, alarmingly, if it's a real person, believes that it's just war, so you bomb whatever you want. Well, that's what Miller's telling you. That's what Rubio and Hegseth are trying to push. You see my point, guys? They're dragging the world into this reality, which will only cause more suffering for everybody. They want you to believe it's okay to just kill and murder and maim and rape and torture, as long as you do it, though, because the other side does it first, even though we have never seen that and they actually haven't. Max Blumenthal, while Iran methodically targets U.S. forward imperial bases and assets in the region, the U.S.-Israel war of terror demolishes civilian aircraft at civilian airports in Iran. Now, from my perspective, there's been 2 examples that I can see of what we argue are civilian locations. One was Tel Aviv. That they all tried to, that's one of the points they keep pointing to, where they said Netanyahu stood there claiming, oh my God, they killed all the civilians, when already John Kiriakou on Piers Morgan was forced to admit that, which we already know, it is a legal military target because of the base they put underneath it. Now, I would still argue, like I always have, knowing that there's civilians there, whether or not it's by design, should be something you avoid. That should still be a crime as far as I'm concerned, even though it's used that way. But the point is that is based on their logic, exactly what the legal reality is. So, secondarily, there was that big building they claim was a residential building, which was already been proven to be housing personnel. Not the one, I guess, that's recently being discussed, but there was one from like 3 days ago we talked about, right? Where there was a building that was on, that they did bomb. Apparently, they were even owned it. But there were reports before about this being housing personnel, military and otherwise. Now, I said the same thing. I still feel like that's a crime, and we should call it out for Iran or anybody else. But we have to understand that right now and I could be missing things as well. They can't possibly see everything. But on the other side of it, guys, just as a simple glance, and I don't mean by just glancing at what you see passing online. I mean, but glancing, just what you glance through, but then investigate. By meaning that, you can't possibly see everything that's out there. It's impossible to miss the bombing of the girls' school right out of the gate, or the continual targeting of their airports and schools and hospitals. I don't even think they're denying that at this point. That's why you get stuff like this, by the way, which I'm just jumping ahead slightly. You get this guy, Walls. Remember this guy, the one that got caught using an Israeli intelligence app in the White House, which I'll include yet again. I still can't believe that this conversation didn't get framed for what it really was. Everyone was like, the signal gate. Remember that? Well, the real point was, as you remember, if you watch this show, and look it up for yourself. It was actually, they used the name. Telemessage is an intelligence-connected Israeli app that archives through Signal. And he was using that on his phone in these internal meetings. This is not even the most important one. Things like in the Oval Office or inside security briefings. State Department revealed to be using Israeli intelligence linked chat app involved in Trump admin hack. And guess what? They didn't get fired. He got shoved away to go be, to continue to help Israel is the point. That's who we're talking about. So here he is telling you, Iranians and their proxies hide caches of weapons in hospitals and schools. We know they do that. Oh, okay. So that means bomb every hospital and every school, apparently. That's what they're doing. Even though I've never actually seen the evidence of what they're claiming. Doesn't mean it's not true. Same point about Hamas. They yelled that forever. I've still yet to actually see them prove it. I've seen them get caught lying about that many times. I've also seen Israel vividly caught literally doing it and then owning it. Neighbor procedure, mosquito procedure. Yeah, those are human shields. They literally got caught with a guy on the hood of their car in the middle of summer that melted his skin, who later went to the hospital. He got tied to the shield to protect him. They brought children. I mean, guys, over and over. And now we want to hear this as they're bombing hospitals. It's the same thing. And as DD Geopolitics points out, there's literally no difference between the rhetoric now of the U.S. and Israel. Here they are. CENTCOM has reached its final form, now issuing statements that sound exactly like the IDF. The Iranian regime is using heavily populated civilian areas to conduct military operations, including launching one-way attacks from these locations. What does that mean? They're targeting those civilian locations. I say they're lying. Flatly. I see no evidence to back that up. I don't even understand why that would make sense, but it's certainly possible because you understand, they know where these arguments are from. They know what they're doing. And this has gone, this is why Iran has planned these things and openly discussed this in different forums for a long time. They know what they do. They know their tactics, which seem to have never changed, and they've changed. I don't mean change from doing this, but I just mean, for example, having those buried locations which nobody can identify. That's part of the adaptation. Why would they focus on look, here's the point, guys. And this is what we always forget to say in this conversation. The reason, classically, the argument they put things in schools, hospitals, anybody, is so one, they get hidden, and two, because the good guys are afraid to bomb those places because there's civilians there, right? Well, that's clearly not the reality. Seeing as how the U.S. and Israel are basically going, well, they're doing it, so we have to bomb them. So then why is it happening? If we know, as the whole world can see, that they're not ashamed, they're not afraid to bomb a group full of 450 people for somebody that might be there, or to continue to bomb schools and hospitals because maybe, even though they know they're not there, then why would they then continue to do it over there knowing that they're going to actually target those locations? You see my point? There's no logic to everything they're doing. Now, that's when it just falls back on, well, they're just crazy, Ryan. Okay. Sound argument. Like Assad gassing children in the moments when they needed to do it to justify their actions. He does it to give them the excuse, oh, he's just a crazy person. Or they lied about it over and over and over. I mean, Aaron Mate and plenty of others broke that down extensively, and it's obvious. So here we are again. As we just showed you, they are quite literally targeting civilian locations everywhere. Saeed Abbas Araghachi, who is the foreign minister of Iran, U.S. committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater distillation plant in Qasim Island. That's been reported around these are right now because it's not in Gaza, you understand. These are being worldwide reported. Now, the best you can do is dispute that you bombed it, that somebody else did. But you can't dispute these things are being attacked. It's different than what we were doing before. And everyone's watching. Water supply in 30 villages has been impacted. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. The U.S. set this precedent, not Iran. Everyone can see it. And you could argue if there wasn't the Gaza situation before this, that they might be able to hide behind their lies. Not right now. It's just not happening. As Glenn writes, liberating Iranians, especially the young girls about whom Israel loyalists are so deeply and authentically concerned, by incinerating their cities, bombing their elementary schools, poisoning their air, destroying their fresh water supply, and subjecting them to terror. That's known as liberation. Iraq, Libya, Syria style. That's my whole point. This person's highlighting they managed to film the Shahran oil depot in western Tehran that was targeted by airstrikes last night, which we're going to get into next. The oil still seems to be burning. We saw flames coming from some of the destroyed oil storage tanks. Also destroyed tanker trucks outside the gate. You see how silly this is as they're talking? I think it's pretty clear that Israel's driving this to happen, and that ultimately the U.S., the executive branch might not even be dictating what's happening on the ground, through the U.S. military. Iran Health Ministry says that 32 civilians were injured in a Sitra incident. We're going to get to the oil in a second, including 4 in serious condition. Among them, children who required surgery. Now, officials described the casualties as a result of a hostile Iranian drone attack. However, video and local reporting indicate the homes were struck by an interceptor missile. likely a Patriot missile fired by Bahrain air defenses, which in fact fell on the residential area after a failed interceptor attempt. Now, that could be a lie too. Just like we've seen Israel and the U.S. lie about the same thing in reverse and claim Iran's missile fell on themselves. The difference is there is video evidence, but that could be falsified as well. Be objective and question it. But what I find interesting is that every time they make those lies, like the school that we now know as a fact was their bomb, or the ones before that, right? The one in the Druze population conversation of those kids playing soccer. That was quite literally one of their missiles that lobbed up and fell, and I have it on video. And yet they lied and said it was somebody else. So it's worth considering all those things when you get these narratives again. Or how there's like Trump is still telling you that the school bombing was Iran, and we know it's not. So here they are telling you that's Iran to cover the fact that it seems that they did it to themselves. But question it. My point is, if you have evidence that shows something other than what these videos show, or what local people say, or what reports on the ground are telling you, well, then I'll consider it. Right now, it's a pretty one-sided story. But be objective. Everywhere you look, though, this is, clear evidence showing you what's going on. But of course, you get the Dinesh D'Souza types who, by the way, cite Visregrad24, who has been caught lying. I mean, probably one of the worst offenders on this platform, not just about Israel, but will lie for anything that's in the agenda. So lie about Venezuela, and then Elon shares it every single time, every time. And they've been caught lying about bread in Gaza, lying about voting machines in Venezuela. And I mean, over and over and over. And not only does it not stop getting influence or promoted, it grows because that's what this platform is for. And Dinesh D'Souza either is too stupid or doesn't care. He says that the death to America people, meaning, the government who says that about our government, never considered that America might return the favor. You see how crazy this is? First of all, we're talking about places like Tehran. Massive, massive civilian, more people than New York City. That's what we're talking about. These are the kind of pictures we're being shown. Tehran right now. And that's supposed to be praiseworthy? Isn't Dinesh one of the ones telling you that this is not about killing civilians? He's the same kind of person before telling you fighting Hamas and then kill all those Palestinians, acting like it makes sense. You're a monster. You're a disgusting human being if you're pretending that this is somehow justifiable because some people said death to America. And even if that's the case, even if all of them were chanting kill every American, so you're telling us you're the exact same? That you're just as gross? You're just as radical? That you want to see every Iranian killed because some people, maybe everyone said that? You got to understand, these people are showing you who they are. And on top of that, guys, so we're supposed, first, again, the death to America, in case you haven't heard me say it before. Listen to the government. They'll tell you right now what they mean when they say that is the U.S. government. Now, maybe they're lying, sure. But you have to understand that you Americans are actually pretty popular to Iranians. I don't know why. I bring this up every time. Look it up for yourself. I think it's because everyone in the world can see that the governments are what are doing this, and most Americans are right now calling it out. This guy is cheering on the mass indiscriminate bombing of a place larger than New York City that's being cheered on by a pro-Israel account. Even though they just told you it was going to be limited strikes about saving Iranians, democracy, remember who they are, guys. Remember them. These are the lines where people get exposed. Like this guy. This guy was rationalizing the killing of children right now. The bombing of innocent girls, the bombing of hospitals and schools because they have things there, said Israel. And even if they did, just like Gaza, it doesn't make it a legal target. We went over this then, international lawyers, the UN, they didn't care. So here they are using the same argument, even though we know that doesn't even make it legal. It's disgusting. Here's Mossad commentary. You know how often I point this out? Hadi catching them. Oy vey. They write on 20, this is yesterday, international law violation. How ridiculous. Guess what? Another Iran cluster munition ballistic missile, which I've yet to truly verify, but wouldn't surprise me. You know why? Because they all use them. But apparently, this is like a perfect point of what I'm always talking about. So here's what Hadi pointed out first. That they said international law doesn't exist. You're a fake lawyer. Because that's when they were pushing back on the international law part about Gaza, right? That doesn't exist. Okay, funny how now you want to go international law, get Iran. And even the fact check points it out. This account has previously stated they don't believe in international law. Israel used cluster munitions in its 13-month war against Lebanon. You got to love that. So these people are failing in spectacular fashion, lying to you every which way you look at it. Yes, Israel used them, and in many cases, they're working with the U.S. to do it. These people don't care about the truth. Mossad commentary, the rest, they're just going to lie to you, going to use whatever tool they can, and this is the most anti-American thing I've ever seen. Because it's being done to trick Americans to kill themselves for this agenda. Oops, let me include that for you since I didn't add that one. Oh, shoot, I'm realizing. Oh, well, okay. I just screwed up again, by the way. I just realized I wasn't supposed to be closing the tabs because I forgot to bookmark everything. Well, apologies for today, guys, because it looks like most of this isn't saved in the tabs. So just remember that. My apologies. So Zionism Observer adds to this, and we already talked about the Ben Gurion Airport before this happened. Now, we weren't the ones that called it. I forget who's the one that called it on Twitter, but somebody called it out and said, mark this down. When this comes to pass, remember this, right? Here they are. The U.S. Air Force has turned Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion International Airport into an aerial refueling tanker base with at least 14, different jets and planes and bombs. U.S. Air Force deployment to Israel comes that U.S. prepares or strike on Iran. The video we showed before was of them showing during the Gaza discussion bombs being delivered through the airport, right? Well, at the same time, right now, we can show you there's civilian traffic in this airport. That's a human shield dynamic, no matter how, at least the way they would frame it about any other government they're fighting. And as Zionism Observer points out, calling this guy out, says, hey, how come you didn't call it human shields when Israel does it? Because here is Hamas is probably operating out of towns utilizing resident human shields, even though that's a guess. Here's an approvable example, but we don't call it that. Mark them down. Now, I showed you this yesterday. Just a quick point. Mario Nafal doing his usual propaganda push based on whatever people hand in front of him. IDF dropped a 3D animation showing where Khomeini was hiding. It's not true. It's been disproven. Well, here's what's funny. I believe this is gone now. Of course, because that's what happens on this platform. There is no more community note because somebody got it removed. But here it is. Before it got removed, Khomeini was in his office above ground, and it wasn't. This is the case before the fact check, as usual. You could look up this for yourself. There's been plenty of reports about this. Guys, this is my point. This is not Hamas. This is not Gaza. They invent their people on the ground over there can look at what happened. They can take pictures of what happened. So what you get is Israel yet again giving you one of these fake 3D graphics telling you it was some secret, deep down, hidden monster terrorist base. Nope. It was a civilian location full of lots of people, rather just not military, but full of civilians as well. And like we just showed you, they killed the new leader's sister, mother, family. That's not a legal target, no matter what you want to say. So Saeed also calls it out. Nonsense. Just, this was not the reality. This is sinister propaganda. Dan Smotes goes through kind of like the evolution of the narrative, right? Iran killed 60,000 other civilians. No, wait, they have nukes. No, wait, they were built nukes that we destroyed already. No, wait, they're going to bomb the United States now. No, wait, Israel forced us actually. No, wait, we forced Israel's hand. No, wait, they did October 7th. Also, it is and isn't a war. And if you don't accept that, then you're an anti-Semitic terrorist sympathizer. Perfect. I mean, just perfectly sums up how stupid this is, and people just go along to get along. Because if you're not a complete dishonest person, this is really embarrassingly obvious. Now, as Hegseth said, and some of this I pointed out yesterday, no mention of, basically he says the only ones who need to be worried right now are the Iranians who think they're going to live. That's exactly what he said. I played it yesterday. As they carpet bomb Tehran in front of everybody. And then you get Visegrad and everybody else going, this is what you promised. FAFO. It's just crazy. Blatant violations of international law. And I think it's literally about doing it so brazenly that it gives cover to what Israel just did in Gaza. Because apparently it's about sacrificing everything, American government, people, everything, to support Israel, no matter what, because that's America first, if you listen to these people. Because whatever that is MAGA, that's Trump. So whatever Trump does is all that. So shut up and do what you're told. Freedom, #winning. They're killing people in broad daylight. And he's telling you that this is maximum lethality. Punch them while they're down. He said all of these things. I hope he goes to prison because that's what he's doing. He's openly telling you he's committing genocide or whatever you want to call it, war crimes, ongoing killing of people. That's what we're talking about. The point is the intent is a huge part of that. So as we talked about in regard to the oil bombings and locations, We read this yesterday briefly, and I think I'm not going to go through it too deep, but I want to at least point it out. Though it is the daytime, the sun cannot be seen in Tehran. This is yesterday, because all of the smoke following the U.S. and Israel bombing Tehran's oil refineries. People on the ground describe it as an Armageddon. Funny overlap. History will not forgive Reza Pahlavi, Ali Najad, all the different people pretending to be leaders of Iran who tricked Iranians into thinking that this would free them. Daily Mail shows some of the more horrifying imagery of it says Red Crescent warns Tehran may be submerged by toxic rain that can cause chemicals, burn the skin, damage lungs. Man, this is, I mean, think about just oil alone, but everything else that's burning because this is like a dioxin situation or a PFAS thing. People are getting, we went over this yesterday. Actually, I think it's in here. People are getting rashes and getting sick. It's exactly what we talked about at these different locations. Conyers, Georgia, probably by design. The air is unbreathable. Tehran shrouded in a cloud of toxic smoke after Israel strikes fuel depots. Let me see where we're at on time. So, the fuel depot point is super important because of the way that they're dealing with this, right? Trump promising. Now, as we discussed yesterday, prices went up to like 115. Now, last I checked, they were down like 90 again. So to a point, he was right, at least in the idea that they would, wherever it was, they would, the wrong one, that they would drop really fast. Here it is. They'd go way down really quickly, right? Well, they didn't go way down. They're up from where they were before, but they did go down fast. So it's kind of a mixed lie, or rather just half truth. But at the end of the day, they still might be going down. But I want to point out, guys, that the idea that it can go down like that so dramatically, they're manipulating this. Whether that's through, some kind of dumping of product or flooding it or whatever else, at the end of the day, that's not organic. It's not the reality of where it's going to end up. So they're just trying to manipulate the situation. And on top of that, regardless of what the number shows in the moment, gas prices around the country have gone up pretty strongly. Diesel was, I think it's right here. It's I'm jumping ahead. The point, though, as we go through this, is that they're causing this while screaming about how it's a problem and then targeting both the U.S. and Israel oil installations, oil tankers, which, by the way, are not legal targets. They're not war targets, but they're bombing them anyway, just like they were right before this started. Weird how that's consistent, isn't it? Iran's capital was engulfed in a cloud of toxic smoke that unleashed black rainfall dozens of miles away on Sunday after overnight Israeli strikes on several fuel depots caused fires to burn for hours. Images from Tehran, a city of nearly 10 million people, showed thick black smoke from the fires hanging over it, while residents reported difficulty breathing, oil-tainted rainfall staining everything around them. The rain is black. I can't believe it. I'm seeing black rain. It's even in Tarish, which is miles away from the oil tanks. Think about what a large disaster that means. If it's miles away, they're still raining black. It says, my white car is almost black. Iran's Red Crescent Society warned residents of Tehran and the surrounding region that the rainfall after the strikes could be highly dangerous and acidic and could cause chemical burns in the skin and serious damage to the lungs. I get the worry that something was done alongside this too, knowing that this would be, who knows what they're doing. These are very dangerous people. Leah, the 27-year-old teacher in Tehran, said the air was unbreathable. So what happened to saving all these people, guys? Aren't these all the people you claim you're trying to save from the bad regime? No, this is them. You're targeting them, which anyone can see that's not a blind follower. It's as if all the cars in the street pavement have been coated with black paint. It says, today I wish I was in the car for 15 minutes, breathing this air. I don't even know what it is, and now I have a headache. The skin on my face, especially my lips, is sore and raw. That's crazy. We talked about this during the dioxin point. If it's that fast, you're in danger, big time. Like legitimate danger. If your headache and your skin is reacting to minutes in the air, guys, that's a very serious problem. That's the kind of thing you're going to get cancers and problems like within the next years of your life, if not right away. We went through this pretty in depth during both Conyers and East Palestine, and the evidence is overwhelming. They hide this almost every time when it happens in the United States. It says it burns and feels like diluted tear gas in the air. It irritates my eyes, and I keep needing to be to clear my throat. Now, to be clear, there are things that can cause that wouldn't indicate some kind of serious long-term problem. My point, though, is what we know was targeted. Oil alone, but all the different things, the plastics, and all things that are everything's involved with where these are. Now, it is going to cause this. And that means something very serious. Iran state media reported that the Agdish oil warehouse in northeast Tehran, the Shahran oil depot north of the city, and an oil refinery in the south, and an oil depot in Karaj, west of Tehran, were all targeted. You think that's an accident? This is deliberately trying to cause this problem to then turn around and blame Tehran, is what I would argue. The Israeli military took responsibility for the strike, saying that on Twitter that it targeted several fuel storage complexes belonging to the IRGC in Tehran that it claimed were used to distribute fuel to multiple military entities in Iran. Now, they're claiming it was, we targeted it because they're saying that because if it's not what they claimed, that means it's civilian. And they know it is. So all they're saying is they use it to help the military. You don't think that the U.S. infrastructure helps the military? So by their logic, they could bomb every U.S. fuel, everything, because the military uses fuel. This is such insane logic. Now, back to the point, despite the fact they're claiming the strikes, watch as at some point, one of our ridiculous U.S. politicians tries to argue that your gas prices are high because of Iran. I'm willing to bet you somebody's already said that somewhere. That's how ridiculous this is. Now, we're going to get into the fact that they're not just targeting this, but the U.S. is too, and that they're acting like that's a problem. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Trump wrote that. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior, like some school mom, are areas and groups of people that are not considered for targeting. I mean, guys, what is he even talking about? That's expanding this beyond military targets because of people that did certain bad. I mean, I don't even know how you cannot see where we are right now. So this is the one we were reading earlier. Destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Thank you for your attention. So that just expands it to being anything. So you know what that really does? It lays the groundwork, the cover for being, well, anything they just bombed, no matter how bad it looks, is probably something he just insinuated. That's how the MAGA team, that's how partisanship works left or right. That basically, well, wink, wink, he must have, well, he said there have secret things that whatever he said, because they're bad behavior, they're groups that weren't really targeted before. So they're going to go, well, Trump told you there are things that wouldn't normally be targeted. They're now being targeted because, Iran, bad guy. Watch. Tehran residents reported heavy bombardment in the city on Saturday. Tehran. Tons of residents. A little over a week into the U.S.-Israeli attack it killed more than 1,000 civilians, according to Time magazine, and spiraled into the regional conflict. A separate theater of war has seen Israel launch a major attack on Lebanon. Amazing why that's not a massive issue. In an attempt to disarm Hezbollah. Oh, that's why, because we're Hezbollah bad guy, right? So we just all ignore the illegality of everything they're doing. Lebanon's health minister said Sunday that 394 people have been killed so far in the conflict, 83 children among that number. It's all worth it, though, apparently, because bad guy. Iran's Red Crescent Society also said on Sunday that about 10,000 civilian structures across the country have been damaged. It's almost like they're completely consistent in the way they conduct war. Bombing everything, targeting everybody, raping, torturing, killing everybody they possibly can, and then yelling the word freedom, and apparently it all goes away. Because Trump said, schools, homes, medical facilities, every single time I've ever seen Israel involved in a war. Iran has responded to the U.S.-Israeli offensive by launching a barrage of missiles and drones toward Israel and Gulf countries that host American military bases. It has not struck just military targets, but civilian targets like hotels, airports, and apartment buildings across the region. Now, even what I was reported on, I don't most of what they just highlighted. I don't like the civilian targets I focused on just before. Those are two clear ones I made a case about that we should question and hold them accountable whether or not they're military targets there, right? Because I think targeting civilians regardless is a crime. But when they say hotels and airports and apartment buildings, I haven't seen the evidence of all of those things. And the reality being that these airports and discussions, and including the one I talked about earlier, were proven to have military personnel. So by your logic, they're military targets. But important to include that. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson also said on Twitter that by targeting fuel depots, the aggressors are releasing hazardous materials and toxic substances in the air, poisoning civilians, devastating the environment, and endangering lives on a massive scale. On Saturday, as we already reported, they targeted water. Desalination plant. The U.S. set this precedent, not Iran. Water supply in 30 villages has been impacted. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. Whole world sees this. Ryan Grimm points out, U.S. military planners are reportedly examining options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Any viable solution would likely require heavily escorted merchant traffic. One model, World War II style convoy system, commercial ships grounded moving. Oh, great. Ryan Grimm says, well, how about, I don't know, stopping the bombing, maybe? Is that among the any viable solutions being considered? Clearly not. Now, yet again, let's reload it. I do feel like you can see a demonstrated decrease. Is that loading? Oh, it already did? That was weird. Hold on. Yeah, like, so zoom out. Like, it's still reasonable. There's still ships, but I've been showing this last, week. I think that looks like a very clear decrease in traffic. So the only reason I've been saying this over the time is that we've been getting reports about a massive decrease in traffic, and most people saying they closed the strait, but by the definition, they did not close the strait, since you can see ships going back and forth. But they very clearly did threaten, and that did have a very clear effect. So the right way to report this is, in effect, it has been restricted, not shut down. So it's frustrating how frivolous people are reporting, but it has clearly, to me, it's way, way less than it was the last time I checked. So just wanted to point that out, because we've been kind of following up on this. And so what they're saying is we might have to do something to make sure we can get through. And there's a lot more to get into in that alone, like some of these manufacturing, rather kind of like problem reaction solution situations where they're creating something that it opens a door for them to be able to massively profit from how they're doing this. But we'll get into that in the conversation. Kuwait, OPEC's fifth largest producer, said it has reduced oil and refinery output as unable to export due to the closure of Strait of Hormuz. Now, as I said, he came out and said that the prices will go down very quickly. Did that just change? Oh, it's right there. They basically said in the short term, they'll go up, but they will go way down very quickly. So I wanted to check really quickly on the crude oil. So yeah, right now at 89.7, which I feel, what was it before this all started? Does somebody possibly remember that? I feel like it was lower than that. I can't remember exactly, but either way, it went up a bunch and then kind of resettled. So it's it didn't really go, it just went back, somewhere around the general point. But so that was the argument that it's going to come back down. We pointed out seeing Qatar warn, which did get pretty close. Right, pretty 115, 20-ish. He claimed 150, big deal. So then Trump just kind of they say, oh, if they go up, they go up. Getting frustrated because here's what I'm getting at with this. And as of today, whether or not we just saw something, they did drop the barrel price. That hasn't really, it's right now, gas prices are up. And as Sager points out, $5 a gallon for diesel. He says, we all learned under Biden how diesel prices translate into massive inflation for literally any goods that need to be trucked across the country. And it's up a lot. But maybe it goes back down since the barrel price did go down. So that will probably reflect, but it feels not organic to me the way that just happened. And so, but who knows? Maybe I don't know. Maybe he pulled some move that makes him an expert on this. Maybe so. I don't know. At the end of the day, I want to get into the reality of what they're doing and how they're manipulating this, whether it goes down or not. And I'll just say this, and I pointed out yesterday. Well, another Trump administration personnel simply telling you that we're going to seize the oil from Iran. Always there. But that this is going around. And I love the way Michael Krager framed this. Basically, this is the new 2 weeks to flatten the curve or to slow the spread or whatever. I agree. That's not the one. How did I even get that one? Hold on. Oh, I think that was just from yesterday. That's just an example of the bombing in Iran. That is crazy to see. Tell me that's targeted, right? Anything. Like that is what's killing people and hurting them right now, or whatever. I should say killing, but I would argue that is what's poisoning everybody with what they just bombed. The whole thing. And more than that, actually. Since we saw that it was miles away from Tehran, just like the other stories we've heard. I believe it's this one.
Disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain. Short-term pay for a...
Relentlessly rightly so, the Republicans called out the left for doing exactly the same thing relentlessly. Oh, they're all just the same thing. It's the same thing. This is your government. This is how politics and this fake media works. They get a talking point, and if you're even remotely paying attention, you watch it filter through the conversation. They're just repeating the narrative. That's what they do. These people are not there because they're insightful and intelligent, and they're there because they do what they're told. That's what I believe.
Long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short term.
Short-term. Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
It's so powerful to see that. That's like that clip of, it's a threat to our democracy. It's the same thing. It's no different. It's not unique to left or right. That's the real point. So here they are, just telling you to just hunker down, right? I know it's just like they just said. Didn't we make fun of the other side for just take it on the chin for Ukraine? It's identical. Same thing. Well, I know it's going to hurt you a little bit, but just take it on. But see, the difference is here, and that's actually better marketing, is that instead of just take it on the chin for the team, which is like speaking to your believing in the team and the country, it's more about you're going to benefit from this. Right? Just, it may feel like you're losing now, but it's going to get better. Well, didn't we hear that about tariffs and about less government and less spending and no more wars? And, just it'll get there. Just wait it out. Maybe right about 2030, I think it's all going to come together. Just hold on. Wow. But people are seeing it. That's what the point. Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Anything else is fake news. 2025, June 25. And of course, March 8th, short term. This is where it comes from. This is what's so perfect. They just repeat. Short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is very small price to pay for U.S. and world safety. Oh, is that what it is? It's just the same old, but guess what? Now it's back to nuclear threat. Funny how can you pick a lane? Can you guys just pick an example of what you're actually trying to accomplish? I love when Rubio and the rest of them, we've made it very clear what we're trying to do. Everyone says something different. That's what they do. Trump, this is today, furious at Israel for destroying Iran oil fields as crude surges. This is so dumb. This is my point of Trump going, I don't want the Kurds involved after they've already done it and they're armed and they're doing it and it's happening. He knows that, right? This is about him hoping that lazy statement, which it works for some of these blind followers, will be enough to make people think he didn't do it. Here, that's my belief. In this case, what do you mean you're furious of them doing that? You're involved with this. You know well what's happening, and this is always what you guys do. I think this is about because he knows prices are going up and people are unhappy, midterms, whatever, and he has to go, no, Israel, you did the bad thing. This is Alex Jones going, Trump's bad, but let's support him. It's the same thing. It's what they do. As he goes on to continue to support them and gives them more money and bombs for them. Yeah, but Israel. It's just so stupid. Well, guess what? Right after that, they went on and then the U.S. government bombed an oil vessel. You see how frustratingly dumb this is? Trump goes, yeah, you don't do that because prices. And then the U.S. government bombs them. Now, is that because Trump said that and then made himself look stupid by ordering that? Or is he not even in control of who's dictating the military actions? Because it offers an important point to think about, just based on that overlap, that we're talking about somebody who just stood up and said, why did you bomb those oil installations and tankers? And then the U.S. government bombs a vessel of an oil tanker, which is it's a crime. That's not a military target. And then after that goes on to bomb another one. So here's the point. With what we know about them already giving the commanders the unilateral authority on the ground, that goes back to his first administration, ordering the largest non-military bomb, the Moab, in Afghanistan. It turns out he didn't even order it. He was eating cake at Mar-a-Lago. It was broadly reported because then it was clear he gave them the authority. Because I'm not the expert, he said. That's crazy. Seeing as how that opens the door for 1,000 different things to be manipulated. I'm starting to see why that actually makes sense, because now you might wonder who's actually dictating these actions. If he's not delivering that means there's a gap between the executive branch and the generals, commanding. Maybe they have influence from somebody else. Maybe Stephen Miller's in there. Maybe Rubio and all these other people who are absolutely not fighting for American interests are dictating what they're doing. Now, just a thought, as always in the show, I'm not saying that's the reality. Just considering, based on where we are, that seems to be incongruent. Maybe it's just because he's desperate and doesn't know what else to do. They want you to believe, just hours ago, that they were angry with Israel for destroying oil, and then they bombed an oil tanker. They constantly lie. I agree. Oh, and as I said yesterday, oil production in Iraq has declined by 3 million barrels because they're engaging in operations there that no one's talking about. U.S., Israeli fighting what, PMU? I'm not sure. It's not really being talked about. But that's an Iranian ally overlap and very important for what I believe is going to be their ground war against Iran that's already happening. And 4.3 million barrels down to 1.3 a day. That's also having an effect, clearly. So just to wrap up, Lebanon is ongoing. That was going on long before this. They violated it thousands of times, the supposed ceasefire. Craig Murray has called this out for a very long time. But in case it matters more to Republican Christians, the Christians in Lebanon are crying about this, like crying a foul, like screaming to the world, help us. Lebanon Christian villages along the border are defying Israel's evacuation orders and refusing to leave. So they just told everybody in the south to evacuate, which is not their legal right. This is not their country. But they know they're going to bomb them anyway, which is a crime. But no one seems to be able to step in and do anything about it. Not the U.S. government, not the UK government, not the United Nations. Nobody who's, they're all arming and funding and supporting them. And they're just committing literal war crimes in broad daylight, using cluster munitions, we're going to point to that next. White phosphorus right now, every time. Christians, and it shouldn't matter more to you one way or the other based on what religion they have, if you're a human being with empathy, but they're in this place, it's their home, and they're saying we don't want to leave. And Israel's beginning to encroach. They're beginning to bomb. Israel has ordered all residents to leave. 217 people have been killed. Over 300,000 have been displaced. The Christian villages they're discussing here are inside this zone. When the order came, residents of the area gathered at their church and rang the bells in defiance. I believe there's a terrible catastrophe coming for these people, but it's like everybody else in Lebanon. I'm hoping that this can somehow reach the people that need to recognize that Israel and your government do not care one way or the other, whether they're Christian or Muslim or Jewish. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. There's clear elements that do. But in the case of what they're trying to accomplish, whether it's when it's Lebanon or anywhere else, look, my point would be Israel doesn't even care if it's bombing Jewish people in the places they're trying to take. We saw that with Gaza. We saw that with any number of locations, especially not Christians. But recognize what that truly shows you, that this is about Zionism. Watch what happens. I hope it doesn't. But here is, as I showed you before this even started, March 5th. This is Smotrich, who says we're going to soon, before this started, or the way it is now, Beirut in Lebanon will look like Khan Yunis. And here we go. So this is what's so crazy about it. He can brazenly go on and broadly tell the world we're about to commit a war crime. We're about to start bombing a civilian location of Lebanon with no declaration of war or no legal justification and make it look like a place that we also destroyed and genocided, even though we claim that's not true to the rest of the world. But I'm going to proudly tell you we're going to do that. Then days go by, and then the U.S. and Israel start doing that. And here we are. What are we talking about? If we can't acknowledge these people are openly, it again shows you the way the world actually works. They know they can do it, at least right now. We can change that. All you got to do is care. Zionism Observer points to Honest Reporting, who says the Iranian regime is firing cluster bombs at Israel. These submunitions break apart midair. And maybe so. And I would argue that's a crime. That's the reality. No matter who uses these things, they're considered a crime. And Zionism Observer writes, is more than 1 million a lot? Honest Reporting. As Haaretz reported, IDF commander, we fired more than 1 million cluster bombs in Lebanon. Yeah, both should matter. But it's funny how these groups tend to only focus on one side of the conversation and often tend to cite false information coming from Israel about the people they're fighting. In this case, Craig Murray also points out Israel has dropped over 1 million cluster bombs. He's a journalist. You should listen to what he has to say. Don't blindly take at face value, but consider what he has to say. This is Mario doing the same thing. Iran firing cluster munitions because Israel says. My God, how embarrassing. Well, here's a report from 2018. Banned weapons used in all U.S. war theaters. In all post 9/11 wars, U.S. has used banned chemicals, biological, radiological, incendiary, and cluster munitions. Every single one of them. It's not hard to prove. Here's the intercept. Just from 2026, Pentagon makes largest known arms purchase from Israel for banned cluster munitions. How crazy is this? It's changing, though. I'm telling you. Mohammed Safa points out, while they're screaming about other things, Israel deliberately bombed the UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. This violates international humanitarian law, Geneva Conventions, Rome Statute, 1994 Convention, the UN Charter of Security Council mandates. Israel's impunity must end. I agree. Israel drone strikes hits hotel in central Beirut. So this is what I want to think about in this. Well, first of all, we know they're targeting civilians. It's pretty easy to prove. The thing I want you to consider is that if we're seeing, we know they all have drone strikes, is that we've already seen a Sky News report that there was a bombing from a drone that they blamed on Iran that looks like it came from Israel. So I want you to consider whether some of these other locations you're seeing, especially, and I think that's why they did this more than anything, now that Israel sort of pulled back, at least it claims, from bombing the other entities other than U.S. and Israel locations, that anything else happens, it very well could be them doing it to create that situation. Netanyahu warns of disastrous consequences if Lebanon's government does not disarm Hezbollah. In the midst of a genocide on Gaza and an ongoing war against Iran that you've driven the U.S. to fight for you, you're now just you're going, you too, Lebanon. This is a desperate effort, I think, to get this done at a moment where they think they've got no... I don't think Netanyahu thinks he's ever going to have another opportunity. That's what it feels like to me. And that's not just my opinion based on a lot of things, political and otherwise. That might be the reality for him. Israeli airstrikes hit the Ain al-Hilway Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon. Think about how gross this is. They're bombing Lebanon, which is also a crime, but also just decided to target the Palestinians that managed to flee and end up in Lebanon, who were safe, but now they bomb them in the safe camp in Lebanon, killing lots of people. If you needed one example to understand who these people are, it's right there. They will go out of their way, commit a secondary illegal war to murder Palestinians that happen to get away. Israel strikes and killed 394 in Lebanon in 1 week, including 83 children. Mohammed Safa, UN diplomat, Israel bombed Lebanon with banned phosphorus munitions, violating Security Council resolutions, ceasefire agreements, and international law. This is another war crime. Nobody cares. I mean, it's quite obvious, guys, in daylight, which is the only way they even pretend it's legal is to signal. And daylight, there's no possible reason for that. And at the end of the day, it shouldn't be illegal no matter what. They abuse that manipulation all the damn time. And in case you haven't seen these, I mean, it's so wildly proven. Just going back to 2023, Israel white phosphorus used in Gaza and Lebanon. Where was that? Let's see. Also interesting about the defense authorization, for phosphorus, which is more about fertilizer, obviously, but it's interesting. I thought I had more of those popping up. Oops, that's why. I swear I had like 5 more things that would pop up my URL. But anyway, let's just do this real quick. I bet you I get like 6 articles. U.S. admits using white phosphorus in Fallujah. Pentagon's recommended giving white phosphorus used against the Islamic State. White phosphorus. I mean, guys, it's just so pathetically I mean, come on, really? Now we're going to sit there and let them scream everybody, Israel, about, oh my God, white phosphorus. Look, how about we want to find out about cluster munitions or white phosphorus? The same point that not only have they used it everywhere in every war, but I question whether you're actually seeing it used by the other side. Not because they're not capable or they wouldn't feel justified because it's being done to them, but because it's obvious that my entire time covering this, they have tried, and you can see it, to not take the easy path, not meet them at the low-hanging fruit, not drop to their level, show restraint. But maybe they've driven them too far. That wouldn't surprise me at this point. But just for crying out loud, so many examples of them doing this, and it's not some hypothetical. Oh yeah, I guess it's not in there anyway. So, lastly, Trump tells CNN he's not worried about Iran with a democratic state. You know, that was like 3 days ago, guys. We're not talking about freedom anymore. We're talking about Israel's money and, you know, us taking over and balkanizing the Iranian area for freedom, though, for oil, for whatever else. What did we say yesterday? That whatever, it's something new. How quickly you can change the story. The whole thing was about freedom. Even the Democrats came on board. Oh, freedom and democracy, because they're always on the same side when it comes to war in Israel. And you go, well, as long as somebody gets in that I like, which we already told you. These people are exactly what they claim they're not. They're showing you with every single action they take. Trump tells CNN, freedom for Iranians isn't the goal. He'd accept any leader, even a religious one, as long as they're fair to Iranians. No, to the U.S. and Israel. And you can listen to it. It's a clip. We already played this partly today. I mean, so now the entire thing is whether you give us what we want. Well, exactly like with Venezuela, like we just showed you, because that's what this has always been about. And of course, Adam pointing out, it could last 6 days, 6 weeks. I doubt 6 months. Donald Rumsfeld, Iraq war. Same old thing, guys. And I won't play this now. I'm just going to get to the end clip. But this is CNN showing a side-by-side of the Iraq war versus today. Which I hate CNN too. It doesn't change the fact that it's provable. It's embarrassing how clear it is. Thomas Massey points out Mike Johnson saying this is not a war. And it says, we have no intentions of being at war. And he says, excuse me, this is war. Even those in favor of it will admit as much, which is the point, right? Tons of these people are like, yeah, go to war with Iran. And they love it. So this is just so grossly dishonest. John Fetterman, this whatever you want to call this guy, comes out and goes, why do Democrats now universally condemn what achieves the top long-standing Democrat party? He always does this because I don't think he's smart enough to realize what he's doing, which is exactly what I'm trying to show people. Yes, John, we get it. You're all the same. All of them do the same things when it comes to war in Israel and most other things too. But thank you for not realizing how you stepped in that. It's clear that whether you're left or right, that they support Israel and the war. But guess what's even more funny about this? Even funnier. Now they universally condemn? Who are you talking about, man? Where are we pointing? Because as far as I can see, all of them support this for the most part. A lot of them give lip service to things bad, but then support it, vote for it. Here's Mr. Democrat, Bill Maher, saying, if you expect me to say I hate it, I don't. I know too many happy Iranians. Always been this. Mark it down. He has always been one. Always. Where it matters. Pulls the punch, guys. This is about, you know too many happy Iranian Americans? What a stupidly subjective view. Like you happen to know, he knows all the Shah people that have been introduced to him by the government. You know, it's just embarrassing. It's also simply not the reality of what most Iranians want, and the whole world is proving that right now. Here's Ro Khanna calling out Democrats trying to have it both ways on Iran, opposing war publicly while still voting to fund it. You see, this is my point. I think this is the part that this weird, like fake Democrat, pro-Republican Democrat guy, Fetterman, does, is plays this role. I think people just hand him things to say. I don't even know. I can't see a world in which this guy constructs anything that he says. But the point is that at the end of the day, they do support it everywhere. And that's an effort to get you to somehow think that they're divided on it, when in reality it's not, because they need the two-party paradigm to zombie forward somehow. But we're going to wrap it there with a clip to end, guys. Not too much longer than usual. 4.5 hours. No, it's just not too bad. So I based on the schedule from the next week, tomorrow's TLAV Tuesday, so I'll be doing that, but I'm probably going to leave it there for tomorrow unless something large happens. So I'll let you know. But you know, I mean, you tell me, guys. I'd like to think this is about as clear as it gets with a lot of the stuff we're talking about. It's just about kind of trying to put aside, stop. Even the two-party dynamic is just falling apart right now. And these people are looking more obvious than I've ever seen them. But whether you agree with me or not, I just, go back to basics. Look at the facts, what you can prove. Everything else is irrelevant at this point. I shouldn't say irrelevant, but just, in the moment of deciding what you think is happening, if it's not about what you can prove, and consider different opinions, but when it comes to this, you have to base it on what you can prove, especially with so much nonsense going around, like deliberately watering it down with things that hide the truth. I think it's pretty obvious it's about what Israel wants to accomplish through this. And you get these people that have been trying to scream about America first that are coming out and doing things that are, antithetical, like the opposite of anything that was ever about America first. And somehow the team still supports it. I know you know what that shows you. Help me call it out. But thank you for tuning in. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars. In their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership, they are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars.
United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
He's a peacemonger, not a warmonger.
It's up to the Iraqi people, the Iranian people, to choose their next leader.
There's a lot of confusion about President Trump's peacekeeping bombing campaign in the Middle East. Well, I've been watching Fox News for 316 hours straight, and I'm ready to Fox-plain America's very well-defined mission in Iraq.
We may have casualties. That often happens in war.
I don't know if this is technically a war.
Strategic strikes are not war.
Nobody should classify this as war. It is combat operations.
This is not war. It's a dairy-free, warlike alternative. We are at not war with not Iraq. How can I make this clearer? Frankly, it doesn't matter what you call it because the president has a very strict deadline for this war.
It could end in 2 or 3 days, said the president.
It could last 2 or 3 weeks.
This operation could last 4 weeks or less.
You can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3.
It could be 9, it could be 6, 7, it could be 8, 6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9. The point is, it's not going to be a forever war. No one is saying that.
Trump's saying today, wars can be fought forever.
Yes, wars can be fought forever. I mean, isn't it refreshing to hear a man make that kind of commitment in 2026? This is what we voted for, a president who will transparently tell you that we could be entering an inescapable quagmire. President Trump will fight until we win, no matter how long it takes.
We've already won.
We've already won. In many ways, we've already won.
Like I said, we already won. Mission accomplished. This is progress, people. It took months for George Bush to prematurely declare victory. President Trump did it in days. Besides, it's not up to us. It's up to the Iranian people.
There's no question that Iran clearly fits in that picture.
Are you sure these are different countries? Like maybe Iraq is like Aloha and it could be Iraq or Iran. But whoever we're bombing, we're winning. Because when President Trump starts a war, he wins the war, even when he didn't start the war.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years.
The Iranians have been at war with us since 1979. This didn't start on Saturday.
Donald Trump promised no new wars, and this one doesn't count because, as we all know, it started in 1979. Look, Donald the Peace President Trump wouldn't get us into not war for no reason. It was based on very hard, conclusive evidence.
It was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it.
The president's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat.
It wasn't just a feeling. It was based on a fact. It was more than a feeling. Here's the truth bomb. Sometimes you have to start a war to prevent a war that was already a war that's technically not even a war. Come on, people. So everyone relax. This administration knows exactly what they're doing in Iraq. Not Iraq, of course, I mean Iraq.